in a Devata realm, in the solitary destructive heavens, Heavenly Emperor Palace. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a handsome and extraordinarily charismatic young man dressed in a green robe hovered in the air and looked at the familiar place in front of him as emotions surged in his heart. "I'm back!" After a moment, the green-clad young man sent a few messages out. "Everyone, I'm back." Following that, figures with extraordinary auras flew into the sky from all corners of the solitary destructive heaven and flew toward the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Lord Heavenly Emperor is back. He's back. He's calling us back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It's Lord Heavenly Emperor. It's time for that puppet Heavenly Emperor appointed by the Tidal Temple to leave." Bursts of hearty laughter rang out as those words rang in the air. Those who overheard those words were similarly excited. The Sword Celestials were especially excited. Lord Heavenly Emperor? Is it the former Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Feng? Isn't it obvious? Back then, Heavenly Emperor Feng suddenly vanished without a trace. Then many powerhouses in the Heavenly Emperor Palace left one after another. As a result, the Tidal Temple appointed someone as the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is like the garden of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. It's said the current Heavenly Emperor has to humbly bow when meeting the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. He's a disgrace to the solitary destructive heaven. That's right. Back when Heavenly Emperor Feng was still around, the Tidal Temple didn't dare to act presumptuously at all. News spread quickly in the solitary destructive heaving, causing a commotion everywhere. Needless to say, the current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary, who was in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, had also heard the news. He was a titled celestial emperor from the Tidal Temple and was not particularly strong. He was no match for most of the powerful titled celestial emperors, let alone Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had attained godhood a long time ago. At this time, the current Heavenly Emperor muttered under his breath, "I should inform the Temple Master about this. Feng Qingyang definitely won't let me go now that he has returned." When he was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, someone had usurped his throne. At that time, Feng Qingyang directly killed that person as soon as he returned. "If I don't leave, I'm definitely going to die. I really have no interest in keeping my position as a Heavenly Emperor. I'd rather stay safe in the realm where the main Tidal Temple is located. No one will dare to look for trouble there." After that, the current Heavenly Emperor hurried over to the Transportation Formation in the Heavenly Emperor Palace that led to the Transportation Formation in the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as he arrived at the Tidal Temple branch, he looked for the branch temple master immediately. Then, he asked to be brought to the main Tidal Temple so he could report the matter to the temple master. He did not waste time after he arrived at the main Tidal Temple and reported the matter immediately. "Feng Qingyang is back. Temple Master. I'm afraid he'll look for trouble." Wu Hongqing, the Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple, had just received the news a moment ago, so he was not surprised when he heard the report of the panicked Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. His expression was very solemn at this moment as he muttered, "Since he dares to return, he must be confident about defeating Mi Xian. He's likely had a breakthrough. He must be an intermediate king of gods at least. I'm afraid I'm not a match for him now." Back then, Mi Xian was too powerful. When Feng Qingyang saw that he was powerless against Mi Xian, he returned to the Azura Hell. In the end, Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing could not do anything to him. Even at that time, he knew Feng Qingyang would return sooner or later. He had appointed someone to be the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven only to keep an eye on the situation there. In case Feng Qingyang returned, he would be informed immediately. Finally, Wu Hongqing looked at the branch temple master of the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven and the current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and said, "Since Feng Qingyang has returned, concede the throne to him. Let him know that the Tidal Temple has no intention of making an enemy out of him." When the duo heard that they were to return to the solitary destructive heaven, their expressions changed immediately. Their expressions only eased when they heard the latter part of the sentence. After all, they would be killed by Feng Qingyang first if the title temple decided to antagonize Feng Qingyang. They felt much more relieved after hearing Wu Hongqing's words. In their opinion, since Wu Hongqing had extended the olive branch, Feng Qingyang would definitely accept it. After all, in their eyes, Wu Hongqing, as the temple master of the main title temple, was very powerful and controlled all the title temple branches in all the Devata realms. The green-clad young man sat cross-legged in the sky above the heavenly emperor palace with his eyes closed. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or if he was just resting at this moment. His aura was also completely undetectable. Swoosh! At this moment, someone appeared near the young man. It was a burly middle-aged man. As soon as he arrived, his eyes brimmed with excitement as he bowed at the young man, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, and called out, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." The young man opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a smile. Meng Luo. After his divine consciousness swept over the middle-aged man, he continued to say, "It seems like you've been cultivating diligently all these years." Meng Luo smiled happily. "My improvement is insignificant compared to you. Nonetheless, I'm still confident about helping you to take down the puppet Heavenly Emperor in the palace." Meng Luo's eyes shone with confidence and killing intent when he spoke. The young man, Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, said calmly with a faint smile on his face, "A puppet from the title temple isn't worth our worries." Before Meng Luo could speak again, a fiery red figure appeared. The translucent figure of a huge bird, which seemed to span the sky, shrouded this person's figure. It emitted a scorching aura as it flew across the sky like raging flames. Swoosh! When the fiery red figure arrived, the flames quickly dissipated, revealing the figure's appearance. It was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. He bowed respectfully to Feng Qingyang and said, "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor." "Elder Hua," Feng Qingyan called out as he nodded and smiled. Then, his eyes lit up as he continued to ask, "Where's little Tian? I sent a message, but there's no response." Upon hearing this, a solemn expression appeared on Elder Hua's face as he said, "I don't know where he went." After the young master picked up his family and friends, he left the solitary destructive heaven with them. He brought them to a mundane realm. He didn't tell me which mundane realm, though. However, based on what he said, I don't think he returned to the mundane realm where he grew up. Feng Qingyang nodded. It's good to know that he's cautious. Since Duanling Tian's soul pearl was still intact, Feng Qingyang was not worried about Duanling Tian. Moreover, he was sure that as long as his disciple heard about his return, his disciple would come immediately. I still need to deal with some matters before little Tian comes. There are some forces and people that have to be dealt with, so they won't threaten my safety in the future. Feng Qingyang murmured to himself as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Meng Luo and Elder Hua shuddered upon seeing this. Even their souls trembled. It was as though they had seen a terrifying creature. After Feng Qingyang restrained his aura, Meng Luo, who had almost been suffocated by the earlier pressure, asked excitedly, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, what's your cultivation base now?" Elder Hua also looked at Feng Qingyang with an excited and anticipatory expression on his face. Feng Qingyang replied, "Let's just say that killing the temple master of the main title temple now is as easy as squishing an ant to me." Meng Luo and Elder Hua inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. They would not be surprised at all if the person in question was the branch temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven. However, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, was a powerhouse. Some people even said that he was the strongest powerhouse in all the Devata realms. Even those who had attained godhood in the Devata realms were not a match for him. After recovering from the shock, Meng Luo only nodded before he said, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, the others will arrive soon." Feng Qingyang nodded. "Let's wait for them before we go home." Go home. Meng Luo and Elder Hua were filled with emotions when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. Over the next few hours, more and more people arrived. All of them bowed and greeted Feng Qingyang as soon as they saw him. They used to be Feng Qingyang's subordinates in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Following that, Meng Luo and Elder Hua led them to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The guards, who were celestial emperors, did not recognize them and tried to stop. One by one, they were dealt with by Meng Luo and the others. When they were done, they stood in the bloody heavenly emperor palace and looked up into the sky as they said thunderously in unison, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, welcome back to the palace." With the help from his subordinates such as the heavenly savage celestial emperor Meng Luo and the others, Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned to the heavenly emperor palace. Those who dared to stop them were killed without exception. Meng Luo had kept a low profile for many years, waiting for Feng Qingyang's return. He did not waste his time and cultivated diligently. Naturally, he was much stronger than before. He, alone, was able to hold back a troop of thousands. He did not show mercy to those who showed even the slightest trace of hostility. Boom! Meng Luo punched his fist out and a surge of energy swept out toward his opponent before entering his opponent's body, causing his opponent to explode into a mist of blood. At this time, some celestial emperors who had just rushed out to attack saw Meng Luo easily killing his opponent with just a punch. They were terrified. "It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor. It's Meng Luo." At this time, a stern voice rang in the air. "Meng Luo, these are all people of the Tidal Temple. If you dare to kill them, even Feng Qingyang won't be able to save you if he returns." Following that, a stout and burly middle-aged man riding on a giant sword appeared. He glared at Meng Luo as soon as he arrived. "Are you Yen Tian, the heavenly sword celestial emperor from the Tidal Temple?" Meng Luo's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the newcomer. Yen Tian, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, was the branch vice-temple master of the Tidal Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. He was known as the second strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven when Feng Qingyang was still around. After Feng Qingyang attained godhood, he was recognized as the strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. Even then, Yen Tian was nowhere close to Feng Qingyang, who was known as the invincible sword celestial. He was unlike Feng Qingyang, who was a truly invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, there were many sword celestials who could defeat him in the solitary destructive heaven. He was only said to be the second strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven because he relied purely on his sword when he fought, unlike the others who used various means to fight. Meng Luo's eyes burned with killing intent as he said, "I've wanted to fight you for a long time. An opportunity finally presented itself today. I finally have a chance to test your strength." Meng Luo took the initiative and charged out. Yen Tian did not dare to let his guard down. He quickly moved to defend himself. He had long heard about Meng Luo. Swoosh! At this time, Feng Qingyang lowered his altitude. He, along with Elder Hua and the others, watched Meng Luo's battle with Yen Tian from afar. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I can see that Meng Luo has been itching to fight." Elder Hua, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, nodded with a smile. Master Meng Luo has always been like that. However, this heavenly sword celestial emperor Yen Tian is no pushover. Meanwhile, Meng Luo and Yen Tian continued fighting. After exchanging hundreds of moves, there was still no clear winner. Moreover, based on their attacks, it was clear that neither of them had held back. At this moment, Feng Qingyang called out expressionlessly, "Meng Luo, come back." Meng Luo did not hesitate and flew back immediately as soon as he heard Feng Qingyang's words. After he returned to his spot behind Feng Qingyang, he said to Yen Tian, "The heavenly sword celestial emperor truly lives up to his reputation." Yen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when Meng Luo abruptly flew away. After a moment, he said, "The heavenly savage celestial emperor is truly strong as well." Then Yen Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and cupped his fists together as he said, "I'm Yen Tian. Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang." Meng Luo's expression darkened when he heard Yen Tian foregoing the title Heavenly Emperor when addressing Feng Qingyang. Similarly, Elder Hua and the others' expressions darkened as well. "Are you going to stop me?" Feng Qingyang asked bluntly. His face remained expressionless as he stared at Yen Tian. Yen Tian said solemnly, "Lord Feng, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is currently under the care of the Tidal Temple. If you intend to return to your throne, you'll have to wait for the temple's orders." The current Heavenly Emperor and the Branch Temple Master have gone to the main title temple to report your return. So please wait for a moment. Feng Qingyang was slightly taken aback when Yan Tiannan asked him to wait for the orders of the title temple and Wu Hongqing. The words were so ridiculous that he was rendered speechless. Meng Luo and Elder Hua, who recalled how Feng Qingyang said killing Wu Hongqing was no different from killing an ant, only looked at Yan Tiannan as though he was an idiot. After a moment, Meng Luo said with a sneer, Yan Tiannan, the temple master of the title temple isn't qualified to order our Lord Heavenly Emperor around. Meng Luo, although our fight was a draw, if you blaspheme our Lord Temple Master again, I'll fight you to death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Meng Luo sneered. Meng Luo was about to speak again when Feng Qingyang raised his hand to interject. Meng Luo obediently fell silent. Feng Qingyang looked at Yan Tiannan and asked again with frosty eyes, you really intend to stop me? Yan Tiannan, who was being stared at by Feng Qingyang, felt his hair stand on end. Nonetheless, he had no intention of yielding. He said calmly, Lord Feng, please wait for the Lord Temple Master's orders. As soon as Yan Tiannan's voice fell, 2 rays of light shot out of Feng Qingyang's eyes. Under everyone's eyes, the huge sword at Yan Tiannan's back suddenly unsheathed itself. Swoosh! In just a moment, the rays of light struck, instantly killing Yan Tiannan and turning him into a mist of blood. Following that, the huge sword, a Lord-grade celestial weapon, suddenly began to crack. At the same time, a voice laden with anguish cried out, forgive me, forgive me. The voice, which belonged to the sword spirit, suddenly came to an abrupt halt as the sword shattered into pieces, killing the sword spirit. Elder Hua could not help but gulp when he watched this scene. In the past, he used to be the artifact spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was naturally affected by the death of the sword spirit. He could sense its helplessness. Weapon spirits and artifact spirits would usually die when their respective weapons were destroyed. Perhaps they would survive if the opponent found them a new celestial weapon to be their hosts. However, which opponent would take the time to find hosts for their enemy's artifact spirits? Elder Hua looked at the young man in front of him with an expression of gratitude. It was all thanks to the young man that he was able to escape from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and reshape his body, effectively freeing him from his fate as an artifact spirit. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please have mercy. A voice rang from the Heavenly Emperor Palace before 2 figures appeared. It was none other than the current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and the Branch Temple Master of the Title Temple in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The duo's expressions were very grim at this moment. They did not expect to witness Feng Qingyang killing Yan Tiannan as soon as they returned. Although they tried to intercede, it was too late. Not only that, but even Yan Tiannan's Emperor-grade celestial sword with a sword spirit was destroyed. Even the sword spirit was not spared. Feng Qingyang looked at the duo and asked tonelessly, are both of you going to stop me as well? The duo's expressions changed immediately. Then, the current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven hastily said, from today onward, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, the invincible sword celestial, will continue his rule over the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Those from the Title Temple must leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace immediately. This is the order of the Temple Master of the main Title Temple. Following that, people began to leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace one after another. With the order from their Temple Master, they naturally would not stay any longer than necessary. Moreover, word had begun to spread that Yan Tiannan was killed with just a strike. Even his Emperor-grade celestial sword and its spirit were destroyed. They were shocked when they heard that Feng Qingyang could kill with his eyes. Most of these people were the subordinates of the current Heavenly Emperor while they were in the main Title Temple. He was the captain of their patrol team in the past and they had followed him here. The current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I've evacuated the palace. I was only acting under the orders of the Title Temple and temporarily took over this position. Now that you've returned, I'll naturally return everything to you. Upon hearing the current Heavenly Emperor say that he was willing to give up his position, the eyes of Feng Qingyang's subordinates lit up immediately. They thought that Feng Qingyang was truly amazing. Even the temple master of the main title temple had to give in to him. However, what happened next stunned and confused everyone. As soon as the current heavenly emperor finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened as his eyes widened. Then he began to tremble violently. Under everyone's eyes, he, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man, began to age quickly. His long black hair quickly turned gray before it turned white. His sturdy figure began to wither, and wrinkles began to appear on his skin. In just a few breaths, he turned into a skinny and wizened old man. Unfortunately, it did not stop there. He continued to age until he was reduced to dust, which was eventually scattered by the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they turned to look at Feng Qingyang in unison. All of them, including Feng Qingyang's subordinates, with the exception of Meng Luo and Elder Hua, looked at him fearfully. Heavens! What technique is that? He turned an immortal into an old man and reduced him to dust in just a blink of an eye. Is this a profundity from the law of time? Is there such a profundity in the law of time? Didn't Heavenly Emperor Feng comprehend the law of time? These people's voices trembled as they spoke among themselves using the voice transmission. Feng Qingyang was much more terrifying than what they had imagined. Those who were skeptical about Feng Qingyang being able to kill with his eyes no longer doubted him at this time. What they had just witnessed was even more terrifying than the ability to kill with one's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng, the branch temple master of the solitary destructive heavens title temple, called out. However, before he could continue speaking, he found his body had been shrouded by a strange energy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize his celestial energy. He soon discovered he no longer had control over his body as well. He was only left with his consciousness. He watched as Feng Qingyang's subordinates looked at something behind him with horrified expressions on their faces. He saw Feng Qingyang standing still with no expression on his face, and his eyes were also looking at something behind him. He really wanted to look back to see what was so terrifying. Alas, he could not even move his fingers, let alone turn back. After a while, he suddenly discovered that he had regained control of his body, and he instinctively turned back to have a look. The sight that greeted him terrified him out of his wits. A group of people from the title temple, who had just left the heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven, had all aged greatly. Similar to the person before, they aged until they were reduced to dust. Following that, Feng Qingyang said to Meng Luo and Elder Hua, "Bring the others back to the heavenly emperor palace. I have something to attend to. I'll return once I'm done." Meng Luo and Elder Hua hurriedly nodded in agreement. Feng Qingyang turned to look at the branch temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven and said, "Bring me to the main title temple, and I'll spare your life." The branch temple master hesitated for a second before he quickly agreed. He looked at Feng Qingyang with eyes that brimmed with fear and awe. "There should be a transportation formation here that leads to the main title temple, right?" Feng Qingyang asked tonelessly. "Yes. Lead the way." The branch temple master hurriedly brought Feng Qingyang to the transportation formation in the heavenly emperor palace that led to the title temple branch in solitary destructive heaven. From there, they took another transportation formation that brought them to the realm where the main title temple was housed. As they stood outside the formation, the branch temple master stammered, Heavenly Emperor Feng, if the temple master finds out I brought you here, he definitely won't let me go. I can't go into the temple with you." Feng Qingyang nodded. "Very well. You may leave." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the branch temple master sighed in relief. He had just stepped into the transportation formation and was about to activate it when, boom! A huge wave of energy fell from the top, instantly killing the branch temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang turned slightly and looked at the culprit standing nearby, who had appeared at some point without anyone noticing. He said expressionlessly, "Wu Hongqing, I didn't expect the temple master of the title temple to be so ruthless toward his subordinates." Wu Hongqing smiled slightly. "Heavenly Emperor Feng, even if I didn't kill him, the temple's law enforcement hall will eventually kill him. He was a traitor after all. Did you return from the Azura Hell because your strength has improved significantly?" In other words, Wu Hongqing was mocking Feng Qingyang for hiding in the Azura Hell and only returning when he was confident about his strength. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant, Feng Qingyang said before he moved. At this moment, it was as though space had frozen. Even Wu Hongqing, who was standing nearby, seemed frozen. When Feng Qingyang drew close, Wu Hongqing had just managed to break free. His eyes widened as he said fearfully, "So you were hiding your true strength. Your comprehension of the law of time isn't any weaker than your comprehension of the law of destruction. How smart. You left your doppelganger here. No wonder you're so brave," Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Then he pushed his hand, freezing space, and Wu Hongqing again. Then he waved his hand and a streak of gray light shot out, piercing Wu Hongqing's body. Wu Hongqing's body shattered like glass. There was no blood at all. After all, it was just a doppelganger he had conjured using one of the laws. Feng Qingyang rose higher up into the sky before he said, "In the past, you joined forces with others to harm my disciple, Duanling Tian. Today, I'll destroy the main title temple." Although Feng Qingyang's voice was not loud, it reverberated clearly in the entire main title temple. Following that, a terrifying energy surged out from Feng Qingyang's body before it transformed into thousands of sword rays. Then they swept toward the main title temple like a tsunami. In just a few breaths, all the living things, excluding doppelgangers, in the temple and the realm died. Apart from Feng Qingyang, there was no other living thing. Swoosh! Another one of Wu Hongqing's doppelgangers appeared in front of Feng Qingyang. He looked at Feng Qingyang with a dark expression and said, "Feng Qingyang, you really intend to fight to the death with the title temple? Although I'm not as strong as you know, when the spatial passages to the realms of gods reopen after 300 years, I'll be able to call upon my elders to deal with you. In the realms of gods, the title temple is an emperor rank force. You're just an advanced king of gods now. My elder is a lord of gods." Feng Qingyang smiled. "Like you said, the spatial passages will only reopen in 300 years. How do you know I won't be strong enough to kill a lord of gods at that time?" "How arrogant!" Boom! Feng Qingyang did not waste time and destroyed Wu Hongqing's doppelganger again. "Little Tian, you almost died here in the past. Today I finally managed to avenge you. I promised to look for Wu Hongqing and kill him." After Feng Qingyang had killed everyone in the title temple's realm and destroyed 2 of Wu Hongqing's doppelgangers, he finally left. At the peak of a towering mountain in the wandering heaven, Wu Hongqing's expression was grim as he muttered to himself, "Feng Qingyang actually became an advanced king of gods. With this, he can kill me with just a snap of his fingers. Although I'm not a match for him now, I don't want to wait 300 years before dealing with him. It seems like I have no choice but to ask Mi Xian for help." Feng Qingyang is likely unaware that Mi Xian has already become a lord of gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to openly show himself. In the end, Wu Hongqing gritted his teeth and made up his mind to go to the land of the dead. He quickly brought out Mi Xian's soul pearl. Currently, Mi Xian was the only member of the Phantom Clan. He had completely annihilated the Phantom Clan. Back then, Mi Xian was severely injured by Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian. His grudge against them has only deepened since then. Knowing him, he definitely won't let go of this opportunity to seek revenge. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he continued thinking. Feng Qingyang has broken through from a rudimentary king of gods to an advanced king of gods, while Mi Xian broke through from an intermediate king of gods to a lord of gods. I'm the only one who didn't make any progress. Duanling Tian naturally was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Azura realm, and returned to the solitary destructive heaven and took over the heavenly emperor palace there. He was also unaware that his master had destroyed the main title temple and the realm that housed it to avenge him for what he had suffered in the past. Wu Hongqing was so frightened that he had fled, only leaving 2 doppelgangers behind in the realm. Currently, Duanling Tian was focused on comprehending the law of space. His comprehension had deepened a lot. The improvement in my law of space will also positively affect my mastery Dao. The more I comprehend, the stronger my mastery Dao will be. Nonetheless, it'll still be difficult for me to raise my mastery Dao to the next stage. Even when Duan Ling Tian was in the Devata realm, he already knew that the 4 Daos of heaven and earth were divided into stages. The rudimentary stage was the first stage. So far, Duan Ling Tian had displayed his sword Dao at the rudimentary stage to outsiders. Hence, everyone assumed he had comprehended the sword Dao to the rudimentary stage. After the rudimentary stage was the initial stage. At this stage, one could control the Daos with ease. At the mastery stage, one could easily mobilize the Daos, and one's body would emit the Dao as well. Feng Qingyang's Dao had already reached the mastery stage. Unbeknownst to everyone, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the sword Dao to the initial stage. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the mastery Dao to the initial stage. Alas, he had been at the initial stage for many years and did not improve since he came to the realm of gods. After all, not only was it difficult to comprehend the Daos, but he was also clueless. According to Feng Qingyang, there were other stages after the mastery stage since he had already touched the threshold of the next stage. However, since Duan Ling Tian's stage was quite low, he did not delve too deep into the matter. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and focused on comprehending the law of space again. If I can deepen my comprehension again, my law won't be any weaker than that of a white dragon elder. There's a chance that it might even surpass a few of the white dragon elders with weaker comprehension. Time passed and the seasons changed. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The imperial war between the Flying Dragon sect and the Tai sect was still in full swing. The battles on the king battlefield were still as intense as ever. Kings of gods would perish every so often, and there was no lack of advanced kings of gods among them. As for the Lord battlefield, after Duan Ling Tian left, only a few rudimentary lords of gods from both the Flying Dragon sect and the Tai sect had perished. Tai City. A young man was slowly walking toward the entrance that led to the Lord battlefield. It's Shimin Longxiang. I saw him earlier. At that time, I wondered if he had broken through. It seems like he's really broken through. He's going to enter the Lord battlefield as soon as he broke through. So he's following in the footsteps of Duan Ling Tian. Bah! Senior brother Shimin is a peerless prodigy of our Tai sect. How can you compare him to Duan Ling Tian? Hey, do you think senior brother Shimin will be able to kill anyone after he enters the Lord battlefield? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shimin Longxiang, the peerless prodigy of Tai sect who had slaughtered many Flying Dragon sect's kings of gods on the king battlefield, entered the Lord battlefield. News of Shimin Longxiang entering the Lord battlefield quickly spread to the Flying Dragon sect. Shimin Longxiang had a breakthrough? He entered the Lord battlefield as soon as he broke through. Is he planning to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Challenge Duan Ling Tian? What qualifications does he have to do so? Senior brother Duan killed 2 inner elders of the Tai sect when he entered the Lord battlefield. That's right. Although it was due to luck, luck is also considered to be one's strength. Luck plays a big part in battles as well. If you're lucky, even if your opponent is slightly stronger than you, there's still a chance that you can win. No one can deny your victory even if it's due to luck. Senior brother Duan's performance on the king battlefield was insane. Because of him, the sect leader of the Tai sect had to visit our sect to discuss banning senior brother Duan and Shimin Longxiang from the king battlefield. However, since our sect leader agreed with the ban, this also shows that Shimin Longxiang isn't much weaker than senior brother Duan. Ha! I can't wait to see Shimin Longxiang's performance on the Lord battlefield. With that, many people from the Flying Dragon sect began to pay attention to the news from the Lord battlefield. Duan Ling Tian and Shimin Longxiang were the only ones in the Flying Dragon sect and the Tai sect respectively who had broken through but were not elders of their respective sects. After all, during the Imperial War, no one would pay attention to such a trivial matter. Moreover, the duo also did not care about titles. Everyone's attention was also focused on the 3 battlefields in the Imperial War realm. There were battles every day on the king battlefield, and there were fewer battles on the Lord battlefield even if there were many lords of gods there. As for the quasi-emperor battlefield, only a few people from the Flying Dragon sect and Tai sect had entered it. No one knew if they had met or fought. Unless someone died, it was unlikely for outsiders to know about what happened inside. A month later, an outer elder of the Flying Dragon sect, who was a rudimentary lord of gods, died. No one thought much about it, let alone attributed his death to Shimin Longxiang. Another 2 months passed, and an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect, who was also a rudimentary lord of gods, died. On the same day, another inner deacon, who was also a rudimentary lord of gods, died as well. Everyone in the Flying Dragon sect knew that the 2 inner deacons were good friends. The duo had even entered the Lord battlefield together. I wonder if one person killed them or a group of people killed them? It's unlikely for lords of gods to form huge groups on the Lord battlefield. At most, there are groups of 2 or 3 lords of gods. Just when this matter died down after half a month, another piece of news came. An outer elder of the Flying Dragon sect, who was rudimentary lord of gods, had died. In less than 4 months, 4 rudimentary lords of gods from the Flying Dragon sect had died. Another half a month passed. Shimin Longxiang exited the Lord battlefield and went to Peace City's Warpoint Pavilion. He brought out 4 identity tokens to exchange for war points. With this, it was easy to make the connection. In the past 4 months, the Flying Dragon sect had lost 4 rudimentary lords of gods, and now Shimin Longxiang brought 4 identity tokens after coming out from the Lord battlefield. The Tai sect was in high spirits. In contrast, it was quiet in the Flying Dragon sect. After all, Shimin Longxiang, who had just broken through and became a rudimentary lord of gods, killed 4 rudimentary lords of gods in 4 months after entering the Lord battlefield. 2 outer elders and 2 inner deacons of the Flying Dragon sect had been killed by Duanling Tian. The 2 inner deacons who died on the same day were together. This meant that it was likely that Shimin Longxian fought both of them alone. I had no idea that Shimin Longxiang is so terrifying.
Didn't he just become a rudimentary lord of gods recently?
How's he killing other rudimentary lords of gods so easily?
He's terrifying.
I know he's a prodigy. He's already proven himself to be quite strong when he was on the king battlefield. He had killed many of our fellow disciples, after all. His victories on the Lord battlefield only further confirm his strength. You're stating the obvious.
Do you think? Duanling Tian is a match for him.
Although Duanling Tian killed 2 inner elders of the Tai sect, he was only lucky that he arrived at the right time. They were greatly weakened when he killed them. However, there's no doubt that Shimin Longxiang didn't rely on luck to kill those 4 rudimentary lords of gods. That's only because Duanling Tian didn't meet any rudimentary lords of gods. Otherwise, he might also be able to kill them. That's true.
After Duanling Tian and Shimin Longxiang left the king battlefield, many people thought that Duanling Tian was stronger than Shimin Longxiang. After all, Duanling Tian killed more kings of gods than Shimin Longxiang. Moreover, Duanling Tian also became a rudimentary lord of gods first. However, currently Shimin Longxiang's performance made everyone reconsider this matter. Back then, Shimin Longxiang entered the king battlefield later than Duanling Tian. Given the same time, he could likely kill as many people as Duanling Tian did.
Moreover, it also depended on luck if one could meet opponents on the battlefield. What was the use of strength if one had no opponent? Perhaps Duanling Tian was luckier and met more opponents? It was just like how Shimin Longxiang was very lucky when he entered the Lord battlefield and met 4 rudimentary lords of gods from the Flying Dragon sect within 4 months. There were many who did not meet even one opponent after entering the Lord battlefield for 2 or 3 months. When Duanling Tian heard about this matter, half a year had passed. I'm done. My comprehension of the law should have surpassed most White Dragon elders. Only a few White Dragon elders, including Brother Haichuan, have a deeper comprehension than me.
When Duanling Tian walked out, he saw Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian in his front yard chatting. The duo was chatting about Shimin Longxiang killing 4 rudimentary lords of gods on the Lord battlefield half a year ago.
Shimin Longxiang became a lord of gods? As soon as he became a lord of gods, he entered the Lord battlefield and killed 4 rudimentary lords of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. Duanling Tian did not expect Shimin Longxiang to break through so quickly. No one knew how much experience he had gained from the king battlefield back then. However, it was not too surprising since Shimin Longxiang had been stuck at the stage of an advanced king of gods for a long time. In contrast, He had become a rudimentary lord of gods very quickly after he became an advanced king of gods. That was also why everyone was shocked by his breakthrough. It took Duanling Tian less than years to break through from an advanced king of gods to a rudimentary lord of gods, shocking everyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Little Tian. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan stopped chatting and greeted Duanling Tian with a smile when they saw him. Duanling Tian joined them and sat down at the table before he said with a smile, "I overheard both of you talking about Shimin Long Xiang of the Tai sect. He must be extraordinary for two white dragon elders to talk about him." Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't underestimate Shimin Long Xiang. He managed to kill 4 rudimentary lords of gods as soon as he became a rudimentary lord of gods himself. This is enough to prove his strength." Dongfeng Yan chimed in with a solemn expression on his face. "Haichuan is right. After all, our sect leader agreed to the sect leader of the Tai sect's proposal to ban you and Shimin Long Xiang from the king battlefield. There were no benefits involved, it was just a simple agreement. This means that our sect leader also thinks that Shimin Long Xiang isn't any weaker than you are." Duanling Tian did not know if he should laugh or cry. He had only spoken casually. He did not expect the duo to be so serious. He was not a native of the realms of gods. He had grown up in the mundane realm and fought his way to the Devata realm before he ended up in the realm of gods. He had experienced many things, so he knew better than to underestimate his opponents. Moreover, he had known that Shimin Long Xiang was strong since before. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan, don't worry. I won't underestimate him." Duanling Tian knew Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan were only worried that he would suffer if he underestimated Shimin Long Xiang. In most people's eyes, it was only a matter of time before Duanling Tian and Shimin Long Xiang fought. Shimin Long Xiang had entered the king battlefield in the past to fight Duanling Tian. Unfortunately, he could not find Duanling Tian. Perhaps, when Duanling Tian became a rudimentary lord of gods, everyone was dismissive of Shimin Long Xiang. After all, how could an advanced king of gods be a match for a rudimentary lord of gods? However, now that Shimin Long Xiang had become a rudimentary lord of gods as well, people would naturally start to compare them again. Dongfang Yan did not seem to believe Duanling Tian, so he continued to say solemnly, "Little Tian, since a long time ago, Shimin Long Xiang was acknowledged by many people as the most talented person since the founding of the Tai sect. If he didn't show up on the king battlefield, I would have thought he had already left the Tai sect or the Eastern Ridge Mansion for a better place. After all, he's highly talented. It'd be easy for him to join a top emperor rank force. His performance on the king battlefield and the lord battlefield is more than enough to prove his strength. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. From what we've heard, his strength is almost that of an intermediate lord of gods. Among the 4 rudimentary lords of gods he killed, 2 of them were traveling together. This meant that he fought both of them alone and won." "I understand," Duanling Tian replied solemnly. He could tell that the duo was genuinely worried about him, and a hint of warmth suffused his heart. The duo was seriously warning him because they were afraid he would lose if he underestimated Shimin Long Xiang. Finally, Shui Haichuan tried to lighten the mood and changed the topic. He asked with a smile, "Little Tian, you must have improved by leaps and bounds after entering closed-door cultivation, right?" Dongfang Yan looked at Duanling Tian curiously. Similar to the others, he was also shocked when he found out it only took Duanling Tian 10 years to become a rudimentary lord of gods from an advanced king of gods. Moreover, Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was also very high. All in all, he was a real prodigy to be able to achieve so much when he was not even 3,000 years old. "Yes," Duanling Tian said as he nodded and smiled. His eyes brightened as he said, "Brother Haichuan, I plan to enter the Lord battlefield again. This time, I plan to stay for a longer time." Shui Haichuan chuckled. "You must have grown a lot stronger. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident." "Very well. I'll accompany you to the Lord battlefield. I'd like to witness your strength as well." Before Duanling Tian entered closed-door cultivation, Shui Haichuan had already said that he would follow Duanling Tian into the Lord battlefield to ensure Duanling Tian's safety. He naturally would not forget his promise. Dongfang Yan's eyes lit up immediately. "Both of you plan to enter the Lord battlefield together?" I've been very free recently. I'll join both of you.
You want to join us? Shui Haichuan smiled meaningfully as he asked, have you spoken to Shueli? Has she given you permission to join us?
Shui Haichuan continued to say, I remember the last time I invited you to enter the Lord battlefield with me. You disappeared after Shueli spoke to you. Dongfang Yan rolled his eyes. That's because you're a madman.
Previously, you took the initiative and provoked 2 underworld elders. After exhausting both of them, you only managed to kill one of them. You were quite roughed up as well. If the other underworld elder weren't so cowardly, you'd end up even worse.
Do you think Shueli will allow me to enter the Lord battlefield with a dangerous and mad person like you? Duanling Tian looked at Shui Haichuan in surprise when he heard Dongfang Yan's words. When Shui Haichuan saw Duanling Tian looking at him, he shook his head and said, Little Tian, don't listen to him. I was just unlucky at that time. I thought they were 2 ordinary elders of the Tai sect. I didn't expect them to be underworld elders. I had no choice but to fight and try to draw out the battle to exhaust them. Fortunately, I managed to kill one of them, and the other was frightened into fleeing. However, even if he didn't run away, I could still trap him. Dongfang Yan said angrily, Trap him? If you tried to trap, you'd most likely die too, right?
You lunatic!
Your speed is very fast. If you knew they'd be difficult opponents, why couldn't you flee?
Why did you have to stay and fight?
It wouldn't have been difficult for you to flee. You were betting with your life.
You were hoping you'd be able to exhaust their divine energies enough while conserving your own divine energy. However, there was no guarantee you'd be safe.
In the Imperial War Realm and the 3 battlefields, one could not replenish one's divine energy by absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy since there was none. One could only rely on divine pills to replenish one's divine energy. However, it would take time for divine pills to work. Moreover, the input would likely not be able to catch up with the output of the divine energy.
Shui Haichuan said seriously, I didn't risk my life. As soon as those 2 old men attacked, I knew their stamina couldn't compare to mine. I already knew I would be able to kill one of them by drawing out the battle. I won't take risks for nothing.
Dongfang Yan sighed and no longer argued with Shui Haichuan.
He said, anyway, I'll definitely join both of you this time. I'm sure Shueli will agree. After all, little Tian will be with us. I'm not only going with you.
I'll just tell her that I'm afraid you'll get little Tian killed with your reckless behavior, so I decided to join both of you to protect little Tian. I'll tell her I plan to bring little Tian with me and leave you behind. Duanling Tian and Shui Haichuan were still looking at Dongfang Yan with speechless expressions on their faces, when Dongfang Yan smiled and said, All right, I've already spoken to her through voice transmission. She told me to protect little Tian well. When are we leaving?
Now?
In a remote valley in the Flying Dragon Sex estate, a middle-aged man, who was sitting cross-legged on a black stone in front of a waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he grinned and muttered to himself, Duanling Tian has left Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground and is heading toward the Imperial War Realm's entrance? However, after a moment, the grin on his face vanished abruptly, and his expression darkened. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan are with him? Do they know Duanling Tian will encounter danger on his way to the entrance of the Imperial War Realm?
No, that's impossible. Perhaps they're just leaving Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground together and will go their separate ways later?
Dongfang Yan is famous for being afraid of his wife. Previously, he entered the Lord battlefield with his wife. Is his wife really willing to let him enter alone? The middle-aged man was none other than Shui Mingji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. He had just received the messages from the sky he had stationed outside of Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. After a while, he sent another message. Follow them discreetly. See if they go their separate ways. Shui Mingji could only hope for the best. Alas, soon after, his expression darkened again when he received news that Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan stayed with Duanling Tian and even entered the Imperial War Realm together. Shui Mingji took a deep breath before he sent his trusted friend a message. He had hired the Death Warriors from this friend. He trusted his friend unconditionally because they had saved each other's lives when they were young. Do they recognize Duanling Tian? After receiving your message, I told them to get ready and keep their guards up. They've identified Duan Ling Tian and memorized his face, Xue Mingji's friend said before he added. Although they didn't get a chance to act this time, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Xue Mingji calmed down. He knew his friend was trying to comfort him. After a moment, he said, "Tell them to enter the Imperial War Realm in 2 days. Tell them to wander around the entrance of the Lord Battlefield before they enter the battlefield. Let them look for Duan Ling Tian in there. There's no need to bother with those from the Tai Yi sect." Xue Mingji was worried the 2 Lords of Gods, who were death warriors, would be killed by those from the Tai Yi sect. He had spent a fortune hiring the duo after all. Most importantly, he needed them to kill Duan Ling Tian. He could not care if they died after completing their mission. "I understand. I'll tell the other 3 kings of God to enter the Imperial War Realm as well. The more people, the better. Who knows, they might be able to catch Duan Ling Tian alone. With 3 of them, they should be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. I'll make sure to tell them to act if they're confident. I feel at ease with you handling the matter." "Thank you," Xue Mingji said.
"Nonsense. Why are you being so polite with me?" Xue Mingxi's friend said with a laugh. "I would have helped you get rid of him myself if he didn't hide in the Flying Dragon Sex estate."
Xue Mingji smiled wryly and replied, "If he left the Sex estate, I would have killed him myself as well. There'd be no need for me to hire someone else to do the job."
"Brother Yan Yan, do you know them?" Duan Ling Tian asked after they entered the Imperial War Realm. Before entering the Imperial War Realm, Duan Ling Tian could sense many people looking at him. He did not find it strange. After all, he was quite famous in the Flying Dragon sect. However, 2 men stood out to him. The duo only glanced at him before they looked at Dongfeng Yan Yan and whispered among themselves. It was as though they were talking about Dongfeng Yan Yan.
"Oh, those 2? You've heard about them before, even if you've never met them," Dongfeng Yan Yan said with a smile. "Do you remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned?" 2 years ago? After a moment, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He said, "Brother Yan Yan, you're saying those 2 are the intermediate lords of gods who joined the sect on the same day?" Dongfeng Yan Yan nodded. "That's right. They've already entered the Imperial War Realm previously. However, they only wandered Flying Dragon City and Peace City before they left. Many people thought they were cowardly and didn't dare to enter the Lord Battlefield." He frowned as he continued to say, slightly displeased, "I had a good impression of Xianxia when he told me he joined the sect because he wanted to kill the people from the Tai Yi sect. However, how's he going to do that if he doesn't even dare to enter the Lord Battlefield?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Did the sect not make it mandatory for them to enter the Lord Battlefield within a certain time frame?"
Xue Haichuan, who was silent until now, said, "Of course, there's such a rule. Kings of gods have to enter the king battlefield within 2 years, while lords of gods have 5 years. Those who don't abide by the rules will be expelled from the sect. The sect has no use for people who are too afraid to enter the battlefields after all." "Oh, that's right. The new recruits also have to pay with divine rocks or divine crystals as a form of guarantee. If they break the rules, the sect will keep the divine rocks and divine crystals. These rules are all made clear to them before they joined the sect." Duan Ling Tian nodded. It made sense for the Flying Dragon sect to come up with such rules to prevent people from messing around. Duan Ling Tian felt completely at ease now that he was with 2 White Dragon Elders. They could easily escape from Underworld Elders if the situation called for it. In fact, even if they encountered a few Underworld Elders at the same time, with Xue Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan Yan, he was confident all 3 of them would be able to kill the Underworld Elders if he revealed his trump cards. Naturally, revealing his trump cards was the last resort. Although he got along with the duo very well and trusted them, he did not know if greed would overwhelm him. There were many cases when even blood brothers killed each other because of greed, let alone Duan Ling Tian, who had no blood relations with the duo. "Let's go." The trio had already obtained their identity tokens previously, so they directly entered the Lord Battlefield. At the same time, those who saw the trio began to spread the news. It did not take long before everyone in Flying Dragon City knew that Duan Ling Tian had entered the Lord Battlefield with 2 White Dragon Elders. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Xue, and Elder Dongfeng entered the Lord Battlefield together. "I wonder if they're planning something big,"
Even underworld elders will have a tough time escaping death if they run into the trio. Duan Ling Tian hasn't been seen for 2 years. Did he come out this time to fight Shimin Longxiang? Many members of the Flying Dragon sect thought that the trio was planning something big on the Lord Battlefield when they saw the trio entering the Lord Battlefield together. However, when the news spread to Tai sect, they came to a different conclusion. After 2 years, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Lord Battlefield with 2 white dragon elders protecting him. Shimin Longxiang entered the Lord Battlefield and killed 4 rudimentary lords of gods. Do you think Duan Ling Tian is afraid of running into Shimin Longxiang? So he found 2 white dragon elders to protect him? I didn't think much about it. However, now that you said it, I think you're right. Duan Ling Tian is a coward, after all. Previously, he wandered the Lord Battlefield so bravely, but now he's afraid. Perhaps after witnessing the strength of our 2 inner elders in the past, he became frightened and cautious? The Flying Dragon sect has been comparing Duan Ling Tian to senior brother Shimin. If you ask me, I don't think he's worthy to be compared to senior brother Shimin. Isn't that obvious? Senior brother Shimin will never ask 2 underworld elders to accompany him on the Lord Battlefield. The Tai sect members spoke as though they knew what was going on. They were convinced that they were right. Soon enough, words of their slander spread to the people of Flying Dragon sect. With that, members of the Flying Dragon sect and Tai sect would often argue in Peace City about this matter. Duan Ling Tian killed 100 kings of gods and entered the Lord Battlefield as soon as he broke through. He even killed 2 of your inner elders. And yet, you think he's weaker than Shimin Longxiang? It's no secret that senior brother Duan is good friends with both Elder Shui and Elder Dongfeng. What's so strange about them entering the Lord Battlefield together? That's right. Senior brother Duan's strength is likely comparable to a White Dragon Elder's. Otherwise, the White Dragon Elders wouldn't have entered the Lord Battlefield with him. Tai sect, you better warn your members. If they run into senior brother Duan, Elder Shui, and Elder Dongfeng, they'll definitely die. Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfeng Yan, who were leisurely wandering the Lord Battlefield, were naturally unaware of the commotion outside. I feel too at ease when I'm with the both of you, Duan Ling Tian said with a wry smile. I'm starting to regret coming here with both of you. How can I train myself if this continues? It was said the Imperial War was used to help advanced lords of gods break through and become emperor of gods. It was due to the intense battles and hardships that they improved. This was also the case for other cultivators. However, if that was the case, life or death battles should be the same as well, right? There was no need for the Imperial War. Nonetheless, with both the Imperial War and life or death battles, there was the risk of underestimating one's opponent. After all, many people hid their trump cards and would only show them during critical moments. If one was not careful, one would lose one's life, saying that the natives of the realms of gods were not fools. Although it was said that the purpose of Imperial Wars, Supreme Wars, and Powerhouse Wars was to facilitate breakthroughs, most people knew that it was just an excuse even if it would really help one's cultivation. The purpose was, in fact, to minimize losses among forces that wanted to annihilate each other. When fighting the war, there were rules and specific battlefields for cultivators with different cultivation bases. On the battlefields, one could escape if they were no match for one's opponent. Those who were weaker could even travel in groups. Without the 3 wars, forces would just annihilate each other without any rules, and the casualty would be very high. The Flying Dragon sect and the Tai sect's respective Black Dragon Elders and Profound Heaven Elders usually traveled in small groups on the Quasi-Emperor battlefield. They usually would not wander the battlefield alone since they would die if they were to run into the Flying Dragon sect's Golden Dragon Elders or the Tai sect's Supreme Elders. Unlike life or death battles where the battles would only end when one person died, one could choose to escape whenever. Since it would be a waste if only advanced lords of gods could participate in the Imperial War, the King Battlefield and the Lord Battlefield were subsequently created. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Shui Haichuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. If we run into someone, we'll both stand aside and let you fight. We'll only intervene if the situation looks bad. With this, your cultivation won't be affected, and you'll still gain experience."
Duan Lingtian said with a helpless expression on his face. Do you think my opponent will be able to stay calm and fight with me if both of you are standing at the side? Moreover, why would they fight when they know they have no chance of killing me with both of you around? It's more likely that they'll run away the first chance they get. Shui Haichuan thought about it for a moment before he nodded. You're right. Very well. We can hide our presence and secretly follow you. However, underworld elders will be able to sense our presence, so there's no need to hide from them. In Shui Haichuan's opinion, Duan Lingtian was no match for underworld elders. If they were to run into an underworld elder, there was no need for him and Dongfang Yanyan even if they could. They would show up immediately to protect Duan Lingtian. Dongfang Yanyan nodded. This is a good idea. Little Lian's current strength should be on par with the inner elders of the Tai sect now. Perhaps he might need us to help him end the fight now and then. We'll just watch and only interfere if he's in danger. We should also let him know our hiding place so he can teleport to us if the need arises. Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yanyan quickly came to an agreement. Duan Lingtian had no opinion and went along with their plan. Moreover, he was not worried the duo would compete for war points with him. Before entering the Lord battlefield, Shui Haichuan had spoken to Dongfang Yanyan about sharing everything equally. However, they would lend their war points to Duan Lingtian. Dongfang Yanyan had no objection since there was nothing he needed at this time. He even asked if Duan Lingtian could refine King-grade limit divine pills for him instead of returning the war points to him. Duan Lingtian was naturally more than happy to agree to this. It was very easy for him to refine King-grade limit divine pills when he could already refine most Lord-grade limit divine pills. Duan Lingtian continued to wander the Lord battlefield while Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yanyan tailed him. Shimin Longxiang is really lucky. He managed to run into 4 rudimentary lords of gods from our sect within 4 months. Duan Lingtian thought that Shimin Longxiang was not only strong, but he was also very lucky. Previously, Duan Lingtian only ran into 2 inner elders of the Tai sect after wandering the Lord battlefield for 2 months. However, Duan Lingtian gained more war points by killing 2 intermediate lords of gods compared to Shimin Longxiang who killed 4 rudimentary lords of gods. Duan Lingtian gained 4,000 war points while Shimin Longxiang only gained 800 war points. I still can't believe those people believe my story. Duan Lingtian did not care if people said he was only lucky or that he took advantage of the situation. He was mostly baffled by how gullible they were. Why would those inner elders risk being taken advantage of by those from Flying Dragon sect and fight a life-or-death battle on the Lord battlefield even if their animosity ran deep? Would it not be easier to do it in another place or hire another person to kill the other party? Perhaps they think it's impossible for a new rudimentary king of gods to kill an inner elder. Although I did take advantage of the situation, Fang Yiming was not completely weakened when I killed him. Whether Shui Haichuan or Dongfang Yanyan doubted his story or not, Duan Lingtian was just glad they did not ask any questions. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed, and yet, Duan Lingtian did not meet even one person. Again, Duan Lingtian sighed at Shimin Longxiang's good luck. Just as he was about to give up his expectations, he saw a figure in the distance. Since they were quite far away from each other, he could not tell if the other party was from the Flying Dragon sect or the Tai sect. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported without hesitation. He had acted very decisively. After all, if it was someone from the Flying Dragon sect, he would continue on his journey. If it was someone from the Tai sect, he still had no reason to be afraid since Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan were around. On the Lord battlefield, the White Dragon Elders and the Underworld Elders were the strongest, and he had 2 White Dragon Elders with him. The figure clearly had no intention of fleeing even after sensing Duan Lingtian's presence. Soon enough, Duan Lingtian saw that the other party was a middle-aged man. Then he instinctively looked at the identity token that was pinned to the middle-aged man's chest. A member of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself excitedly. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes upon seeing Duan Lingtian's identity token. His expression changed slightly when he saw the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face. On the battlefield, they had no other ways of identifying the opponents except for the identity token that only revealed the force they belonged to.
However, even if he did not know Duanling Tian, based on Duanling Tian's excited expression alone, he could tell Duanling Tian was very confident about his strength.
Is he a white dragon elder?
I studied the appearances of the white dragon elders previously. I don't think he's a white dragon elder.
The Lord Battlefield was dangerous after all. There were many people who made many preparations before entering the battlefield. It was normal that those who were not confident to study their opponents so they knew who to avoid.
I'm quite sure he's not a white dragon elder. If he's just an inner elder, then I have a chance of winning. The middle-aged man finally relaxed after he determined that Duanling Tian was not a white dragon elder. Nonetheless, he was still very cautious. He planned to test the water first. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air as the middle-aged man brandished his saber. Golden saber rays shot into the sky before they formed a net.
When the net fell, the middle-aged hurriedly retreated. He was going to confirm if Duanling Tian was a white dragon elder with this move. If Duanling Tian was a white dragon elder, he would seize the chance and flee while Duanling Tian tried to free himself.
Swoosh! Duanling Tian flew forward as a powerful spatial storm surged and swept toward the net of golden saber rays. As soon as his divine energy, which was imbued with the law of space, collided with the middle-aged man's divine energy, which was imbued with the law of metal, he teleported away. Boom! 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 When the golden saber rays swept past Duanling Tian's spatial storm unaffected, Duanling Tian exclaimed, "Intermediate Lord of Gods?" At the same time, the middle-aged man, an inner elder of the Tai sect, exclaimed in surprise as well, "Rudimentary Lord of Gods?" Following that, the middle-aged man, who had been cautious in the beginning, shot out like a meteor in the sky and caught up with Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Dongfang Yan asked through voice transmission, "Should we intervene now?" Dongfang Yan and Shuai Chuan had been hiding behind the clouds in the distance.
Shuai Chuan shook his head. That's not necessary. Little Tian is likely deliberately showing his weakness to make this opponent feel complacent. I'm sure little Tian still has a few tricks up his sleeve. The opponent is just an inner elder. Moreover, the opponent is weaker than Kuang Tianzheng. Let's just monitor the situation for now.
You're right. Dongfang Yan nodded. He had instinctively thought about helping Duanling Tian as soon as he saw Duanling Tian teleporting away. However, after listening to Shuai Chuan, he realized that Shuai Chuan was right. Moreover, the other party was just an inner elder, so they had plenty of time left to save Duanling Tian if the matter took a turn for the worse.
Meanwhile, the middle-aged laughed inwardly, feeling pleased with himself as he launched another attack.
Dazzling golden saber rays swept toward Duanling Tian once again, looking as though they could shred Duanling Tian to pieces.
I thought he was a white dragon elder. As it turns out, he's just a rudimentary Lord of Gods, the middle-aged man thought to himself, feeling slightly embarrassed when he thought about how he had overreacted earlier.
The middle-aged man scoffed before he said, "Young man, you're only a rudimentary Lord of Gods. How bold of you to wander the Lord battlefield openly and attack me. You must have a death wish." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Following that, hundreds of saber rays swept toward Duanling Tian.
The middle-aged man was determined to end the fight as quickly as he possibly could. It would be embarrassing if Duanling Tian managed to escape. What's wrong with being a rudimentary Lord of Gods? Duanling Tian asked. He used his mastery Dao as spatial energy surged around him.
The space distorted imperceptibly before the saber rays were destroyed.
Swoosh! Then, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang out as a gray sword ray shot out toward the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man was shocked and puzzled when he saw Duanling Tian unharmed. Even if Duanling Tian had a deeper comprehension of the law, it was still impossible for Duanling Tian to be completely unharmed. After all, Duanling Tian was just a rudimentary Lord of Gods.
However, before he could further contemplate the matter, Duanling Tian attacked again.
Damn it! He must have used some other tricks to destroy my attack. Although his comprehension of the law is better than mine, he shouldn't be able to bridge the gap between our strengths since he's only a rudimentary Lord of Gods. The difference between our divine energies isn't something the law could make up for. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. With this thought in mind, he decided to face Duanling Tian heads-on. He was convinced it was impossible for Duanling Tian to beat him because Duanling Tian was just a rudimentary lord of gods. Moreover, Duanling Tian's attack after Duanling Tian destroyed his attack was not as strong. Young man, it doesn't make a difference even if you manage to destroy my attack earlier with some tricks. I still have plenty of divine energy. Die! The middle-aged man said before he shot toward Duanling Tian like a streak of golden light. The middle-aged man's saber rays shone brilliantly as he attacked. Swoosh! At this time, the sound of a sword whistling rang again from another direction. Duanling Tian's doppelganger appeared behind the middle-aged man with a sword in hand. Following that, the sword fell toward the middle-aged man as the spatial energy raged. The middle-aged man was shocked when he sensed the killing intent behind him. He knew he did not have enough time to deflect the attack, and he could only mobilize his divine energy, which was imbued with the law of metal, to defend himself. At the same time, his body was shrouded by a golden light. It seemed like he had used a defensive mediocre divine artifact. Swoosh! The terrifying sword easily breached the middle-aged man's defenses and fell on him. At the same time, the spatial energy swept into his meridians before it exploded. No! An ear-piercing cry rang in the air before the middle-aged man died. Duanling Tian flew toward his doppelganger that had appeared behind the middle-aged man and merged with it. Earlier, when he was deflecting the middle-aged man's attack, he had deployed his doppelganger. Under normal circumstances, his opponent should have been able to detect the movements, but his opponent was in a hurry and had underestimated him because he was a rudimentary lord of gods. His opponent did not bother to sense his surroundings with his divine consciousness. This resulted in the success of Duanling Tian's sneak attack. Swoosh! Duanling Tian waved his hand and the middle-aged man's spatial ring flew into his hand. At the same time, Shuihai Chuan and Dongfang Yan descended from the sky and flew over. The duo was still shocked by what they had seen. To think someone who became a rudimentary lord of gods just a few years ago is able to easily kill an inner elder of the Tai sect. I wonder what those from the Tai sect will think if they witness this, Dongfang Yan said as he sighed emotionally. It's too bad floating image pearls are prohibited on the battlefield. Otherwise, I would have recorded the battle to show the others. On the other hand, Shuihai Chuan only looked at Duanling Tian in shock and silence. Although Duanling Tian had grown stronger, he still did not expect Duanling Tian to be able to kill the middle-aged man so easily. Duanling Tian had wisely used the middle-aged man's prejudice toward rudimentary lords of gods to his advantage. It was an eye-opening experience for him, and he was not sure that he could pull this off if he was in Duanling Tian's shoes. Moreover, Duanling Tian had moved and acted so seamlessly that it was clear that Duanling Tian had many combat experiences. If I were the inner elder, I would have sustained serious injuries even if I survived, Shuihai Chuan thought to himself. I was just lucky, Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Then, he looked at the identity token, spatial ring, and weapon in his hands. According to his agreement with Shuihai Chuan and Dongfeng Yan, the war points would be shared equally, but the spatial rings and weapons would belong to those who contributed the most. When Duanling Tian first entered the Lord battlefield, he had encountered 2 inner elders from the Tai sect after 2 months. This time, he was lucky enough to encounter an inner elder from the Tai sect after only a month had passed. This inner elder was comparable to the 2 inner elders from before, but he managed to kill him without using the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. This was mostly because he had improved significantly due to his tremendous breakthrough in the law of space and the way he had used his mastery in sword daos. Another huge reason for his success was that the inner elder had greatly underestimated him. As soon as the inner elder from the Tai sect attacked, Duanling Tian could tell the other party was just an ordinary intermediate lords of gods, not an underworld elder of the Tai sect. Before attacking, he knew nothing about the other party, since the identity token would only display one's name. Duanling Tian knew that underworld elders from the Tai sect were comparable to the white dragon elders from the flying dragon sect. Hence, as soon as he sensed that the other party was much weaker than a white dragon elder, he deduced that the other party was likely just an inner elder of the Tai sect.
Duan Ling Tian knew that the middle-aged man would definitely chase after him once the middle-aged man discovered that he was just a rudimentary lord of gods. Hence, he pretended to flee in order to lure the middle-aged man into his trap. With that, he did not use any of his secret weapons at all. Due to his effort over the past 2 years, he even managed to use his Mastery Dao and avoid detection. Since his Mastery Dao was spatial in nature, it was very easy to hide it and pass it off as the law of space. After watching recordings of experts skilled in the law of space and countless researches, Duan Ling Tian successfully came up with a method to use his Mastery Dao that even White Dragon elders like Shuehai Chuan and Dongfang Yan could not detect. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by his success to hide his Mastery Dao. After all, he expended a lot of effort to make sure it was flawless. He naturally also knew that this method could fool lords of gods, but it would not be able to fool emperors of gods. At this time, Shuehai Chuan sighed and said, "Little Tian, although you managed to kill him mostly because of your sneak attack, based on your law of space and rudimentary sword Dao, he still wouldn't be able to defeat you either even if his cultivation base was higher. I didn't expect you to progress so much in just 2 years. Although your cultivation base is the same, your comprehension of the law is on par with mine." Dongfang Yan laughed as he shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I suddenly feel that I've been living in vain all this time. A young man who's not even 3,000 years old has a better comprehension of the law than I do." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Dongfang Yan. He naturally could not tell Dongfang Yan that he was in fact not even 800 years old. He had taken a divine pill to alter his bone age to hide his true age. "There's no use in making comparisons," Shuehai Chuan said as he shook his head. "You saw how smooth little Tian's attacks and movements were. Do you think that'd be possible without enough combat experiences? He must have gone through a lot to be able to hone such skills." Dongfang Yan fell silent as he recalled the battle earlier. After a moment, he nodded and said, "You're right. Most rudimentary lords of gods wouldn't have been able to react so quickly and act so smoothly when faced with an intermediate lord of gods. If I were in little Tian's shoes, I might not have been able to react and adapt as quickly as he did." Shuehai Chuan and Dongfang Yan were clearly impressed by Duan Ling Tian's quick thinking. They knew at this moment that it would not take long for Duan Ling Tian to catch up to them or even surpass them. As the duo continued to secretly follow Duan Ling Tian, Shuehai Chuan laughed and asked Dongfang Yan through voice transmission, "How do you feel now? Do you feel pressured?" Dongfang Yan glanced at Shuehai Chuan before he replied, "I think you're the one who's feeling pressured, right? I'm not a genius in the Flying Dragon sect, you're the one who bears that title. Among all the White Dragon elders, many people feel that you're the only one who has the potential of becoming an emperor of gods. They're just talking casually. There's no basis for their words," Shuehai Chuan said with a smile, unsurprised. "Oh, it seems like you've heard these words as well. Heh, you must have felt happy," Dongfang Yan said teasingly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian flew swiftly as he continued to wander the Lord battlefield. Half a month later, Duan Ling Tian encountered an inner elder from the Flying Dragon sect whom he was not familiar with. He briefly greeted the inner elder before going his separate way. After another month, Duan Ling Tian met an inner deacon and an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. The duo wanted to join forces with him, but he naturally refused them. After all, he wanted to use his time on the Lord battlefield to hone his skills and familiarize himself with his law of space. After improving his law of space for 2 years, he had yet to test it out. After another half a month had passed, Duan Ling Tian finally ran into 2 members of the Tai sect. Tai sect members. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 people's identity tokens. One of them was a healthy-looking old man who was dressed in a Taoist robe, while the other person was a skinny middle-aged man with a piercing gaze. They were about to fly over when they saw Duan Ling Tian but stopped moving when they saw Duan Ling Tian flying over to them. The old man remained expressionless when he saw Duan Ling Tian's identity token, while the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "He's not a White Dragon elder. He's likely just an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect." The old man nodded. "Kill him. After that, we'll continue searching for White Dragon elders." The old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was as though he had deep grudges against the Flying Dragon sect's White Dragon elders.
The old man did not bother to lower his voice, so Duanling Tian heard his words clearly. For the old man to be able to say such words, Duanling Tian was certain the old man was an underworld elder from the Tai sect. However, he was not sure if the middle-aged man was also an underworld elder. Swoosh! With this discovery, Duanling Tian decisively teleported away. He knew he was no match for an underworld elder now unless he used his secret weapons. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. A rudimentary lord of gods? I thought he was at least an inner elder. Young man, you can only blame your bad luck for encountering us. At the same time, the middle-aged man chased after Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, he was already a few meters away from Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian exclaimed in surprise inwardly. He's also an underworld elder. When the middle-aged man was reaching out to grab Duanling Tian, his expression suddenly changed as though he had sensed something, and he flashed, returning to the old man's side. Following that, two people descended from the sky and stood in front of Duanling Tian protectively. They stared at the two underworld elders of the Tai sect fiercely as soon as they appeared. Elder Huang Yunfeng, we meet again. Shui Haichuan looked at the old man in the distance and said with a cold smile on his face, I suddenly feel that the Lord battlefield is rather small. I agree. Dongfang Yen chimed in. Before Shui Haichuan had finished speaking, he had already moved to stand behind the two underworld elders from the Tai sect. Shui Haichuan looked at the old man, who was standing between him and Dongfang Yen, with a mocking expression on his face. They did not pay attention to the middle-aged man standing next to the old man at all. The old man, an underworld elder of the Tai sect, was Huang Yunfeng. His expression now was unsightly as he said to Shui Haichuan, You were only lucky previously and managed to escape death. Shui Haichuan laughed. Elder Huang, don't you think there's something wrong with your words? Based on what I remember, you're the one who escaped. Shui Haichuan smiled brightly at Huang Yunfeng after he finished speaking. Huang Yunfeng scoffed. If it weren't for your young age and potential, I wouldn't have walked away. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived. No matter what, you're still the one who fled that day, Shui Haichuan said, maintaining the bright smile on his face. Duanling Tian, who had been listening to the conversation, thought to himself, So this old man is one of the two underworld elders whom Brother Haichuan encountered previously. Previously, Shui Haichuan had killed one of the underworld elders and severely injured the other one, who turned out to be Huang Yunfeng. However, Shui Haichuan was also injured from the battle. Although Shui Haichuan was willing to risk his life and continue to fight, Huang Yunfeng had no intention to do such a thing. As such, he had fled. What coincidence! Duanling Tian thought to himself. He finally understood why Shui Haichuan had said, We meet again, to Huang Yunfeng earlier. Duanling Tian had heard of Shui Haichuan's encounter with two underworld elders from Dongfang Yen previously. Shui Haichuan could have escaped, but he stubbornly stayed and fought the two underworld elders, risking his life. He had successfully exhausted his two opponents' divine energies, enabling him to kill one and injure the other. When the other one escaped, he did not give chase. After all, he was injured as well, and there was a chance he might run into others from the Tai sect. At that time, Shui Haichuan's injuries were more serious than Huang Yunfeng. However, his divine energies reserve was much bigger than Huang Yunfeng and his companion. Hence, Huang Yunfeng knew it would be pointless for them to continue fighting. They would only end up killing each other. For that reason, he chose to flee. Huang Yunfeng looked as though he had eaten a fly when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. At this time, Dongfang Yen's eyes twinkled as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, If I'm not mistaken, this must be Elder Xianxia, the newly promoted underworld elder, right? A newly promoted underworld elder? Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed when he heard Dongfang Yen's words. This meant that the middle-aged man was the weakest among the underworld elders of the Tai sect. Dongfang Yen? The middle-aged man recognized Dongfang Yen as well. He had seen quite a few white dragon elders before and had quite a good understanding of them. Hence, it did not take long for him to guess the person next to Shui Haichuan was Dongfang Yen.
At this time, Shui Haichuan said to Dongfang Yan through voice transmission, "Your speed is faster than mine, so try to keep Huang Yunfeng occupied, don't let him escape. After I kill Sha Yunjia, we'll deal with Huang Yunfeng together." Shui Haichuan was confident and pleased since he managed to run into Huang Yunfeng when he was in a group of 3. It was unlike before when he was alone when he ran into 2 underworld elders. Fortunately, although he was at a disadvantage at that time, his superior speed and his divine energy allowed him to stall for time and exhaust his opponent's divine energies. "All right," Dongfang Yan replied without hesitation. As soon as his voice fell, he swept out like the wind toward Huang Yunfeng. Then, he said playfully, "Elder Huang, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time now. Today, I'd like to experience your means. Since you're able to escape from Haichuan, you have to be quite capable. If you can escape from me today, it means that my strength is more or less the same as Haichuan. Otherwise, it'll mean I'm stronger than him. Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yan, it's best if you leave us alone. Otherwise, that rudimentary Lord of Gods with you might die." Huang Yunfeng said threateningly as he parried Dongfang Yan's attacks. He thought that if he fought with all his might, he was not inferior to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan. However, Dongfang Yan comprehended the law of wind, so he knew his speed would definitely be slower than Dongfang Yan. With Dongfang Yan keeping an eye on him, it would be unlikely for him to escape. Although Sha Yunjia was with him, Sha Yunjia was only a newly promoted underworld elder. Sha Yunjia's strength was the weakest among the underworld elders of the Tai Yi sect. Hence, he knew Sha Yunjia would not be of much help to him. "You're quite observant. You're even able to tell that we care about him," Shui Haichuan, who overheard Huang Yunfeng's words, said indifferently. "However, with both of us around, do you think you can kill him? If it was just an ordinary rudimentary Lord of Gods, Shui Haichuan might not be confident that he and Dongfang Yan would be able to guarantee the life of the rudimentary Lord of Gods. However, the rudimentary Lord of Gods in question was Duan Ling Tian. When he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength previously, he thought that Duan Ling Tian was already comparable to an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. "Sha Yunjia, right? I'll kill you within 10 moves. Shui Haichuan remained expressionless as he stared at Sha Yunjia with a piercing gaze. As soon as Sha Yunjia's expression changed, Shui Haichuan had already shot forth fearlessly without holding back at all. His thoughts were like the inner elder of the Tai Yi sect whom Duan Ling Tian encountered previously. He wanted to end the fight as soon as possible in case there were unexpected changes. Moreover, Shui Haichuan was not 100% certain Dongfang Yan could keep Huang Yunfeng from attacking Duan Ling Tian. However, he was certain that he could prevent the newly promoted Sha Yunjia from attacking Duan Ling Tian. Bang! At this moment, a translucent face appeared in the air. It was as though a deity had descended to the mortal world. Its eyes shone brilliantly. Although the face was quite indistinct, it was clear that it did not resemble Shui Haichuan. "Watch out! It's his bloodline power, the soul-locking eyes." Huang Yunfeng, who was parrying Dongfang Yan's attack, shouted. All natives of realms of gods possessed bloodline powers. For some of them, their powers would mutate and could be manifested using their divine energies. Shui Haichuan was one of these people. The mutated bloodline power was called Divine Bloodline Ability. Upon hearing Huang Yunfeng's warning, Sha Yunjia's expression turned even grimmer. At the same time, a streak of light shot out of his forehead. It was a soul attack formed from his soul energy that had been imbued with the law of destruction. "Shui Haichuan, I'll make you regret your actions today." Huang Yunfeng roared as he broke free of Dongfang Yan's attack and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. "Today, even if I die, I'll make sure this rudimentary Lord of Gods dies as well. Since he's with both of you, I'm sure you all have a good relationship." A slightly worried expression appeared on Dongfang Yan's face as he chased after Huang Yunfeng. At the same time, Huang Yunfeng was drawing closer to Duan Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian did not move at all. Huang Yunfeng was naturally delighted when he saw this. In his opinion, if Duan Ling Tian tried to run away, it would give Dongfang Yan a chance to catch up to him, and he would have no choice but to focus on Dongfang Yan. Fortunately, the person in front of him was an idiot. Boom! Huang Yunfeng deflected Dongfang Yanyan's attack and pushed Dongfang Yanyan back before he waved the weapon in his hand, releasing a wave of energy toward Duanling Tian. He was confident no rudimentary Lord of Gods would be able to survive this attack of his. At the very least, in the Tai sect, no rudimentary Lord of Gods, with the exception of Shimen Longxiang, would be able to survive this attack. Huang Yunfeng parried another one of Dongfang Yanyan's attacks before he sneered and said smugly, "Shui Hai Chuan, watch as I kill this rudimentary Lord of Gods." "Kill me?" Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Huang Yunfeng's words and faced Huang Yunfeng's fierce attack. "Does he treat me as an ordinary rudimentary Lord of Gods?" Duanling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he pointed his prominent divine sword at the sky. Following that, a spatial storm began to rage before a streak of light sailed in the air. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air followed the streak of light that seemed to hold the strength to destroy everything in its path. "It's useless," Huang Yunfeng said contemptuously when he saw Duanling Tian's attack. He was convinced no rudimentary lords of gods would be able to survive his attack. Boom! As a thunderous explosion rang in the air, Huang Yunfeng's expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian destroying his attack before charging toward him. "How's that possible? Who are you?" Huang Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. He had never heard of a rudimentary Lord of Gods in the Flying Dragon sect with strength comparable to an intermediate Lord of Gods. Based on Duanling Tian's counterattack, he could sense that Duanling Tian was almost on par with an intermediate Lord of Gods. All of a sudden, a thought flashed in Huang Yunfeng's mind. He looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him and asked with a dark expression on his face, "Don't tell me are you Duanling Tian?" "Oh, I didn't expect an underworld elder of the Tai sect to have heard of me," Duanling Tian said with a frosty smile on his face. "It's really you." Huang Yunfeng's eyes widened immediately. Before Huang Yunfeng could speak again, Dongfang Yanyan attacked again. Moreover, Duanling Tian joined Dongfang Yanyan and attacked as well. Huang Yunfeng panicked as despair flooded his heart. He was not afraid when he faced Dongfang Yanyan alone since their strength was on par with each other. Moreover, Dongfang Yanyan was only trying to stop him from escaping earlier instead of attacking with the intention to kill. However, with the addition of Duanling Tian, things had changed. Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to an intermediate Lord of Gods, after all. Swoosh! 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 Huang Yunfeng's expression was extremely grim as he deflected Duanling Tian and Dongfang Yanyan's attacks. He said threateningly, "Duanling Tian, if you continue to attack me, I swear to kill you even if it means risking injury from Dongfang Yanyan." Before Duanling Tian could reply, Dongfang Yanyan said with a scoff, "Huang Yunfeng, you overestimate yourself. You think you can survive my attack if you turn your back on me?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. He knew Dongfang Yanyan's words were true. He might be able to find a chance to attack Duanling Tian, but he would be risking his life if he ignored Dongfang Yanyan to kill Duanling Tian. Huang Yunfeng's face was ashen as he faced Dongfang Yanyan and Duanling Tian, who had joined forces. He knew he was in great danger at this moment. At this moment, a desperate voice cried out, "Brother Yunfeng, help me!" Boom! Following that, a loud explosion rang in the air. Duanling Tian, Dongfang Yanyan, and Huang Yunfeng instinctively turned to look in the direction of the commotion and saw Shui Hai Chuan killing Xianxia, the newly promoted underworld elder. Shui Hai Chuan had killed Xianxia in fewer than 10 moves. "Yunjie!" Huang Yunfeng cried out with a devastated expression on his face. Huang Yunfeng and Xianxia had joined the Tai sect at the same time, and they were the most outstanding disciples among their peers. The duo's relationship was very good, and they treated each other like blood brothers. When the Imperial War began, Huang Yunfeng and Xianxia promised to enter the Lord battlefield together to kill those from the Flying Dragon sect. However, previously, Xianxia was still in closed-door cultivation, so Huang Yunfeng had entered the Lord battlefield with another underworld elder. It was at that time that he had encountered Shui Hai Chuan. His companion lost his life from that encounter while he successfully escaped. The second time Huang Yunfeng entered the Lord battlefield,
Xianxia finally joined him. The duo was determined to kill as many people from the Flying Dragon sect as possible to avenge the Underworld Elder, whom Shuai Chuan killed. They had run into a few Lords of Gods from the Flying Dragon sect previously and managed to kill all of them. Everything was going very smoothly until they met Shuai Chuan, Dongfang Yan, and Duanling Tian today. Huang Yunfeng's expression was fierce as he looked at Shuai Chuan, who was flying over. He said menacingly, "Since you're all determined to kill me, I'll drag one of you down to hell with me." Huang Yunfeng's divine energy, which was imbued with the law he comprehended, burst forth. Then, translucent armor appeared on his body before he ignored Dongfang Yan and charged toward Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian teleported away and reappeared behind Shuai Chuan. "No!" Huang Yunfeng cried out when he saw Duanling Tian teleporting away. His eyes shone with reluctance and unwillingness. In just a blink of an eye, Shuai Chuan appeared in front of Huang Yunfeng and began to attack. Huang Yunfeng knew he was doomed when he sensed Dongfang Yan appear behind him as well. He could only survive if another underworld elder stronger than Xianxia appeared at this time. In the end, he only managed to hold for a dozen breaths before he was severely injured and killed by Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan. The disparity between the strengths of the two Tai sect's underworld elders is truly great, Duanling Tian thought to himself when Huang Yunfeng died. Out of the two, I can perhaps kill Xianxia if I use my secret weapons. I don't think I'd be able to kill Huang Yunjie at all, even if I use my secret weapons. After this fight, Duanling Tian had a better idea of the strength of an underworld elder who was comparable to White Dragon elders like Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan. Little Tian, keep these to exchange for war points later. Previously, the trio had agreed to share the war points equally. However, they would lend Duanling Tian their war points first. As for the spatial rings and divine artifacts, they were claimed by Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan since they contributed the most during the battle. After looking through the spatial rings, the duo was kind enough to let Duanling Tian see if there was anything he needed from the spatial rings. Duanling Tian glanced at Xianxia's spatial ring and did not see anything he wanted. However, when he had a look at Huang Yunfeng's spatial ing, he saw a medicinal herb that was important to refine a certain Lord-grade divine pill. He truly did not expect to find this medicinal herb in Huang Yunfeng's spatial ring. After all, he could not even find it in the Flying Dragon sect and Peace City. "Brother Hai Chuan, can I have this medicinal herb? I'll pay you back for it," Duanling Tian asked. Shuai Chuan looked at the medicinal herb before an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He asked, "This is the Miluo flower. Little Tian, you can refine Lord-grade divine pills now?" Duanling Tian nodded. Shuai Chuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Little Tian. You can have the Miluo flower. There's no need to pay us back." When he saw Duanling Tian was about to refuse, he quickly said, "Huang Yunfeng attacked you, and you withstood his attacks. Moreover, you helped Yan as well. The Miluo flower is rightfully yours." Then, he turned to Dongfang Yan and asked, "What do you think?" Dongfang Yan said, "If you accepted his payment, I would have despised you. Just let him have it. It's useless to the both of us anyway." Although Duanling Tian felt that it was inappropriate to take the Miluo flower without any payment, he finally accepted since Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan were adamant that he kept it. For this reason, he decided to refine some Lord-grade divine pills for the duo to repay them. A Miluo flower could be used to refine more than one divine pill, since only one petal was needed to refine a Lord-grade divine pill. The Lord-grade divine pill he planned to refine was beneficial to the cultivation of a Lord of Gods. The Lord-grade limit divine pills were not as beneficial to Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan compared to the ordinary Lord-grade divine pills. Moreover, Duanling Tian could refine multiple Lord-grade divine pills from the ingredients to refine one Lord-grade limit divine pills. Unlike his ability to refine multiple King-grade limit divine pill, he could only refine one Lord-grade limit divine pill. Each Lord-grade limit divine pill was unique and could not be replicated. "All right, I'll accept it. I'll refine 6 bright origin divine pills for both of you in exchange after we return to the sect," Duanling Tian said with a smile as he put away the Miluo flower. Shuai Chuan and Dongfang Yan were stunned when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They looked at Duanling Tian and spoke at the same time. "Little Tian, You're capable of refining bright origin divine pills?
Did you just learn to refine Lord-grade divine pills?
Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan were surprised. Although they were not experts in alchemy, they knew how difficult it was to refine the bright origin divine pill. They had both tried and failed to obtain the bright origin divine pills in the past.
The bright divine pill would lose its efficacy after one consumed it thrice.
Duan Ling Tian planned to give the duo 6 bright origin divine pills each so they could also give the remaining pills to their family members.
Little Tian, I want to thank you on my wife's behalf as well,
Dongfang Yan said, moved by Duan Ling Tian's kind gesture. He did not refuse Duan Ling Tian because 3 bright origin divine pills would help him so much that he might even break through and become an advanced Lord of Gods. Even his wife, who was far from becoming an advanced Lord of Gods, would benefit greatly from the divine pills.
Thank you, little Tian, Shui Haichuan said earnestly. Similarly, he had been yearning for the bright origin divine pill. It would shorten the time it would take him to become an advanced Lord of Gods after all.
Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan, there's no need to be so courteous with me.
It's only normal for me to give you the bright origin divine pills since you gave me the Miluo flower, Duan Ling Tian said. The Miluo flower had 9 petals in total. He only needed 1 petal and he would be able to refine at least 3 bright origin divine pills. To refine 12 bright origin divine pills, he only needed to use 4 petals at most.
Moreover, apart from the Miluo flower, the rest of the ingredients were very common. However, this was naturally different if he refined the bright origin limit divine pill.
Dongfang Yan shook his head and said,
"That's not right. Little Tian, even if we keep the Miluo flower for ourselves and bring it to a divine alchemist, we'd be lucky if he or she could refine 2 bright origin divine pills for us. Usually, we'd get 1 bright origin divine pill at most. After all, a divine alchemist's ability to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy is important in pill refining. Even the former sect leader might not be able to use the Miluo flower to its full potential when refining the bright origin divine pill.
The bright origin divine pill is not only one of the most valuable Lord-grade divine pills, but it's also very rare. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of the difficulty to refine the bright origin divine pills. Not even Emperor-rank divine alchemists could guarantee their success when refining the bright origin divine pill, let alone a Lord-rank divine alchemist.
He was confident about his ability to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy that was crucial in refining the bright origin divine pill, so he was naturally confident about his success as well.
After all, even supreme-rank divine alchemists might not be a match for him in regard to sensing heaven and earth spirit energy, let alone Emperor-rank and Lord-rank divine alchemists. All this was thanks to the divine tree of life in his little world.
At this time, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan exchanged a look before Shui Haichuan said, "Little Tian, the war points are nothing to us compared to the bright origin divine pills.
We've agreed to share the war points equally, but after discussing it with Yan, I think it's only fair that you keep the war points from all 3 identity tokens we've obtained so far."
Duan Ling Tian was about to refuse when Dongfang Yan chimed in. "Little Tian, the war points are nothing to us compared to the bright origin divine pills. If you don't believe me, you can try exchanging bright origin divine pills for war points. I bet even Black Dragon Elders are willing to part with a lot of war points in exchange for the bright origin divine pill." The war points naturally became a currency during the Imperial War since they were easily transferable. Outside of Peace City, many members would trade among themselves using war points. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan, there's really no need for both of you to calculate things to such an extent, Duan Ling Tian said with a helpless expression on his face. Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, "This is a matter of principles. If you disagree, we'd feel like we're taking advantage of you."
In the end, Duan Ling Tian agreed to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan's proposal. However, he requested that the following war points they obtained would be shared equally again.
With that, the trio began to wander the Lord battlefield again. Another half a year passed. With this, they had been on the Lord battlefield for a year now. During the latter half of the years, they were not as lucky and only encountered 4 rudimentary Lords of Gods and 1 inner elder from the Tai sect. They were all killed by Duan Ling Tian. So far, the trio had killed 2 underworld elders, 2 inner elders, and 4 rudimentary Lords of Gods from the Tai sect. Although the trio was dissatisfied with the number of people they killed, the commotion they generated due to the deaths of the two underworld elders was rather big. Prior to that, the Tai sect had only lost one underworld elder whom Shui Haichuan had killed. Now that two underworld elders had died, the Tai sect fell behind while the Flying Dragon sect pulled ahead. The trio left the Lord battlefield after a year and went to Peace City to exchange for war points. It was only at this time that people realized the two underworld elders were killed by the trio. No wonder two of our underworld elders died. After all, Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan were their opponents. The two White Dragon elders are on par with Elder Huang, while Elder Sha, who was just promoted, was much weaker than them. Those two underworld elders were really unlucky. The members of the Tai sect's expressions were dark when they learned the truth. They hurriedly sent news back to the Tai sect. In contrast, the members of the Flying Dragon sect were in high spirits. At this time, a cold and aloof young man stood in the distance while Duanling Tian exchanged for war points. Fear flashed in his eyes when he looked at Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan who were standing at the side. If Dongfeng Yan saw the young man, he would be able to identify the young man immediately. He was none other than Xianxia, the intermediate lord of gods, who joined the Flying Dragon sect 3 years ago, and the person whom Dongfeng Yan had escorted to the designated cultivation ground for new recruits. The target is accompanied by two White Dragon elders. Leave the Imperial War Realm and wait outside, Xianxia said through voice transmission to his partner. Xianxia's partner was a middle-aged man who was just as cold and aloof as Xianxia. He left the Imperial War Realm and returned to the Flying Dragon sect's estate as soon as he received Xianxia's message. It did not take long before Xianxia stealthily left Peace City, while the others crowded around Shui Haichuan, Dongfeng Yan, and Duanling Tian. As soon as the duo returned to the Flying Dragon sect's estate, Shui Mingji, one of the vice sect leaders of the Flying Dragon sect, received a message from his friend. It's impossible for the Death Warriors to make a move since Duanling Tian is always accompanied by two White Dragon elders in the Imperial War Realm. Shui Mingji's expression darkened upon hearing his friend's message. He cursed inwardly. What is wrong with Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan? Have they been bewitched by Duanling Tian? Why are they following him around like a dog? After a while, when Shui Mingji's expression eased, he thought to himself, I don't believe that Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan will be with Duanling Tian every time he enters the Imperial War Realm. The chance for us to strike will come eventually. With this thought in mind, Shui Mingji felt much better. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of Shui Mingji's feelings at this moment. He was in high spirits after receiving more than 12,000 war points from the two underworld elders whom they had killed. In addition to the inner elders for rudimentary lords of gods and one intermediate lord of gods, they had earned 16,800 war points. Upon seeing the bright smile on Duanling Tian's face after exchanging for war points, Shui Haichuan asked, These war points should be enough to exchange for the things you need, right? Duanling Tian nodded before he said to Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan, I think I have more than enough war points in my hands now. I'll return the remaining war points to both of you after I exchange for the things I need. Duanling Tian knew the duo was not lacking in war points, but he did not want to take advantage of them. As expected, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said with a smile, There's no rush. You can return the war points when you're done exchanging for everything that you need. Dongfeng Yan chimed in. That's right. Unlike Shui Haichuan, Duanling Tian owed Dongfeng Yan very few war points. Hence, he felt that it was not necessary for Duanling Tian to return the war points to him. However, knowing Duanling Tian, he knew Duanling Tian would not accept it if he told Duanling Tian that there was no need to return the war points to him. All right, I'll return them to both of you when I'm done, Duanling Tian said with a smile. Then, he looked at Dongfeng Yan and said, However, I think I'll have enough left over to repay Brother Yan. Let's talk about this later, Dongfeng Yan said with a smile. Hurry up and go exchange for the things you need first. Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan followed Duanling Tian, curious about the things Duanling Tian needed that cost such a huge number of war points. After a while, they discovered that most of the things Duan Ling Tian exchanged for were medicinal herbs. He only spent very few war points on things such as floating image pearls and things that will help with his comprehension of the law of space. The duo exchanged a look, thinking that Duan Ling Tian's achievements did not come by luck but through hard work. At this time, Dongfang Yan suddenly smiled and said, "Little Tian, don't rush to pay me back. I saw something rare and valuable in the Hall of Wonders. Perhaps you'd be interested in it." "What is it?" Duan Ling Tian was intrigued.
"Do you know the Destruction Divine Shuttle?" Dongfang Yan asked.
"The Destruction Divine Shuttle?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Brother Yan, you're saying there's a Destruction Divine Shuttle in the Hall of Wonders?" Dongfang Yan said with a grin, "That's right. Since you know about the Destruction Divine Shuttle, I guess there's no need for me to explain its uses to us."
Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. He could barely contain his excitement.
The Destruction Divine Shuttle could travel to mundane realms and devata realms from the realms of gods. The artifact was a one-time use artifact. It could only be forged using the energy of a supreme powerhouse.
A drop of energy from a supreme powerhouse could forge at least 10 Destruction Divine Shuttles depending on the skill of the smiths.
Under normal circumstances, those from the realms of gods would travel to devata realms and mundane realms through spatial passages. However, the spatial passages were now closed and would only reopen after about 300 years. Hence, the only way for them to travel to the lower realms, which were the mundane realms and the devata realm, was through the Destruction Divine Shuttle. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had come to the realm of gods using an unconventional method. He had torn the space barrier in the Nine Serenities battlefield and came to the realm of gods realm battlefield before he arrived at the realm of gods.
However, now that his cultivation base had improved, even if the 5 divine elements were capable of bringing him back using the same way he came, it would not be possible since he could no longer enter the Nine Serenities battlefield that was only for celestial emperors.
"There's a Destruction Divine Shuttle here? How many war points does it cost?"
Dongfang Yan was slightly puzzled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's excitement. He had brought the matter up, thinking that the Destruction Divine Shuttle would be useful since it could help Duan Ling Tian return to the Devata realm to visit his family and friends.
However, he did not expect this level of excitement from Duan Ling Tian. Dongfang Yan replied, "I'm not sure since I didn't pay much attention to it. However, I don't think it costs much. Your remaining war points should be enough to exchange for it." Dongfang Yan did not waste time and led Duan Ling Tian to the Hall of Wonders immediately. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw the Destruction Divine Shuttle. It was a black thorny-looking object with intricate patterns carved on its surface. Soon enough, a frown appeared on his face when he saw the price. He muttered, "I'm short of 100 war points." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not much. I'll lend them to you."
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly, "I can return to the Devata realm with the Destruction Divine Shuttle.
However, since I can only use it for a one-way trip, I won't be able to return with my true body. I can only send my doppelganger back." Duan Ling Tian had been in the profound energy land for decades now. Regardless of the time he spent here, he had always felt like an outsider. Naturally, he was excited about returning home. Shui Haichuan could also see Duan Ling Tian's excitement. He asked curiously, "Little Tian, are you planning to return immediately?"
Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although the time he spent in the profound energy land was not long, he had felt lonely. It felt even lonelier than spending 1,000 years in closed-door cultivation. He wanted to visit his family members and find out if his master had returned from the Azura Hell.
"Are you going to return using your doppelganger or your true body?" Shui Haichuan asked before he said, "You can't return using your true body since you only have one Destruction Divine Shuttle. Otherwise, you'd have to wait for 300 years for the spatial passages to reopen before you can return. 300 years aren't long, but it's enough to affect your cultivation if you stay in the Devata realm. The cultivation environment in Devata realms is very poor after all. It's best if you send your doppelganger back."
With your current cultivation alone, just your doppelganger alone can conquer the Devata realms.
"That's what I thought as well," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He knew that with his current cultivation base, his law of space's doppelganger was strong enough to kill an ordinary rudimentary lords of gods without much effort on his part. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and mundane realms. In his opinion, there were gods and kings of gods living in the Devata realms, but he was sure there was no lord of gods. However, he knew there might be lords of gods in the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Before coming to the profound energy land, Duan Ling Tian knew there were many strong powerhouses, including lords of gods, in the 7 deadliest places. However, he was not sure it included emperors of gods. Based on his master's speculation, he had said it was likely that there were emperors of gods as well. After exchanging for the destruction divine shuttle, Duan Ling Tian could no longer contain his excitement. He could finally see his family and help them. I can return to the Devata realm now. Before leaving the Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian had hid his family from the Tidal Temple and the Phantom Clan. Now, he could finally help his family when he returned again. This was one of the biggest reasons why he was so excited to return. This was also why Shui Hai Chuan and Dongfeng Yan Nian could not understand Duan Ling Tian's excitement. They were not privy to this matter after all. After leaving the Imperial War Realm, Dongfeng Yan Nian hurriedly bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Shui Hai Chuan. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Shui Hai Chuan returned to Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground. As soon as they arrived at Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground, Duan Ling Tian hastily excused himself and returned to his room. He wasted no time in manifesting his law of space's doppelganger before he used the destruction divine shuttle and sent it out of the realm of gods. While Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate in the realm of gods, his law of space's doppelganger had already arrived in one of the lower realms. He could not choose the destination of the destruction divine shuttle, so he did not know earlier if he would land in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. However, since mundane realms outnumbered Devata realms, there was a higher chance he would land in a mundane realm. As expected, it's a mundane realm. Since Duan Ling Tian had to control his doppelganger, it was impossible for him to fully focus on cultivating or refining pills unless his doppelganger was resting. I should return to the solitary destructive heaven first, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, his doppelganger was hovering above a lake. He could tell he was in a mundane realm due to the thin heaven and earth spirit energy. At this moment, he discovered a few groups of people were flying toward him. In just a blink of an eye, they had surrounded him. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the newcomers and briefly probed them with his divine consciousness. Most of them were martial emperors, and the remaining were close to becoming martial emperors. Who are you? The Flat Buddha Lake has long been sealed. How did you enter this place? Something's about to appear in the lake. It belongs to the major saint lands. It's best if you state your origin and purpose. Tell us if you have any accomplices. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, the groups of people had already begun to threaten him. Some of them even looked at him with unconcealed killing intent. Something is about to appear? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Then, he extended his divine consciousness into the lake. In just a moment, the scene at the bottom of the lake appeared in front of his eyes. He saw a hidden cave that contained a few celestial weapons, which were what those people were after. Celestial weapons were no different from garbage to Duan Ling Tian at this point. However, to those in the mundane realms, they were treasures. There's a formation in the cave. It's already been triggered. It won't be long before the cave reveals itself. The celestial who left the cave behind must have also left clues behind. Otherwise, those people wouldn't appear at this place, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He lost interest in the cave very quickly since the things it held had no value to him. It's time to leave. Duan Ling Tian no longer wanted to waste his time here. Based on his current cultivation, he could easily tear through space and sense the nearest Devata realms. After that, he would tear the space barrier and enter said Devata realm. This only applied to the nearest Devata realm. He would not be able to choose the Devata realm at will. After all, even emperors of gods and supreme gods might get trapped and perish in the turbulent space between realms. Perhaps only supreme gods could stay a little longer in the turbulent space. Rumor had it that only supreme powerhouses were able to wander the space freely.
With his current cultivation base, Duan Tian knew he would not survive if he had encountered a spatial storm while he was in space. At the same time, while Duan Tian was lost in his thoughts, the people around him continued to question and threaten him. Eventually, some of them grew impatient and began to attack him. At this time, a martial emperor flew out and pushed his hand out toward Duan Tian. A huge palm seal appeared and shot toward Duan Tian. Bang! The martial emperor was shocked. He had used 80% of his strength. Most martial emperors would have died from his attack if they were caught off guard. However, Duan Tian was completely unharmed. He did not even move from his original position. Most importantly, Duan Tian did not mobilize any energy or defenses at all. Since Duan Tian attained godhood, his divine energy lingered on the surface of his body, forming a barrier that passively protected him. This barrier was nothing toward those in the realms of gods, but needless to say, for those in the mundane realms it was an impenetrable fortress. Apart from that, his doppelganger was also protected by the energy from the law of space. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms would have a hard time breaching his defenses, let alone those from mundane realms. At this time, Duan Tian finally regained his senses. He naturally did not even spare a glance at these people. It was a waste of time and energy to deal with these people who were no different from children in front of him. At the same time, the people in the surroundings looked at Duan Tian fearfully. They finally realized the person in front of them was not simple. Duan Tian looked at the martial emperor who attacked him and said tonelessly, "You tried to kill me for no good reason. If I had my temper from before, you would have already died." The martial emperor turned pale immediately. He fell to his knees immediately and kowtowed as he pleaded for his life. "My lord, please forgive me." Martial emperors had high statuses in the mundane realms. However, the martial emperor in front of Duan Tian was as timid as a mouse at this moment. Nonetheless, none of his peers laughed at him or mocked him. All of them had seen how terrifying Duan Tian was. They knew that even if all of them joined forces, they still would not be able to breach his defenses. On the contrary, he could easily kill them. Duan Tian said expressionlessly, "Sever the hand that you attacked with earlier." The martial emperor was overjoyed upon hearing Duan Tian's words. He quickly raised his left hand and decisively severed his right hand. To further appease Duan Tian, he even destroyed the hand he had severed. This was nothing since he planned to ask for celestial pills that could help regenerate his arm after he returned to this clan. "My lord, do you have any more instructions?" the martial emperor asked fearfully. He was afraid that Duan Tian's anger had not dissipated. Since the martial emperor did as he was told, Duan Tian decided to let things go. With that, he shifted his eyes away from the martial emperor and raised his hand to the sky. Boom! A terrifying energy burst forth from Duan Tian's hand, causing the powerhouses in the mundane realms to tremble in fear. In the next moment, they saw the space tearing, revealing the darkness in the space. "It's to the east," Duan Tian muttered to himself. After he sensed the space barrier of the closest Devata realm, he vanished into thin air. The people in the surroundings gasped in shock. All of them wore expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Do you think he's a celestial from a Devata realm?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "An ordinary celestial won't be so terrifying, right?" Duan Tian had changed. He was no longer the person he used to be. One of the things that changed was his view on the people of the mundane realms. For as long as he lived, as long as he had sufficient strength, he would never allow those who tried to harm him to live. Even if he was not strong enough to kill them, he would return after he had gotten stronger to kill them. There were also instances when he spared them because he judged it would be more beneficial to let the other party live. An example was the Zhong clan in the Profound Energy Land's Skywind City. At that time, the king-rank Zhong clan had sent death warriors to kill him. When they realized they could not kill him, they had tried to make amends by sending him all kinds of treasures. Today, although the person from the mundane realm tried to kill him, he did not kill the other party. After all, the other party was like an ignorant ant in front of him. Moreover, he was in a good mood since he was able to return to the mundane realms and Devata realms. At this time, Duan Tian teleported a few times before he finally arrived at the space barrier of the Devata realm closest to him. Bang! Duanling Tian did not hesitate and punched the space barrier. Following that, an opening appeared, revealing a sliver of the beautiful scenery on the other side of the barrier. Swoosh! Duanling Tian flew through the opening into the Devata realm immediately. Soon after he passed through the opening he created, the opening mended itself. In just a few breaths, the void returned to normal. I'll look for a transportation formation that'll bring me to the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian thought to himself excitedly as he stood in a beautiful valley. In fact, Duanling Tian had not been away from the Devata realm for that long. It had not even been 100 years since he had left. The time he had spent in the Devata realms was far longer than the time he had spent in the realm of gods. He had very interesting experiences both in the Devata realms and the realm of gods. However, it had to be said that he had spent much of his time in closed-door cultivation when he was in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian flew swiftly, and after half a day he finally arrived in a city. The city was small, so he was not sure if it had a transportation formation to another Devata realm. Nonetheless, he could still ask for directions to the closest Interdevata realm transportation formation. The city was bustling despite its size. Hence, Duanling Tian did not attract any attention when he stood among the crowd. In most people's eyes, he was just like an ordinary young man. Soon after Duanling Tian entered the city, he discovered that he was in the Devata realm called the Empty Bright Heaven. He had been here in the past. Previously, when he was looking for his family and friends, he had visited many Devata realms. After speaking to a few people, Duanling Tian grew frustrated. He discovered he was at a very remote corner of the Empty Bright Heaven. The people here did not have high cultivation bases and did not know much. Most importantly, they did not know anything about the nearest Interdevata realm's transportation formation. To them, the Interdevata realm transportation formations were only something they had heard of in stories. In the end, Duanling Tian found a table in the restaurant, hoping to get information. After receiving some celestial crystals from Duanling Tian, the waiter serving Duanling Tian became very enthusiastic and chatty. He was so friendly that it seemed as though he could not wait to introduce Duanling Tian to every member of his family. He was naturally happy to answer Duanling Tian's questions. Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. Perhaps you can go there and ask about the transportation formation. All right, Duanling Tian nodded. He could only travel north now. Although he had yet to find a transportation formation, he had a direction now at the very least. Otherwise, he would have to blindly search for it. At the same time, in the solitary destructive heavens, heavenly emperor palace. Rumble. Boom. A large building collapsed and many people flew out immediately. When they landed, they surveyed the damage with solemn expressions on their faces. Who is it? To be able to stir up such a commotion when fighting Lord Heavenly Emperor? A red-clad old man said solemnly. I don't know. Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the other party fighting earlier, and he saw that even the Heavenly Emperor had to dodge the other party's attack. When he sensed the other party's residual energy, he felt as though it was enough to kill him. Even the temple master of the main title temple had to escape and leave his clone behind when faced with Lord Heavenly Emperor. Even someone like him isn't an opponent of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. So who's this person? Who knows? We can't get close at all. Even a titled celestial emperor won't be able to get close without being fatally wounded, if not die. Who the hell is that man? Large buildings in the Heavenly Emperor Palace continued to fall one after another. The two clashing opponents quickly reduced the buildings in their surroundings into piles of rubble and debris. The shockwaves from their battle were so terrifying that no one was able to get close at all. Earlier, an ordinary titled celestial emperor had been a little slow when escaping. As a result, he was severely injured by the shockwave of the battle and was on the brink of death. It was thanks to the celestial pill from Elder Hua that his life was saved. A terrified expression could be seen on his pale face at this moment as he stood with the others and watched from afar. Boom! 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 Sword rays appeared in the sky, looking like fireworks. They swept out in unison, causing the void to freeze briefly in their wake. Following that, an incomparably huge palm seal fell from above, crushing the sword rays in just an instant.
A middle-aged man with a frosty expression hovered in the air in the distance. He looked at the green-clad figure that was protected by a sword ray and said, "Feng Qingyang, you're definitely one of the strongest advanced kings of gods. Your comprehension of the law of time is very profound as well. When we met for the first time, I could tell from your law of time's doppelganger that you were just a rudimentary king of gods at that time. In just a few decades, you actually broke through and became an advanced king of gods. It's truly commendable. You're rather mysterious." A hint of greed could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes when he spoke. "Mi Xian." Feng Qingyan flew over with his sword, looking as though he was one with his sword, as he said, "I had no idea that you weren't executed by the Phantom Clan. After all, those who betrayed the clan should be sentenced to death." Previously, when Feng Qingyang had gone to the land of the dead, he had informed the Phantom Clan of Mi Xian's betrayal. Although Mi Xian was very strong, he was certain there were stronger people in the Phantom Clan. Moreover, the Phantom Clan had many allies in the land of the dead as well. Hence, it stood to reason that it would be easy for the Phantom Clan to deal with Mi Xian. For all these reasons, Feng Qingyang was surprised when he saw Mi Xian again. Moreover, Mi Xian had also found another body to possess, so Mi Xian was no longer in his soul form. The most shocking thing was that Mi Xian had broken through and become a lord of gods. However, based on what Feng Qingyang had seen, he could tell that the body Mi Xian possessed was not a good fit with his soul, restricting much of his strength. As a result, Mi Xian, who was an intermediate lord of gods, still had yet to kill Feng Qingyang, who was an advanced king of gods. "Feng Qingyang, you managed to escape from me in the past, but today I'll definitely kill you," Mi Xian said coldly as he charged toward Feng Qingyang at lightning speed. Mi Xian's comprehension of the law was not inferior to Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the law of time. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyang. Although Mi Xian had a tough time killing Feng Qingyang due to the disharmony between his soul and the body possessed, the gap between the cultivation bases allowed him to suppress Feng Qingyang. Nonetheless, he was still surprised by Feng Qingyang's strength. He had not met any advanced king of gods as strong as Feng Qingyang when he was in the land of the dead. If he were a rudimentary lord of gods, he did not think he would be able to suppress Feng Qingyang at all. Best case scenario, he would fight to a draw with Feng Qingyang. Worst case scenario, he would be weaker than Feng Qingyang. Fortunately, he was already an intermediate lord of gods when Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, came to him for help. Boom! 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 Feng Qingyang and Mi Xian's fight was earth-shattering. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was in ruin. In the distance, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others could only watch helplessly. In fact, they could hardly see anything. Even the divine consciousness they had extended to probe the situation was ruthlessly repelled. "We can only wait," Elder Hua said with a sigh. "I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor," Meng Luo said firmly with determination and trust shining in his eyes. After half an hour, the chaos died down and the dust settled. Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others finally saw that the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been reduced to debris and rubble. The entire place had been flattened and razed to the ground. "Look! There's someone over there," someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw a figure appear in the sky above what used to be the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was tilted and everything behind was gone. The figure in the sky flashed and appeared in front of Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the other celestial emperors. These people were Feng Qingyang's most loyal followers. As soon as they had a clear look at the figure in the sky, all of them were surprised. Following that, all of them called out in unison, "Lord Heavenly Emperor." The figure was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with Feng Qingyang, frowned slightly. He found that Feng Qingyang was a little strange at this moment. Although Feng Qingyang looked the same, his temperament had changed. Currently, Feng Qingyang was shrouded with a gloomy aura. Soon after, Elder Hua frowned as well. It did not take long before the celestial emperors, who were not very familiar with Feng Qingyang, also soon felt that something was amiss. However, they attributed it to the fierce battle that Feng Qingyang had just fought. At this moment, Feng Qingyang suddenly scoffed. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. They were confused. Following that, a terrifying soul energy suddenly burst forth from Feng Qingyang's body and swept out.
Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others' expressions darkened immediately as they retreated. Some celestial emperors who were slower to react fell immediately. Their eyes that were shining with life just a moment ago dimmed immediately. Their souls had been annihilated. Lord Heavenly Emperor's body has been occupied by another soul. This was clear to Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others at this moment. At this time, a gloomy voice suddenly said, "Feng Qingyang, you better quiet down. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You're strong, but no matter what, you're just an advanced king of gods. I, Mi Xian, not only have the soul of an intermediate lord of gods, but as a member of the Phantom Clan, I'm skilled in soul attacks. If I weren't interested in your knowledge, do you think I'd spare your life?" Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others were shocked when they saw Feng Qingyang talking to himself. With this, their suspicion was confirmed. With these words, they also finally learned that Feng Qingyang was an advanced king of gods. Although they were just celestial emperors in a Devata realm, they knew the cultivation of the gods. Lords of gods were stronger than kings of gods, just like how celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Xian. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his tone and manner of speech changed again to something that Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others were familiar with. The voice was calm. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Qingyang's men cried out in unison as their eyes brightened. Based on his tone, it seemed like he was fine. As a member of the Phantom Clan, you broke the rule and possessed a body. After the body you possessed was destroyed, you continued possessing bodies. Alas, there was none that was suitable for you. You should be aware of the Phantom Clan's characteristics. You should know it's pointless for you to possess my body. You can't destroy my soul. Even if you can, the price you'll have to pay is very steep. Are you willing to pay such a price just to destroy me? I know you're trying to obtain the secret of the Azura Hell. However, I won't share it with you. I advise you to leave my body. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, it doesn't mean I won't be able to kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew frostier as he spoke. The energy in Feng Qingyang's body fluctuated greatly before Mi Xian took over again and said, "Feng Qingyang, I don't know about the future. However, what I know now is that you're not a match for me. Stop struggling. Even if you don't tell me the secrets of the Azura Hell, I have ways to make you tell me. Let's start with this. If you refuse to tell me what I want to know, I'll kill all these people now." Feng Qingyang's eyes were cold as he looked at Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others. It was clear to everyone that the person looking at them now was not Feng Qingyang. Their faces paled immediately. "If you dare to touch them, I won't let you go even if it means I have to destroy my soul," Feng Qingyang said calmly with a hint of coldness, clearly unaffected by Mi Xian's threats. "Before I destroy my soul, I'll make sure to drag you down with me. I believe I'll be able to severely injure your soul. At that time, I'm sure you won't be able to survive your next heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, Mi Xian did not speak for a moment. After a while, he finally said, "It seems like these people don't hold much weight in your heart. Very well. I'll let them live for now, but they'll have to work for me." Naturally, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others knew two souls were communicating using Feng Qingyang's body. They would have to be stupid if they did not know that Mi Xian was talking about killing them. Finally, Meng Luo took the lead to say, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't let him threaten you using our lives." The others echoed Meng Luo's sentiment immediately. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't compromise because of us." "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I won't have any regrets even if I die." These people were all extremely loyal to Feng Qingyang to the point that they would gladly give up their lives for him. At this time, Mi Xian controlled Feng Qingyang and brought a formation compass out. After activating the formation compass, a huge formation descended from the sky, covering the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace and the areas in its vicinity. Mi Xian looked at Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others coldly as he said murderously, "From now on, no one can leave the formation unless they wish to die." What's he planning? Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others were confused. Based on Mi Xian's words, it was clear he had no intention of killing them now. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mi Xian sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. No one knew whether he was cultivating or resting. Needless to say, no one dared to move recklessly. He doesn't allow us to leave, and yet he's not doing anything. What is he thinking? Why does it seem like he's waiting for someone? As they discussed among themselves, they soon began to discover the function of the formation. Hey, the formation he had set up seems to be an isolation formation that prevents us from communicating with those outside of the formation. Feng Qingyang had a similar formation compass as well. However, the formation compass Mi Xian had used belonged to him. Even if Mi Xian wanted to use Feng Qingyang's formation compass, it was impossible. This was because Feng Qingyang had claimed ownership of his spatial ring, and it could only be opened with Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness. Hence, even if Mi Xian had taken over his body, Mi Xian still could not open Feng Qingyang's spatial ring. The formation compass Mi Xian used was from his spatial ring, which he had collected from his previous body after he had taken over Feng Qingyang's body. What's his purpose? Is he worried that we'll call for help? However, who can help us now? That's right. Even the Temple Master, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Devata realms, isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, this person is clearly stronger than Lord Heavenly Emperor. Who can help us? That's right. He's an intermediate Lord of Gods. Why does he need to cut off communication? What's he worried about? Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others, who had nothing to do, could not help but speculate among themselves. After a moment, a thought appeared in Elder Hua's mind. His expression changed as he said, could it be that he's waiting for young master to return? Young master. Meng Luo was stunned. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. Everyone agreed with Elder Hua's speculation. Indeed, this was Mi Xian's purpose. Now that news of Feng Qingyang's return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Solitary Destructive has spread, Duan Ling Tian will definitely return. I don't need to waste my time searching for him. I'm going to kill him for killing my brother and tricking me. Mi Xian's hatred toward Duan Ling Tian was far greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian had killed his brother, Great Master Mayan, in the past with the help of the 5 divine elements. After that, Mi Xian planned to snatch the 5 divine elements away from Duan Ling Tian, but his plan failed. Later on, he had taken over the body of the young temple master of the Tidal Temple. As the first body he possessed, it was the only body that suited his soul. The bodies he possessed after that would never synchronize with his soul. Alas, that body was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Back when they were on the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Mi Xian because that place had restricted the use of soul energy. In the end, he could only flee in embarrassment. How could his hatred not be great when Duan Ling Tian had offended him so many times? Many years had passed and Mi Xian had great success in the land of the dead. The land of the dead had been dominated by him, and yet he still could not let go of his hatred toward Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also coveted the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. He did not only hate Duan Ling Tian, but he was jealous of Duan Ling Tian as well for possessing all 5 divine elements. News of Feng Qingyang's return has spread. Apart from that, everyone also knows he had gone to the realm where the main Tidal Temple was located and killed everyone there, forcing Wu Hongqing to flee. Duan Ling Tian will definitely return when he receives news of this. Mi Xian thought to himself as he rested. Soon after, an idea appeared in Mi Xian's mind, and he quickly sent a message. When he left the land of the dead, he had brought a few people with him. These people were servants he had taken in over the years, and he had left his soul mark on them. Although they were just ordinary gods, they were very strong in the Devata realms. Help me spread the news further. Mi Xian instructed his helpers. Yes, master. After receiving his helpers' replies, Mi Xian opened his eyes briefly and looked at Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others before he closed his eyes again to rest. Meng Luo and the others naturally did not dare to act rashly even if they were anxious. 2 days later, although Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and most of the others knew not to act rashly, one of them, a weak celestial emperor, could not endure it any longer and caved under the pressure. He volunteered to try and contact Duan Ling Tian, so Elder Hua reluctantly gave him Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. He teleported and reappeared outside of the range of the formation in just a blink of an eye. Alas, just as he was about to contact Duan Ling Tian, swoosh! A soul energy silently swept out like the wind. When Mi Xian opened his eyes, the celestial emperor widened his eyes before he fell to the ground and died. Don't test my patience, Mi Xian said as he looked at Elder Hua and the others. The next time someone leaves, I'll kill him and the person next to him as well. Everyone's expressions turned grim immediately. Alas, there was nothing they could do. Even if they could leave the formation, they would not be alive for long to do anything else. Mang Luo said to Elder Hua through voice transmission, we've not heard from Lord Heavenly Emperor at all. It seems like he really did suppress Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's words before, he should be fine for the time being. Meng Luo was clearly trying to reassure himself with these words as well. Elder Hua nodded. I agree. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't receive the news of Lord Heavenly Emperor's return. Otherwise, he'll be in grave danger, Meng Luo said, slightly worried. I hope so as well, Elder Hua said with a bitter expression. Previously, he could not wait to see Duanling Tian again. However, he did not expect the Heavenly Emperor Palace would change owners in just a day. Although Feng Qingyang did not die, his body had been taken over and his soul was being suppressed. If Duanling Tian returned, there was a high chance that Duanling Tian would die and Feng Qingyang might be forced to kill Duanling Tian against his will. Alas, there was nothing they could do. They were too weak. It would be as easy as killing an ant for the intermediate Lord of Gods who possessed Feng Qingyang's body to kill them. He could likely kill them with just a thought. Duanling Tian was still in the Devata realm near the mundane realm that the Destruction Divine Shuttle had brought him to. He was naturally unaware of the turmoil in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. At this time, he finally found an Interdevata realm transportation formation, but he was stopped from using the transportation formation. The Mansion Master has banned the use of transportation formations in this area for a period of time, a celestial lord said. Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Then, he silently raised his hand before clenching it. Energy began to converge before forming a huge palm seal in the air. Then, it fell on the people standing in Duanling Tian's path. The celestial lords and his subordinates were instantly pressed to the ground by Duanling Tian's palm seal, creating human-shaped holes in the ground. Although Duanling Tian had shown mercy, all of them were still injured, spitting out blood. Duanling Tian walked toward the transportation formation as the others in the surroundings watched silently. Needless to say, no one dared to stop him anymore. It was not until Duanling Tian was transported away that the Celestial Lord reacted. Who is he? He looks ordinary, but even a Celestial Emperor doesn't have such means. Right? The others were similarly frightened. Even the Mansion Master isn't a match for him. Many people agreed with these words when they recalled the purple-clad young man's move earlier. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's doppelganger was soon transported to the transportation formation near the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had used this transportation formation many times in the past. I'm back after so many years. Now that he was approaching the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Duanling Tian began to think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, he had met his master's doppelganger. At that time, Feng Qingyang's true body was still in the Azura Hell. I wonder if master has returned. Duanling Tian wondered out loud as he brought out Elder Hua's soul pearl from his spatial ring. He had given his doppelganger the spatial ring before sending it off on the Destruction Divine Shuttle. He had made all the necessary preparations and put the soul pearls of his family members and friends in the spatial ring. Initially, he had wanted to make copies of the soul pearls, but he knew the soul marks on the copies would not last long, so he discarded the idea. Duanling Tian furrowed his brows. Not only did he send a message to Elder Hua, but he had sent a message to Meng Luo as well. He found it strange that he did not receive a reply. The soul pearls were intact, indicating they were alive, so why did they not reply? After a while, he thought perhaps they were in closed-door cultivation. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll return to have a look. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian teleported to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. When Duanling Tian arrived near the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he was shocked when he saw the state the Heavenly Emperor was in. Did the Tidal Temple destroy the Heavenly Emperor Palace? Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately. After Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang left the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others left the Heavenly Emperor Palace as well, leaving it empty. However, after the crisis was resolved,
They should have returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. However, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was now destroyed. Duan Tian surveyed his surroundings with a dark expression on his face. It did not take long before he saw quite a few figures near the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Master? Elder Hua? Meng Luo? Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Without another thought, he teleported over. However, he soon discovered a formation shrouding the place. He could tell it was not an offensive formation. He stopped in his tracks and began to wonder. Since Meng Luo and Elder Hua were here, why did they not respond to his messages? Is it because of this formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Tian's mind, a slightly surprised voice rang from the distance. Duan Tian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. What a coincidence. Duan Tian had been in the realm of gods for many years. He missed his family and friends in the Devata realm and mundane realm a lot while he was away. However, he did not think about returning to visit since it was too unrealistic. In the beginning, he only managed to go to the profound energy land, a realm of gods, through the 9 Serenities battlefield and the realm battlefield because he was a celestial emperor. After attaining godhood, even if the 5 divine elements helped him to tear the spatial barrier open in the realm battlefield, he would not be able to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. He only knew that Peace City had the Destruction Divine Shuttle because of Dongfang Yan. Duan Tian thought about many possibilities after sending his doppelganger from the law of space to the lower realms, but he did not consider the possibility that Mi Xian had possessed his master, Feng Qingyang. Hence, he did not suspect anything was wrong. Naturally, the possession was not complete and Feng Qingyang's soul was still intact. It was just that Mi Xian's soul was stronger, so Mi Xian had control over Feng Qingyang's body. Currently, it had been a month since Mi Xian had possessed Feng Qingyang's body. As soon as Duan Tian appeared, he could tell something was amiss when Feng Qingyang called him Duan Tian. His master's manner of speech had changed completely. He hovered in the sky and frowned slightly as he called out, "Master?" Now that Duan Tian had a better look, he saw that his master's temperament and aura had changed completely. He was rather certain that the person in front of him was not his master even if the person resembled his master. What's going on? It did not occur to Duan Tian at this time that Feng Qingyang's body had been possessed. At the same time, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others hurriedly flew over to Duan Tian and stood in front of him. They stood with their backs facing, shielding him, as they stared at Feng Qingyang. Young master, he's not Lord Heavenly Emperor. All of them knew that after they helped Duan Tian to escape, they would not survive. Mi Xian was too strong after all. He was a lord of gods. In Devata realms, even gods were stronger than almost everyone, let alone a lord of gods. Meng Luo continued to explain, "Young master, Lord Heavenly Emperor's body was possessed a month ago. His soul is now being suppressed by another soul." The joy of the reunion instantly vanished from Duan Tian's heart when he heard Meng Luo's explanation. His gaze turned piercing immediately when he shifted his gaze back to Feng Qingyang. Meng Luo said fiercely, "I won't allow you to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor using the young master even if it means I have to die." Although Meng Luo knew the other party could kill him with just a thought, he was not frightened. He stood in front of Duan Tian, determined to protect Duan Tian no matter what. Elder Hua and the others were also staring at Feng Qingyang coldly. At the same time, Mi Xian stared at the others as killing intent flashed in his eyes, just as he was about to make a move to kill them. Mi Xian. When Duan Tian recalled the way Feng Qingyang had spoken earlier and thought about the possession, he very quickly guessed the identity of the culprit. Mi Xian was only slightly surprised that Duan Tian guessed his identity so quickly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me, brat," Mi Xian said with a sinister smile. "Since you're here, you can forget about leaving. After I obtain all the information I need from your master, I'll grant you a quick death. I'll send you to accompany my brother, Mayan. If your master doesn't cooperate, I'll refine your soul. That process is so painful that you'll beg for death. Don't even think about committing suicide. With the technique from the Phantom Clan, I can forcefully lock your soul in your body. Quick death? Suicide?" Duan Tian was briefly stunned. Then, he chuckled and said mockingly, "Mi Xian, You're not strong enough to force me to commit suicide or kill me. To think you're able to suppress my master's soul. It seems like you've made great progress in your cultivation.
You must be an advanced king of gods now.
In the past, Duanling Tian knew that Feng Qingyang was a rudimentary king of gods while Mi Xian was an intermediate king of gods. His master went to the Azura Hell to cultivate and planned to leave when he became an intermediate king of gods, so Mi Xian would not be able to do anything to him. However, his master did not expect that after he became an intermediate king of gods, Mi Xian would also have a breakthrough and become an advanced king of gods.
Duanling Tian speculated that Mi Xian must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to progress so quickly. Although his master inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, his master still had to cultivate step by step. Under normal circumstances, Mi Xian's speed was definitely inferior to that of his master.
Advanced king of gods? Mi Xian laughed heartily upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Then he asked, Duanling Tian, your master is now an advanced king of gods. Do you think I'd be able to possess him and suppress his soul if I were an advanced king of gods? Not only did you underestimate your master, but you underestimated me as well. Mi Xian could naturally see through Duanling Tian's thoughts, and he could not help but laugh derisively. Master is already an advanced king of gods? Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. At this moment, Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duanling Tian, said in a deep voice, Young master, this person is a lord of gods. To be precise, he's an intermediate lord of gods. An intermediate lords of gods? In all honesty, Meng Luo's words frightened Duanling Tian. Indeed, if his master was an advanced king of gods now, Mi Xian would not have been able to suppress his master if Mi Xian was just a rudimentary lord of gods. There could only be one body that was compatible with Mi Xian's soul. If that body was destroyed, he would no longer be able to find a compatible body.
After Tang San Pao's body was destroyed, it meant that much of his power would be restrained when he possessed other bodies due to the incompatibility.
On the other hand, Feng Qingyang had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Even if he was just an advanced king of gods, his strength was likely that of a rudimentary lord of gods. In short, it meant that Mi Xian would not have been able to possess Feng Qingyang if he was just a rudimentary lord of gods. Meanwhile, after Meng Luo spoke, Mi Xian raised his chin proudly and said mockingly, Brat, in any case, my cultivation base shouldn't matter to you. After all, whether I'm a king of gods or a lord of gods, the outcome will be the same. You're no match for me. You've been hiding for so long. My guess is that you haven't even attained godhood, right? After all, it's not easy to attain godhood. Mi Xian's words made Duanling Tian laugh, but he did not say anything. He only released the powerful energy in his body. Swoosh!
After the energy dissipated, Duanling Tian hovered in the sky calmly. With his outstanding temperament, he looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world.
This, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others who were pushed away by Duanling Tian's energy looked at each other in shock. His energy is much more powerful than that of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Previously, all of them had sensed Feng Qingyang's energy when he just returned from the Azura Hell. They could tell Feng Qingyang's energy was much weaker than Duanling Tian's energy. Could it be? A thought appeared in their minds immediately. Is the young master stronger than Lord Heavenly Emperor now? At the same time, Mi Xian also wore an expression of shock, horror, and disbelief on his face. He stammered, Why you, how did you become a lord of gods in less than 100 years?
As lord of gods, Mi Xian was naturally familiar with the energy of a lord of gods, unlike the others. There was no doubt that the purple-clad young man's energy belonged to a rudimentary lord of gods. He would not have been so frightened if Duanling Tian was just a soul. However, with a physical body, Duanling Tian had the upper hand. After all, his soul was incompatible with Feng Qingyang's body, which greatly restrained his strength. For this reason, a human rudimentary lord of gods was not any weaker than him, an intermediate lord of gods. If they were in the land of dead, where the environment gave souls the advantage, Mi Xian would feel much more confident. Alas, they were now in the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Xian shook his head repeatedly and said, Impossible! This is impossible. You must be using some item to simulate the energy of a lord of gods. At this moment, Mi Xian's gaze was extremely dark. He looked at Duanling Tian with an expression that seemed to say, "I've seen through your tricks, so stop acting. Simulate the energy of a lord of gods?" Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by Mi Xian's imagination. Then Duanling Tian silently raised his hand. The divine energy of a rudimentary lord of gods, imbued with the law of space, swept out immediately and sent Mi Xian flying. It was not a killing strike, it was just to show Duanling Tian that he was a real rudimentary lord of gods. He had no intention of killing Mi Xian now. After all, Mi Xian was occupying Feng Qingyang's body. Moreover, he could not push Mi Xian too hard. There was a possibility that when cornered, Mi Xian might do something drastic to his master's body or soul. Bang! Following that, Duanling Tian casually punched the void before him, leaving a huge black hole behind. It took a long time before the hole was completely mended. This was a testament to his terrifying strength. Gods who were top powerhouses in the Devata realms could also punch a hole in the void, but the hole would mend very quickly. Duanling Tian's feat was only possible if one was at least a lord of gods. He's really a lord of gods. Mi Xian's expression changed drastically. His face was ashen as he stammered. How did you do it? How did you become a lord of gods in less than 100 years? You haven't even attained godhood at that time. Mi Xian was thoroughly shocked. He thought he was lucky enough that he was able to become an intermediate lord of gods from an advanced king of gods in less than 100 years. He had devoured all the members of the Phantom clan to raise his cultivation base. After devouring everyone from the Phantom clan and becoming a rudimentary lord of gods, he ran into a fortuitous encounter later on in the land of dead. It was all thanks to the fortuitous encounter that he was able to become an intermediate lord of gods. After that, he reigned supreme in the land of the dead. Mi Xian would not have left the land of the dead if Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, did not come looking for him, telling him that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Azura Hell. He had been shocked to discover Feng Qingyang had become an advanced king of gods after he arrived in the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Feng Qingyang was just a rudimentary king of gods after all. Hence, he concluded that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell as well. He was even more convinced when he thought about how Feng Qingyang could enter and leave the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, as though it was his backyard. Although Mi Xian was now an intermediate lord of gods, he still did not dare to recklessly enter the Azura Hell. After all, there were many instances of lords of gods disappearing after entering the Azura Hell. Considering all things, Mi Xian had to admit Feng Qingyang's achievements were truly shocking. However, he did not expect that Feng Qingyang's disciple would be even more shocking. It was hard for him to believe that the purple-clad young man in front of him was just a celestial emperor about 100 years ago. If it were not for the fact that souls like him did not sleep, he would have thought he was dreaming. While Mi Xian had yet to recover from his shock, Duanling Tian mobilized his soul energy and imbued it with the law of space before he flew over and said, "Master, let me help you cast Mi Xian's soul out of your body." Duanling Tian intended to injure Mi Xian's soul with a soul attack before casting Mi Xian's soul out of Feng Qingyang's body. However, before Duanling Tian's attack landed, Mi Xian quickly protected himself with his soul energy. His soul was not as strong as Mi Xian. Mi Xian was an intermediate lord of gods after all. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian's soul energy that had been imbued with the law of space made Mi Xian's heart tremble. To be precise, he was frightened by Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. Most lord of gods did not have such profound comprehension of the law. Is he a monster? Not only did he become a lord of gods in less than 100 years, but his comprehension has improved to such a terrifying degree. Currently, Mi Xian has only comprehended all the triple-fused profundities and was only beginning to comprehend the quadruple-fused profundities. He knew Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law was far superior to his. Boom! The collision of 2 soul energies made both their souls tremble. Mi Xian quickly said, "Duanling Tian, your comprehension of the law is indeed superior to mine.
However, no matter what, my cultivation base is higher than yours. As a member of the Phantom Clan, I'm adept at all soul techniques. Although your attack is powerful, it's not enough to hurt me. I advise you to stop acting rashly. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag Feng Qingyang with me. Don't you dare.
Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. The earlier collision also made him realize that Mi Xian's soul energy was no weaker than his.
Mi Xian sneered. Don't test me. Even a cornered dog would bite. Do you think I'm worse than animals? Indeed. In my eyes, you're worse than animals. Duan Lingtian said coldly. Mi Xian, leave my master's body, and I'll spare your life until the next time we meet.
Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll go to the Phantom Clan and kill everyone. At that time, you'll know how to feel afraid, Duan Lingtian said threateningly.
Upon hearing these words, Mi Xian laughed. That'll only be a waste of time. I've already killed everyone in the Phantom Clan. Well, not everyone. I'm still alive after all.
Duan Lingtian, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others were stunned by Mi Xian's admission. No one expected that he would kill his clansmen. Mi Xian continued to say, otherwise, why do you think I broke through and became a lord of gods so quickly? I still remember the taste of their souls. They're truly delicious.
It's a pity I won't be able to taste them again. Mi Xian licked his lips after he finished speaking.
Duan Lingtian's expression was dark as he said, you even killed your clansmen?
They weren't just my clansmen. They were also nourishing food. Mi Xian said without any remorse. A bright smile could be seen on his face when he spoke.
At this moment, Mi Xian suddenly froze. Then his expression eased and his gaze softened. Little Tian. Clearly, Feng Qingyang had regained control of his body at this moment. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the temperament of the person in front of him. His eyes flashed with excitement as he called out, Master?
Apart from his family and friends, Feng Qingyang was the most important person to Duan Lingtian. After all, Feng Qingyang had guided him and helped him a lot. To him, Feng Qingyang was not only his master, but his father as well. Feng Qingyang smiled and said, Amazing! In less than 100 years, you've become a lord of gods. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Xian won't harm me easily. If he kills me, I guarantee he would only be able to live for another 1,000 years at most. Let me deal with him.
Then Feng Qingyang looked at Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others before he said, all of you should wait for me in the solitary destructive heaven. I'll be back soon.
Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Elder Hua and the others replied in unison. They trusted Feng Qingyang unconditionally. On the contrary, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He felt truly helpless. If his true body was here, he could continue to fight Mi Xian. Needless to say, his doppelganger's soul energy was not enough. The doppelganger could recover divine energy by absorbing the heaven and spirit energy, but it was not the case for soul energy. Only his soul could recover soul energy, and his soul was naturally in his true body.
Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled, Little Tian, when I return, you have to tell me how you became a lord of gods in such a short time. By the way, you should bring your family and friends back from the mundane realm. The cultivation environment here is great.
As long as the spatial passages to the realms of gods remain close, no one can threaten you in the Devata realms. As for those gods in the 7 deadliest places, they have very little interest in the Devata realms. Moreover, the cultivation environment there is better for them. For all these reasons, they won't come to Devata realms without good reasons. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he stiffened briefly. Then, his gaze turned piercing, and his expression turned gloomy.
How long-winded? Are all humans so long-winded? After saying that, Mi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian for a moment before he left. Duan Lingtian could only watch helplessly as Mi Xian left. He thought to himself, feeling extremely frustrated, if I had come with my true body, he won't be able to leave. Mi Xian, who had suppressed Feng Qingyang's soul, left with Feng Qingyang's body. After Mi Xian left, Duan Lingtian stood outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace for a long time without speaking.
Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the others did not dare to break the silence and only looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them with excitement flashing in their eyes. He had become a lord of gods. The young master of the solitary destructive heavens, heavenly emperor palace, was a lord of gods.
The disciple had surpassed the master. Feng Qingyang was an advanced king of gods and was still quite a distance away from becoming a lord of gods after all. After a long time, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to say, Elder Hua, Senior Meng Luo, I'll hand over the reconstruction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace to you.
Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others readily agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. As Feng Qingyang's only disciple, Duan Lingtian had a high status to begin with, but now that he became a lord of gods, their respect for him had risen even more.
After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he left immediately to go to the mundane realm.
When Duan Lingtian arrived in the mundane realm, he did not show himself to his family and friends. Instead, he only watched them from afar and probed them with his divine consciousness. He had thought about it before he decided against reuniting with them. He also did not intend to do as Feng Qingyang had suggested.
They only had to wait another 300 years at most. After 300 years, he would be even stronger. At that time, he would be able to set up a safe space for his family and friends so they could cultivate without worries.
If he brought them to the solitary destructive heaven now, he could not guarantee their safety. After all, he might have to retrieve his doppelganger from the law of space if it was needed in the realm of gods. He would not be able to protect them at that time. One could only form one doppelganger from one law. This was an absolute law of heaven and earth.
Previously, Duan Lingtian had considered sending one of the doppelgangers from the other laws he comprehended before he finally decided to send his doppelganger from the law of space for the sake of safety. Indeed, his decision was the right one.
If he had sent any of his other doppelgangers, Mi Xian would have been able to easily destroy his doppelganger. His other doppelgangers were not as strong as his doppelgangers from the law of space. Duan Lingtian hid and watched his family and friends for many days. He saw his father, Duan Rufeng, and his mother, Li Ro. The couple spent their time cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Occasionally, his wife, Li Fei, and his children would visit them. His family and friends' cultivation bases had also improved. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was quite bad, he had left them a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up the spirit gathering formation, which would help their cultivation before he left. Apart from that, he also left many formations to isolate this place and the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the place to prevent others from disturbing them. Although it was impossible to completely stop others, humans and beasts alike, from approaching the place, he knew his family and friends were more than strong enough to deal with any intruders here.
There were many celestial kings and lords among them, and there was Huaner, who was a celestial emperor.
Among everyone, Huaner's life seemed to be the dullest. When she was not cultivating, she spent most of her time daydreaming. Li Fei would visit her to chat every once in a while. However, she always looked dazed, as though her soul had drifted away from her body. When Duan Lingtian saw Huaner's appearance, he could not help but feel guilty. He thought to himself, 300 years. Just wait for another 300 years, and I'll come for all of you.
Even if he went to them now, he would soon be separated from them again. His doppelganger from the law of space could not stay here forever after all. It would be too unfair and painful for his family to experience another separation.
For now, I'll watch and guard them from afar. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven every once in a while to make sure everything is okay. Then, a thought appeared in his mind, causing his eyes to flash coldly. He muttered to himself, I'll have to visit the realm where the main title temple is located as well. Previously, when Feng Qingyang briefly regained control of his body, he had told Duan Lingtian that Mi Xian's appearance likely had something to do with Wu Hongqing.
He had speculated that once Wu Hongqing learned that he had been possessed by Mi Xian, Wu Hongqing would likely return to the main title temple.
Duan Lingtian recalled his master's words. Little Tian, go to the main title temple. Wu Hongqing will definitely return once he learns that Mi Xian has possessed me. Naturally, if Mi Xian told him about you, he definitely won't return. However, I'm confident Mi Xian won't tell him about you. First, Mi Xian likely feels embarrassed that he's not a match for you. Second, he doesn't care about Wu Hongqing enough to warn Wu Hongqing. In fact, he might even deceive Wu Hongqing to return to the main title temple. If possible, you should kill Wu Hongqing. Then you can select a new temple master. The title temple has a long history in the Devata realms. If you can control the title temple, at least for the coming 300 years before the spatial passages reopen, it'll make things much easier for you in the Devata realms. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also warned everyone to keep the matter of Duanling Tian being a lord of gods a secret. If the matter leaked out, their enemies would definitely become guarded. For this reason, very few people knew Duanling Tian was a lord of gods. Title Temple. Wu Hongqing, Duanling Tian muttered under his breath. He could still remember when Wu Hongqing tried to seize the 5 divine elements from him. If it were not for the clear heavens divine woods plan, he would have died. When Duanling Tian thought about the past, his eyes burned with anger again. After Mi Xian left the solitary destructive heaven, he grew even more depressed. He had been proud of his achievements and thought that he was amazing. Everyone in the land of the dead was amazed by his achievements as well. However, as soon as he met Feng Qingyang, he felt like his ego had suffered a huge blow. Feng Qingyang had already broken through and became an advanced king of gods. Although Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was lower than his, he knew Feng Qingyang was much more talented than he was. He had only progressed so quickly mostly because he had devoured his clansmen. Following that, his ego suffered an even bigger blow when he met Duanling Tian, the person he hated the most. Duanling Tian's progress was even more shocking than Feng Qingyang. In the past, Duanling Tian was just a celestial emperor. Less than 100 years had passed, but Duanling Tian was already a lord of gods. Although he was just a rudimentary lord of gods, his strength was that of an intermediate lord of gods. Since Mi Xian was occupying an incompatible body, he knew he would likely die if he fought with Duanling Tian. Fortunately, he possessed Feng Qingyang's body. Damn it! Why are both master and disciple so lucky? I was already shocked by Feng Qingyang. Who knew Duanling Tian would be even more shocking? I hate talented people like them the most. I can't wait to kill Feng Qingyang after I obtain the information I want. After I grow stronger, I'm gonna kill Duanling Tian as soon as I can. Otherwise, I'll die if he continues to grow stronger. While Mi Xian planned his next step, he suddenly remembered he left the land of the dead because of Wu Hongqing. Previously, Wu Hongqing had told him to share the good news after he succeeded. After thinking about it for a moment, he sent a message to Wu Hongqing, telling Wu Hongqing to meet him in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for Wu Hongqing to show up after Mi Xian sent him a message. Upon seeing Mi Xian, his expression changed drastically. His first instinct was to run as though he had seen something terrifying. Mi Xian quickly stopped Wu Hongqing and explained everything to him. Lord Mi Xian, you managed to possess Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing looked as though he had seen a ghost at this moment. Although he knew Mi Xian was strong, he did not expect Mi Xian was so strong that he could possess Feng Qingyang's body. Mi Xian said indifferently, "It's nothing. He's just a mere advanced king of gods while I'm an intermediate lord of gods. Alright, now that I've dealt with him, you have one less thing to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you." Wu Hongqing stiffened. What is it? Mi Xian said, "Although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, I don't have full control of his body." Wu Hongqing was not surprised. Although there was a gap between their strength, it would not be so easy for Mi Xian to suppress Feng Qingyang's soul. For that reason, to make things easier, I made a pact with him. He agreed not to behave rashly or injure my soul. In exchange, the title temple will no longer intervene with the solitary destructive heaven. It'll be governed by his men. If I find out that the title temple tries to meddle with the solitary destructive heaven's affairs, I won't let you go," Mi Xian said frostily. After Mi Xian finished speaking, he did not wait for Wu Hongqing's reply and left immediately. Wu Hongqing's eyes flashed as he watched Mi Xian leave. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "To be able to possess Feng Qingyang, Mi Xian is terribly strong. The solitary destructive heaven is nothing, so I'll do as he said and leave it alone. Now, I can finally return to the main title temple without any worries." Why did Mi Xian forbid Wu Hongqing from interfering with the solitary destructive heaven's affairs? Why did he lie to Wu Hongqing about making a pact with Feng Qingyang? Mi Xian was worried Wu Hongqing would learn the truth after visiting the solitary destructive heaven.
At that time, Wu Hongqing would definitely like a coward after finding out how strong Duan Lingtian had become. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing's relationship was a mutually beneficial one. There was no friendship between them at all. Mi Xian was naturally dissatisfied that he alone expended so much effort dealing with Feng Qingyang while Wu Hongqing hid and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Perhaps he would have turned a blind to it if everything went well, but it did not, making him feel unhappy. Hence, he vented his frustration on Wu Hongqing in such a manner. He knew Wu Hongqing would return to the main title temple after listening to him, and that Duan Lingtian would definitely look for Wu Hongqing in the main title temple. In fact, Mi Xian did not come to this decision on his own. Feng Qingyang had fanned the fire previously. At that time, Feng Qingyang had said to him, Mi Xian, Wu Hongqing was the one who told you about my return, right? You expended so much effort in the solitary destructive heaven while Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. You even suffered such a huge loss. Are you okay with doing all the work while he reaps the benefits? Why don't you lie to him and make sure he returns to the main title temple? Previously, I told Duan Lingtian to look for him there. I'm sure you're not friends with Wu Hongqing. Don't you feel frustrated? You suffered so much because of my disciple. Don't you want to vent your frustration on Wu Hongqing? He's just an ant. I can crush him with just one finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you. Mi Xian had already had such thoughts. Feng Qingyang's words only served to motivate him further. Hence, he quickly came up with a lie to deceive Wu Hongqing. At that time, when Feng Qingyang saw how smoothly Mi Xian had lied, he thought that Mi Xian was far more insidious and vicious than he had imagined. He did not think he would be able to lie as well as Mi Xian did. At this moment, Mi Xian smiled as though to himself, Wu Hongqing, don't think you can just sit back and relax. I really wonder how you'll react when you find out Duan Lingtian's already a lord of gods. With that, Mi Xian's mood improved greatly as he returned to the land of the dead. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, who was completely oblivious, confidently returned to the realm where the main title temple was located through a transportation formation in a title temple branch. He planned to rebuild the main title temple again. When he arrived, he looked at the realm, which was completely devoid of life, with a gloomy expression. However, soon enough, a smile appeared on his face. To all of you who died, rest in peace. I've already gotten Mi Xian to avenge all of you. The past is in the past. Now that Feng Qingyang's has been dealt with, there's no need for me to dwell on the past. I should focus on rebuilding this place. The destruction isn't too bad, so it won't take much effort for me to rebuild it. The main title temple's damage was nowhere close to the damage that the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace suffered. Wu Hongqing summoned about a dozen people from one of the title temple branches over, and in less than half a month, the main title temple was as good as new. Following that, Wu Hongqing began to select people from the title temple branches to work in the main title temple. He even held what he called the main title temple grand contest for the selection. Many powerhouses from title temple branches across the Devata realms, which included titled celestial emperors, gathered to participate in the contest. Many of the titled celestial emperors felt that this was a way for them to elevate their status. The ordinary celestial emperors, celestial kings, and celestial lords were no different. Apart from that, outsiders were also allowed to participate. The main title temple was sacred in the eyes of those from the title temple branches. Moreover, it was one of the strongest forces in the Devata realms. Who would give up on a chance to join the main title temple? The preliminary rounds were held in various title temple branches. Needless to say, titled celestial emperors did not need to participate in the contest and could directly go to the main title temple. However, they naturally need to show their strength. The main title temple would test their strength to determine their positions. At this moment, Wu Hongqing was smiling after listening to his subordinate's report. He said, "Very good. It seems like there are many talented powerhouses in the title temple branches." Wu Hongqing could already imagine the main title temple returning to its glory again. At this moment, Wu Hongqing's confidant, who was standing next to him, said, "Lord Temple Master, I heard that the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace was destroyed previously and they're rebuilding it now. Since you said Feng Qingyang has fallen, should we?" After that, Wu Hongqing's confidant made a slashing gesture at his neck. Wu Hongqing's smile froze briefly upon seeing this. Then he quickly adjusted his expression and said indifferently and coldly, I know what to do. You don't have to worry about this. Also, without my orders, no one is allowed to go to the solitary destructive heaven and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll kill them without mercy. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall shuddered slightly as their expressions changed. They did not understand the reason behind Wu Hongqing's orders. After all, with Feng Qingyang dead, what was there to be afraid of? The solitary destructive heaven was now as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Naturally, they did not dare to ask any questions. After a moment, Wu Hongqing waved his hand and said with a dark expression, All right, you can all leave if there's nothing else. Everyone retreated one after another. Wu Hongqing naturally did not dare to do anything to the solitary destructive heavens due to Mi Xian's threats. However, how could he tell his subordinates this? He would lose his prestige as the temple master of the main title temple if people knew about this. In their eyes, he was a powerful king of gods. Although I can do anything to the solitary destructive heaven, it doesn't mean that others can't. Now that Feng Qingyang is as good as dead, the strongest person is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Perhaps after the main title temple grand contest is over, I'll find a titled celestial emperor stronger than Meng Luo to take over the solitary destructive heavens heavenly emperor palace as the new heavenly emperor. If Meng Luo and the others obediently follow the new heavenly emperor, I'll let them live. Otherwise, I'll kill all of them. I should start making arrangements for this. The fewer people know about this, the better. The main title temple grand contest was very popular in the 81 Devata realms. There were countless participants participating in the preliminary rounds. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the title temple branches had already selected their representatives with various cultivation bases and led them to the main title temple. All that was left now was a few more tests. As long as they passed the first test, they would be able to join the main title temple. The second test would determine their position and status in the main title temple. I hope I can pass the first test. The second test doesn't matter for now. As long as I can join the main title temple, my status will surely rise. No one will dare to underestimate Muhen. I return to the title temple branch in the future. Many people shared this sentiment. This was especially true for young people. Among the bustling crowd, a purple-clad young man stood quietly with an indifferent expression on his face. He was handsome, and his temperament and bearing were outstanding, garnering him the attention of many female cultivators. Most of the men looked at him with envious expressions on their faces. At this time, the person standing next to the purple-clad young man looked at him with a hint of awe. He was Zhuang Tianheng, the branch master of the title temple branch in the dream cycle heaven. Not too long ago, the purple-clad young man came looking for him and easily suppressed him. After Wu Hongqing and several powerhouses in the main title temple, he was the strongest in the 81 title temple branches. After he was suppressed, it did not take long for him to discover that the young man was a lord of gods. He was shocked by his discovery. However, he was even more shocked when he heard the purple-clad young man say he was Duanling Tian. In the past, Zhuang Tianheng did not watch the Devata realm battle of the geniuses because he was in closed-door cultivation. However, he knew the winner was a young man who was not even 1,000 years old, and that young man's name was Duanling Tian. How could he not be shocked when he found out that Duanling Tian had become a lord of gods in such a short time? Back in the present, when Duanling Tian saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him, he said tonelessly, "Bring me to Wu Hongqing." Understood. Zhuang Tianheng responded respectfully. He quickly gave instructions to the vice branch master before he brought Duanling Tian away. Many people frowned slightly when they saw Zhuang Tianheng leading Duanling Tian away. One young man said enviously, "What relationship does he have with the branch master? He just appeared not too long ago, and he spent most of his time in seclusion. Don't tell me he's the branch master's illegitimate son. Be quiet. Do you have a death wish?" Temple Master, the Dream Cycle Heavens Branch Master, Zhuang Tianheng, requests an audience with you. Before the commencement of the main title temple grand contest, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, was watching a duel between kings of gods from a floating image pearl in his courtyard. His courtyard was located in the depths of the main Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple had existed as long as the Devata realms and had roots in the realms of gods. According to the rumors, the Tidal Temple even had connections to a supreme powerhouse, which explained the temple's high status in the Devata realms. However, it was said that the supreme powerhouse did not care about the Tidal Temple at all. After all, the Tidal Temple was no different from an ant in the eyes of a supreme powerhouse. However, naturally, no one could verify the rumors. There was only one thing that was certain. The Tidal Temple did not bother with top forces in the Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beast Heavens Chilan clan and the Wandering Heavens Leighton Wind sect, which were rumored to have connections with supreme powerhouses as well.
Zhuang Tianhang? Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned. He said in a gloomy voice, "Didn't I say that I won't be meeting anyone before the start of the main Tidal Temple Grand Contest? What's wrong with him?" "Temple Master," he said, "it's an urgent matter." Wu Hongqing's frown deepened as he said tonelessly, "Tell him to wait at the front courtyard." "Yes, Temple Master." Zhuang Tianhang. Wu Hongqing's expression was dark as he got out of bed and left his room. He would have ignored Zhuang Tianhang if it were not for his decision to bring Zhuang Tianhang back to the main Tidal Temple and promote Zhuang Tianhang to become the Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple due to Zhuang Tianhang's capabilities. Damn it! I wouldn't need to deal with a branch master if Feng Qingyang did not kill all my powerhouses. Wu Hongqing complained inwardly. However, his mood improved when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was going to die. There was no need to get angry over a dead man. It did not take long for Wu Hongqing to arrive at the front courtyard. The main Tidal Temple occupied a vast land. The front courtyard was so huge that it could accommodate a man-made lake, artificial mountains, and a pavilion. Wu Hongqing looked at Zhuang Tianhang, who was looking at him from the pavilion. His expression changed when he saw a purple figure, who stood with his back facing him, in the pavilion as well. He found the purple figure's back rather familiar but could not recall where he had seen it before. He frowned slightly with a dark expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Where have I seen that person before?" "Greetings, Temple Master," Zhuang Tianhang called out as he cupped his fists together. He did not bow. Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure before he shifted his frosty gaze to Zhuang Tianhang and asked, "Zhuang Tianhang, did you bring him here?" Zhuang Tianhang said as he turned to look at the purple figure. However, before Zhuang Tianhang could say another word, the purple figure turned around and said with a meaningful smile, "Temple Master Wu, we meet again." Wu Hongqing's eyes widened as soon as he heard the voice. He exclaimed in shock, "Duan Ling Tian? Temple Master Wu. It's not been that long since we last met. How come it took you so long to recognize me?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. When Wu Hongqing regained his senses, he looked at Zhuang Tianhang and said with a bright smile, "Branch Master Zhuang, it seems like I've wrongly blamed you. You did a good job by capturing Duan Ling Tian. Well done. I'll consider making you my successor before I leave for the realm of gods." Wu Hongqing was ecstatic. He finally captured Duan Ling Tian, who possessed all 5 divine elements. Meanwhile, Zhuang Tianhang was stunned. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. "Temple Master Wu," Duan Ling Tian said as he strode forward. He mobilized his divine energy, causing the void to ripple and twist. In just a blink of an eye, Wu Hongqing was brought to his knees with a loud thump cracking the ground. He struggled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The delighted expression on his face had vanished and was replaced with one of terror and disbelief. He briefly wondered if he was dreaming, but the pain in his knees and the huge pressure told him that was not the case. He soon discovered he could not mobilize his divine energy and law at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's energy had sealed his energy off. "I'm a powerful king of gods. Even if Feng Qingyang is stronger than I am, he's not capable of suppressing me so thoroughly." Similar to Mi Xian, Wu Hongqing found this hard to believe and accept. After a moment, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Is he a lord of gods? Temple Master Wu, if Branch Master Zhuang really captured me, what were you planning to do to me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a disdainful smile on his face. In the past, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had forced Duan Ling Tian into a corner. He would have died if it were not for the 5 divine elements' help. For this reason, his hatred toward Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing ran deep. Duan Ling Tian, you've become a lord of gods? Wu Hongqing asked. He still found it difficult to believe. During their last meeting, the young man in front of him had yet to attain godhood. But now, the young man was already a lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian continued to smile as he asked lightly, Temple Master Wu, you've sensed it? How's this possible? Wu Hongqing was dumbfounded.
Many things seem impossible, but they're not, Duan Ling Tian said. Temple Master Wu, you and Mi Xian tried to rob me and almost killed me in the past. I bet you didn't expect that one day you'd be in this situation, right? Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. As though he recalled something, he quickly turned to look at Zhuang Tianheng. However, at the moment Zhuang Tianheng raised his eyebrows, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. A terrifying soul energy swept toward Wu Hongqing immediately. In just a moment, his soul was destroyed, and he died. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Zhuang Tianheng and asked, Did he speak to you through voice transmission? Yes, Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly said in a respectful tone. He was trying to tell me something when he died, my lord.
Duan Ling Tian stared at Zhuang Tianheng intently. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not reveal the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements to Zhuang Tianheng, he looked at Wu Hongqing's body. In just a moment, his body disappeared as he possessed Wu Hongqing's body. Lord Ling Tian? Zhuang Tianheng's eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian's body disappear. As though he could read Zhuang Tianheng's thoughts, Duan Ling Tian said, That was just my doppelganger. Doppelganger? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. He realized that Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than he had imagined. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the person in front of him to be a doppelganger from a law until Duan Ling Tian told him so after possessing Wu Hongqing. With that, his respect toward Duan Ling Tian grew even more. After all, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger alone could easily kill Wu Hongqing, who was a king of gods, let alone someone like him. Prepare yourself. When the main Title Temple Grand Contest starts, I'll use Wu Hongqing's identity to promote you to become the new Temple Master. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Zhuang Tianheng looked slightly worried as he said, My lord, it's not a problem for me to become the Temple Master, but I'm afraid the others will be dissatisfied. After all, there are a few more members who are stronger than I am. They weren't here when Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came previously.
While most of the branch masters were unaware of the truth, Zhuang Tianheng was one of the few who knew that the main title temple was previously destroyed by Feng Qingyang. Not only that, but he also knew Feng Qingyang had killed everyone present at that time.
Due to the loss of manpower, Wu Hongqing decided to hold the main title temple grand contest.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it, Duan Ling Tian said.
Zhuang Heng Tian felt relieved upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Following that, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed Wu Hongqing's body, returned to Wu Hongqing's room after using his divine consciousness to figure out the location. What a pity! Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is like the one in the realms of gods that self-destruct upon their owners' deaths. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled Wu Hongqing's spatial ring that had turned to dust as soon as Wu Hongqing died.
Even if there was nothing useful to him, that might not be the case for his family and friends.
Forget it. If I really need something, I'll have Zhuang Heng Tian look for it after he becomes the temple master. In the coming 300 years, I'll have complete control over the title temple after all.
When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of participants he brought here from the dream cycle heaven began to whisper among themselves. Zhuang Tianheng glanced at them and said, Li Feng has been accepted as the Temple Master's direct disciple.
Li Feng was the name Duan Ling Tian had used in the Title Temple's branch in the Dream Cycle Heaven. He had come up with that name after combining his mother and father's names, Li Ro and Duan Ru Feng.
What? The Temple Master accepted Li Feng as his direct disciple? How's that possible?
Everyone was shocked. The young cultivators were envious. As more and more people arrived, they were finally escorted to their accommodations. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the main Title Temple Grand Contest was about to begin. Until now, Zhuang Tianheng was the only one who was aware that Wu Hongqing had died. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Tian arrived in a valley, the venue of the main Title Temple Grand Contest, everyone greeted him respectfully.
The younger cultivator's eyes shone with reverence when they looked at him.
Duan Tian hovered in the air and looked at the people below him. After he extended his divine consciousness, he sighed inwardly. The Title Temple has so many geniuses. No wonder it manages to stay in power for so long.
After a moment, Duan Tian raised his hand and the entire place fell silent.
The huge crowd's attention was focused on Duan Tian, who now possessed Wu Hongqing's body. Duan Tian said, "Initially, I planned to personally host the main Title Temple Grand Contest. However, I've broken through recently, so I need to continue cultivating. As such, I'll appoint someone host the contest on my behalf." Although most of the people present were disappointed, they thought it was reasonable. After all, cultivation was very important. I've decided to let Branch Master Zhuang Tianheng from the Dream Cycle Heaven to host the contest. Apart from that, I'll also be resigning from my position and appointing Branch Master Zhuang as the new Temple Master of the main Title Temple, so I can focus on my cultivation. Duan Tian's words stirred up a commotion immediately.
What? The Temple Master is appointing Zhuang Tianheng as the new Temple Master?
Zhuang Tianheng is strong, but there are a few branch masters and elders who are stronger than him. Any of them are more qualified than him to become the new Temple Master, right?
Why was he chosen? Why is Zhuang Tianheng?
Everyone questioned the decision immediately. They whispered among themselves, afraid of being overheard.
However, there were a few bold ones who stepped forward and spoke out. They were the three advanced gods who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. One of them was a young man and the other two were middle-aged men.
One of the middle-aged men said tentatively, "My lord, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." Normally, he would not dare to publicly question the Temple Master's decision. However, due to the circumstances, how could he stay put and do nothing? How could he allow Zhuang Tianheng, who only recently attained godhood, to surpass him and become the Temple Master? The other middle-aged man said, "Lord Temple Master, I think it's more suitable to appoint Elder Chu as the new Temple Master." Although the young man did not speak, it was clearly based on his expression that he disapproved of Duan Tian's decision as well. Duan Tian looked at the two middle-aged men before he asked the young man, "Do you disagree as well?" The young man replied, "Lord Temple Master, I agree with the two guardians. Zhuang Tianzheng only attained godhood recently. Let alone Elder Chu, he's even weaker than us. Position-wise, he's just a branch master."
On the other hand, Elder Chu is the first Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple. The young man was also a Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple.
After the young man finished speaking, everyone held their breaths as they shifted their eyes back and forth between Duan Tian and the three advanced gods. The atmosphere at this time was as cold as ice. Duan Tian finally said, "I, Wu Hongqing, have already made up my mind. If you want to change my mind, you'll have to defeat me." The three advanced gods' expressions changed drastically. They felt that Wu Hongqing was unlike himself. If Wu Hongqing was domineering and unreasonable, they would not have dared to voice their dissatisfaction. After all,
a huge palm seal descended from the sky onto the three advanced gods immediately.
At the same time, the trio discovered that they had been restrained by an invisible force and could not even mobilize their divine energies. Before they could regain their senses, the palm seal had already struck them. Boom! The space tore, and a huge black hole appeared immediately before it slowly mended itself. Just like that, the three advanced gods died. When the crowd regained their senses, they did not even dare to move a muscle. Fear and reverence could be seen in their eyes as they looked at Duan Tian. They did not expect their temple master would kill the three advanced gods so decisively just because they disagreed with him.
They were also shocked by how easily he had killed the three advanced gods as though he was strangling chickens.
All of the branch masters who had a good relationship with Wu Hongqing in the past keenly felt that there was something wrong with Wu Hongqing. In their opinion, Wu Hongqing was not so cruel. At this moment, an aged and cold voice rang from the distance. "Temple Master!" In just a blink of an eye, An old man appeared, standing across from Duanling Tian and looking at Duanling Tian with a dark expression on his face. Duanling Tian looked at the old man and asked expressionlessly, "Elder Chu, do you disagree with me as well?" "Temple Master, don't you think you've gone overboard?" the old man said grimly as he stared at Duanling Tian. The three of them had served the title temple for many years. Although they questioned your authority, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, it's true that it's inappropriate to appoint a branch master as the new temple master. Elder Chu, it seems like you disagree with my decision as well, Duanling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Elder Chu with a cold gaze. The old man scoffed. Wu Hongqing, do you want to kill me as well? As soon as the old man's voice fell, a terrifying energy surged from his body, causing the crowd to shudder. Those with weaker cultivation bases were so pressured that their faces paled immediately. Did Elder Chu break through and become a king of gods? All of the branch masters, including Zhuang Tianheng, were shocked. He's become a king of gods. Based on the level of comprehension of his law, Wu Hongqing won't be able to kill him now that he's become a king of gods. After all, his comprehension is more profound than Wu Hongqing's. Elder Chu, or Chu Hui, was not only the first vice-temple master of the main title temple, but he was also Wu Hongqing's junior granduncle. He has the highest seniority in the title temple as well. He was invincible among those below the stage of a king of gods. Although he was just a rudimentary king of gods, his strength was almost comparable to an intermediate king of gods. For all these reasons, Chu Hui dared to act boldly. Moreover, in his opinion, Wu Hongqing was likely not an intermediate king of gods yet. Even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate king of gods, he was confident Wu Hongqing would not be able to kill him at all even if he was just a rudimentary king of gods. The branch masters discussed among themselves through voice transmission, afraid of being overheard. Elder Chu's strength is comparable to an intermediate king of gods, even though he's just a rudimentary king of gods. Elder Chu's comprehension of the law of destruction. His comprehension of the law is one of the most profound in the title temple and Devata realms. I wonder what the temple master is going to do. Is the temple master really going to fight Elder Chu? Many of them hoped that Chu Hui would remove Wu Hongqing from his position at this moment. After all, Wu Hongqing's cruel display earlier made them feel uneasy. Duanling Tian smiled. Elder Chu, I didn't expect you to have become a king of gods. So this is why you're bold. Chu Hui said icily, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not my intention to look down on you, but I really don't think you're capable of such a feat. Duanling Tian's smile vanished abruptly as he said, Vice Temple Master Chu Hui is found guilty of trying to attack the Temple Master. His punishment is death. Following that, Duanling Tian waved his hand. Ridiculous! Chu Hui cried out as divine energy imbued with the law of destruction surged out of his body. The younger cultivators were shocked by Chu Hui's strength. The pressure was so great that some of them began to bleed through their orifices. Fortunately, the branch masters reacted and quickly shielded them. Otherwise, those with weaker cultivation bases might have died. So this is the energy of a king of gods? How terrifying! Although I'm close to attaining godhood, I can't withstand his energy at all. Kings of gods are truly terrifying. They're in a different league. Boom! While the branch masters were looking at Chu Hui reverently, a golden palm seal suddenly descended from the sky and slammed Chu Hui into the ground. When the dust settled, everyone saw a huge hole in the ground. The temple master has become so strong? Vice Temple Master Chu is almost as strong as an intermediate king of gods despite only being a rudimentary king of gods. Even then, he's no match for the temple master. Perhaps Vice Temple Master Chu was just caught off guard? Is Vice Temple Master Chu dead? The crowd looked at the huge hole in shock. Fear lingered in their heart as they communicated through voice transmission. Although they did not doubt Wu Hongqing's strength, they did not expect him to be so strong. He managed to bury Chu Hui with just one strike. Come out. Don't pretend to be dead. I held my strength back after all, Duanling Tian said. Boom! A loud noise rang in the air as a figure shot out of the hole. Chu Hui's robe was tattered and he was covered in dirt. He looked at Duanling Tian solemnly and said, You're not Wu Hongqing.
Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian laughed. I'm not Wu Hongqing? Elder Chu, is this excuse you came up with now that you realized you're no match for me? Who'll believe such a shoddy excuse? Chu Hui said frostily, Wu Hongqing isn't so strong. Who are you? Why did you possess Wu Hongqing? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Do you think one would have access to one's full strength after possessing someone? The branch masters who were knowledgeable in possession instinctively shook their heads. With that, the opinion changed. It seems like Elder Chu refuses to admit defeat. That's right. Earlier, it was obvious that he was so bold because he has become a king of gods. He probably didn't expect the temple master to be stronger than him. Chu Hui heard the words from the branch masters and his expression turned unsightly. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked through voice transmission, Who are you? There's no need for you to know this, Duan Ling Tian said. Subsequently, with just a wave of his hand, Duan Ling Tian killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. He did not kill Chu Hui earlier because he knew this would have a greater impact on the crowd. The entire place was silent. Is there anyone who disagrees with me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he swept his eyes across the crowd. Needless to say, with the 4 people serving as an example, no one dared to speak even if they were dissatisfied. Those 4 were elites in the title temple and yet they died so easily. Very good. It seems like there's no more objection, Duan Ling Tian said as he nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued to say, since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng is now the temple master of the main title temple and he'll host the main title temple grand contest. I'll be going into closed-door cultivation after this. After a brief pause, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuang Tianheng and said, if anyone tries to find fault with you, you can look for me. I'll help you to deal with them. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the others meaningfully. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Temple Master. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response before he vanished from sight. He was naturally not interested in the main title temple grand contest. He was more interested in searching the title temple's treasure vault to see if there was anything useful for his family and friends. Duan Ling Tian went to the main title temple to kill Wu Hongqing and gain control over the temple mainly due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he thought it would be beneficial to him as well. As one of the top forces in the Devata realms, the title temple's cultivation resources were naturally superior. Even a lord of gods like Duan Ling Tian would not be so influential in the Devata realms. After all, the title temple had a long legacy in the Devata realms. This could not be obtained through strength alone and needed time to accumulate. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, it's best I don't show myself to save them the sorrow of parting again. I'll just disguise myself as a member of the solitary destructive heavens, heavenly emperor palace to pass them the treasures. Although he could not openly reunite with his family and friends yet, he was content with knowing they were safe. He could bear to cause them sorrow when it was time to part again. Duan Ling Tian no longer cared about the title temple. He was confident that Zhuang Tianheng, whom he had chosen, would fulfill his role satisfactorily. Indeed, after Duan Ling Tian killed the 4 people while possessing Wu Hongqing's body, shocking everyone, no one dared to disobey him even if they felt he was too cruel. After all, not only was he the temple master, but he had shown himself to be the strongest in the title temple. Even if he had stepped away from his position, his strength was unquestionable. Only a fool would challenge him. Nonetheless, some of the branch masters had already decided to head to the realm of gods when the spatial passages reopened to complain about Wu Hongqing. During these 300 years, they would stay low and bide their time. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of their thoughts. Even if he was aware, he would not care about them. After all, the title temple in the realm of gods would not be able to find out that he was the culprit. Moreover, he was sure that Zhuang Tianheng, who benefited from this arrangement, would not expose him. It was likely that the title temple would not do anything to Zhuang Tianheng as well since most of the capable powerhouses in the title temple had been killed by him, leaving Zhuang Tianheng as the most suitable candidate to lead the title temple in the Devata realms. Through Zhuang Tianheng, Duan Ling Tian obtained many cultivation resources for his family and friends. Although Zhuang Tianheng was confused as to why Duan Ling Tian wanted those resources, he obediently carried out Duan Ling Tian's orders. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had said, I won't interfere with the title temple after this.
All I need you to do is to obtain cultivation resources and run a few simple errands for me. Even if the title temple in the realm of gods investigates this matter 300 years later, you won't be implicated. The blame will fall on Wu Hongqing, and they'll also discover that Wu Hongqing is dead. Before that, I'll also announce that I discovered Feng Qing Yang's secret, so I'll be heading to the Azure Hell. Zhang Tianheng's eyes lit up. His fear of becoming Duan Ling Tian's puppet vanished completely. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was clear Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the title temple at all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had also figured things out for him. Hence, he said happily, Lord Duan, if you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll do all I can to help you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since he had dealt with everything, he left the main title temple and returned to the mundane realm where his family and friends were staying. Swoosh! After Duan Ling Tian put on a long black robe and mobilized the law of life to disguise himself as an expert in the law of life, he flew into the family and friends' cultivation ground. He did not look for Li Fei and Huaner since he was worried they might see through his disguise. Duan Ling Tian appeared in a valley where his parents, Li Ro and Duan Rufeng, were drinking tea and playing chess before he asked, "Are both of you Duan Ling Tian's parents?" Li Ro and Duan Rufeng did not sense Duan Ling Tian's presence at all, so they were shocked when they heard his voice. Before they regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian brought a spatial ring out and tossed it on the table. Duan Ling Tian said in a hoarse voice, "Before the young master left, he asked me to hand this spatial ring to you on this specific day. I'll take my leave now that my mission has been accomplished." Following that, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from the valley without another word. The plants in the valley seemed even lusher after they bathed in his energy from the law of life. When Li Ro and Duan Rufeng finally regained their senses, they looked at the plants in their surroundings and the table before they exchanged a look with shocked expressions on their faces. Duan Rufeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring before he looked into the ring. Then, he said with a sigh, "Tianer is improving so much that I feel useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone walks on different paths. We should be happy that our son is so lucky. Moreover, little Tian will never think of us as useless." Li Ro said reassuringly with a smile on her face. "I know. I just feel a little emotional," Duan Rufeng said as he shook his head. Duan Rufeng and Li Ro felt at ease when they heard that the mysterious powerhouse was from the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Tianu entrusted the person to deliver these cultivation resources on this day, but I don't think I've seen such a person in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Li Ro said. Duan Rufeng said, "Perhaps he's one of the secret guards who's protecting us in the dark." The husband and wife were unaware that Duan Ling Tian overheard their conversation before he left. "I should continue raising my cultivation. If I encounter a bottleneck, I'll have to enter the Lord battlefield again." Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly as he left the mundane realm and returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's true body was refining the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yen Nian in the Flying Dragon sect. After he handed the divine pills to the duo, he continued with his cultivation. In just a blink of an eye, a decade had passed. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. "Master has still yet to escape from Mi Xian after a decade?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. If it were not for Feng Qingyang's intact soul pearl, Duan Ling Tian would have rushed to the land of dead to look for Mi Xian. Over the past decade, he had spent his time in the mundane realm and the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Although he knew it was unlikely for his family to encounter danger in the mundane realm, he felt more assured when he was keeping an eye on them. He had also visited the Heavenly Emperor Palace to check if his master had returned. "I've finally reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. It's time for me to enter the Lord battlefield again. To be safe, it's best to have my Law of Space's doppelganger with me when I enter the Lord battlefield. Otherwise, it'll be bad if I run into an underworld elder from the Tai sect. If I use all my trump cards and still can't kill him, it'll be even worse since my trump cards would be exposed. Hence, it's best to have my Law of Space's doppelganger with me." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's true body in the Flying Dragon sect began to manifest his Law of Space's doppelganger. With that, the doppelganger disappeared from the Devata realms as well. Since he had made arrangements, he was at ease leaving the Devata realm and the mundane realm. Moreover, he knew he could return again as long as he obtained another destruction divine shuttle. I hope Master will return at that time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh.
This was Duan Ling Tian's third time forming the doppelganger from the law of space, so the process was extremely smooth and fast. As soon as the doppelganger was completely formed, the one in the lower realm disappeared completely.
One could only form one doppelganger from a law at a time.
After forming the doppelganger, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down.
A few days later, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the Imperial War realm again. 10 years had passed since the last time he entered the Imperial War realm. 10 years were not long and passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the realms of gods. Even a single session of closed-door cultivation could last for centuries. In comparison, 10 years was nothing. It was even possible to cultivate closed-door for more than 1,000 years, but it was impossible for those at or above the stage of a king of gods since they had to face the heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Even supreme gods who were close to becoming supreme powerhouses were not exempt from this. As for whether supreme powerhouses also had to face heavenly tribulations, perhaps only supreme powerhouses themselves and their immediate relatives had the answer. For Xue Mingji, one of the vice sect leaders of the Flying Dragon sect, the past 10 years had been particularly torturous for him. He had never felt like that before. It's been 10 years. Is Duan Ling Tian never going to leave Xue Hai Chuan's cultivation ground? Xue Mingji was afraid that the longer the matter dragged on, the stronger Duan Ling Tian would become. At that time, it would be even harder for him to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. The two Lords of God's Death Warriors he had hired would no longer be able to kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian grew even stronger. How could he not be anxious with this thought in his mind? Furthermore, to not expose themselves, the two Lords of Gods had to enter the Imperial War realm as well. Hence, Xue Mingji was also worried the duo might be killed on the Lord battlefield. While Xue Mingji was drowning in his anxiety, he received a voice transmission.
My lord, Duan Ling Tian has left Xue Hai Chuan's cultivation ground and he's alone. He's heading toward the Imperial War realm. There's no movement from Xue Hai Chuan and he's likely still in closed-door cultivation.
The message was from his man whom he had stationed outside of Xue Hai Chuan's cultivation ground to monitor Duan Ling Tian. He was a disciple in charge of patrolling the area, and he had been selected so as to not arouse suspicion. Good. Very good. Xue Mingji was delighted. He thought that Xue Hai Chuan probably did not expect him to hire two death warriors who were lords of gods to deal with Duan Ling Tian since the cost is astronomical. Xue Mingji's eyes were bright as he brought out his trusted friend's soul pearl to send a message. Duan Ling Tian is heading toward the Imperial War realm alone. Tell them to look for an opportunity to complete their mission.
Xue Mingji laughed and replied, "Congratulations.
Your wish is about to be fulfilled." "I hope so," Xue Mingji said. Unless Duan Ling Tian died, he still did feel assured. Nonetheless, he finally saw a sliver of hope at this moment. Xue Mingji's friend said again, "I know the loss of those kings of God's death warriors affected you slightly. However, you hired them for almost nothing. Just focus on those two lords of gods. They've entered the Imperial War realm a few times now. Not only are they not injured, but they even killed a few lords of gods from the Tai sect. One of those they killed was an inner elder of the Tai sect as well. Even if the duo encounters an underworld elder, the underworld elder might not even be able to prevent them from escaping."
Xue Mingji said, "I know they're strong. However, my only concern is whether they'll succeed in their mission."
As long as the duo completed their mission, Xue Mingji would feel that the high price he had paid was worth it. After all, he had hired death warriors, not assassins. The cost of hiring assassins was nowhere near that of hiring death warriors. Assassins had autonomy while death warriors were under another person's control. Death warriors had no choice but to follow their owner's bidding. If the duo failed, he would really suffer a huge loss. Apart from that, if the death warriors failed, he would have to take even greater risks. He's just a rudimentary lord of gods. Success is guaranteed, Xue Mingji's friend said dismissively. Unless he's already become an intermediate Lord of Gods, it's impossible for him to survive with two intermediate Lords of Gods making a move. You're right, Xue Mingji said, feeling much more at ease. He did not think Duanling Tian would become an intermediate Lord of Gods in just 10 years. Even those monstrous prodigies from supreme rank forces would find it difficult to break through in such a short time. Cultivation would only get harder as one got stronger, after all. Cultivating as a Lord of Gods was 10 times more difficult compared to cultivating as a King of Gods. Even if one had unlimited resources, divine pills and divine fruits, one would still need time to break through. For this reason, regardless of Duanling Tian's heaven-defying talent, Xue Mingji was certain Duanling Tian could not have become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. Indeed, Duanling Tian had yet to become an intermediate Lord of Gods. Despite consuming many divine pills, he not only did not become an intermediate Lord of Gods yet, but his progress was not very significant as well. After leaving Xue Haichuan's cultivation ground, Duanling Tian made his way to the valley where the entrance to the Imperial War Realm was located. He did not inform Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this since the duo might insist on accompanying him. With the duo's presence, it would be difficult for him to gain experience on the Lord battlefield. I rarely fought after becoming a Lord of Gods. The only way to improve and familiarize myself with my strength is to fight. Life or death battles will help me even more, Duanling Tian sighed as he thought to himself. Even my law of space isn't progressing with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Although Duanling Tian was anxious to get stronger, he knew there was nothing much he could do at the moment. He could only solve his problems as they come. The Lord battlefield should help him with the mobilization of his divine energy. As for the law of space, he thought there was a chance it would improve during battles as well. Even if it did not, he would solve the problem later. At worst, he would have to wait until he became an intermediate Lord of Gods before his law of space could improve again. In any case, my comprehension of the law of space has slightly surpassed that of Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan, and a few Black Dragon elders. It should be sufficient for now. Duanling Tian needed a breakthrough the most now. He suspected that the bottleneck he faced when comprehending the law of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. He had read many records in the profound energy land regarding the history and people of the Eastern Ridge Mansion and other places. From what he had read, there was no rudimentary Lord of Gods who possessed comprehension like him. When Duanling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Imperial War Realm, he saw a lot of people exchanging tips and sparring. There were also many who were chatting and playing around. Some were even betting using their artifacts. These people are really carefree. However, quite some time has passed since the Imperial War began. It's normal that they have grown desensitized to the dangers of the Imperial War. Duanling Tian was about to enter the entrance that led to the Imperial War Realm when he heard faint noises coming from afar. Moreover, the sound seemed to be drawing closer and closer. He turned around and saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting. The fight attracted many people's attention since they were the intermediate Lords of Gods present at the moment. Boom, 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 boom. The duo seemed to be moving closer and closer to him as they fought. They moved in other directions as well, but in general, there was no doubt they were drawing closer and closer to him. Duanling Tian paused and watched their battle. After all, it would be beneficial to him to watch the intermediate Lords of Gods fight. It's them. When the duo drew closer, Duanling Tian finally saw their faces. He remembered seeing them entering the Imperial War Realm previously. Boom! The duo did not seem to be holding back as they fought. A loud explosion rang in the air before the duo shot off in opposite directions. One flew away from Duanling Tian while the other flew toward Duanling Tian and a few others. Duanling Tian and those around him moved to avoid the Lord of Gods. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who had flown over. The two of them seemed stronger than ordinary inner elders. The middle-aged man glared at the aloof young man in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Again!" Very well. The young man moved, looking like a streak of light as he shot toward the middle-aged man. When he drew close to the middle-aged man, his terrifying divine energy that was imbued with the law burst forth and swept out like a tornado. Those standing nearby with weak cultivation bases were instantly sent flying by the tornado-like energy. Even those with stronger cultivation bases stumbled slightly and nearly lost their footing. Only a few lords of gods like Duanling Tian were unaffected. Boom! Boom! The middle-aged man and the young man collided fiercely. Two earth-shattering explosions rang in the air before the duo suddenly turned to Duanling Tian in unison. The duo, who were fighting with their bare hands before this, suddenly brought out their prominent divine artifacts, which were a saber and a sword, as they rushed toward Duanling Tian. They want to kill me. When Duanling Tian reacted, he quickly mobilized the law of space to teleport away. However, he discovered he was unable to do so because the middle-aged man had also comprehended the law of space and had disrupted the space around him to prevent him from leaving. This is clearly premeditated. Duanling Tian would have lived in vain for so many years if he still could not figure out what was happening at this moment. The two intermediate lords of gods had joined the Flying Dragon sect with the intention to kill him. Clearly, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to complete their mission. Previously, when they were looking at me, I assumed they were looking at Brother Yan Nian. After all, Brother Yan Nian had shown that young man around when he just joined the sect. Apart from not being able to teleport away, it was also too late for Duanling Tian to mobilize his divine energy even though he had 99 heavenly veins. I'm afraid it'll take some time before the Black Dragon Elders and the Golden Dragon Elders arrive. Forget it. I'll deal with these people on my own. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. Over the past decade, although his cultivation did not improve greatly, his comprehension of the law did. He could also now perfectly disguise his mastery Dao as a technique from the law of space. No one below the stage of an emperor of gods would be able to sense anything wrong. At the same time, the people in the surroundings backed away in fear. Even the rudimentary lords of gods nearby did not plan to help Duanling Tian. They were all afraid of being caught in the crossfire. These rudimentary lords of gods had only joined the Flying Dragon sect after the Imperial War started. Hence, they did not know Duanling Tian. What's going on? Why are they trying to kill him? They want to kill him? Swoosh! The young man pointed his sword at Duanling Tian. The void rippled before a sword ray shot out in the sky toward Duanling Tian's glabella. At the same time, the middle-aged man brandished his saber. Saber rays shot out and disrupted the space around Duanling Tian, forming a prison to trap him. Unlike the rudimentary lords of gods, the kings of gods' expressions changed drastically when they returned to their senses. That's Duanling Tian. I saw him in Peace City before. Why are the two intermediate lords of gods trying to kill Duanling Tian? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of the Black Dragon Elders and Golden Dragon Elders? Duanling Tian is just a rudimentary lord of gods. He's going to die. What a pity. Only the good die young. Who are those two people? Why would they throw their lives away just to kill Duanling Tian? Is it worth it to sacrifice the lives of two intermediate lords of gods for a rudimentary lord of gods like Duanling Tian? On second thought, Duanling Tian's not an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods. Out of their minds? Are they not afraid of the Black Dragon Elders and Gold Dragon Elders here? The young man's attack that was aimed at Duanling Tian's glabella was meant to kill. It was obvious that he hoped to end this with one move. Die! The middle-aged man cried out before saber rays swept toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, two furious voices rang in the air. Stop it! Do you have a death wish? The voice belonged to Black Dragon Elder and a Golden Dragon Elder. Previously, they did not pay attention to the two intermediate lords of gods since he assumed they were just sparring. This was common in recent years. Earlier, they had seen Duanling Tian, but they did not pay attention to him. Who knew the duo would suddenly attack Duanling Tian when they left to patrol the other area? Everything happened so abruptly that they did not have time to respond. Although the Golden Dragon Elder was further away, due to his strength and speed, he attacked at the same as the Black Dragon Elder. Sword rays as dazzling as the sun fell on the two intermediate lords of gods immediately. A hint of hopelessness could be seen in the two elders' eyes. They felt that they had reacted too late and that it was impossible to save Duanling Tian. Before their attacks landed, the two intermediate lords of gods had sufficient time to kill Duanling Tian. Swoosh! At this time, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy that had been imbued with the law of space surged out. At the same time, a defensive mediocre divine artifact in the form of armor appeared on him while a prominent divine sword appeared in his hand. At the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian used the Mastery Dao. The space around him rippled so slightly that even the Golden Dragon Elder failed to notice it, let alone the Black Dragon Elders or the two intermediate Lords of Gods. Die! The middle-aged man and young man cried out simultaneously. Their eyes were blank, and their faces were expressionless. Clearly, they had no regard for their lives. They ignored the attacks coming their way and were only focused on one thing: killing Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion rang in the air, shocking everyone. Duan Ling Tian, the most brilliant prodigy in the Flying Dragon sect, is going to die today. It's a pity. Duan Ling Tian is considered a top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. After all, those two men disregarded their lives just to kill Duan Ling Tian. They must have a deep grudge against him. The Golden Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder did not think Duan Ling Tian would survive as well. The Golden Dragon Elder, a youthful-looking old man dressed in a Taoist robe, hovered in the sky and sighed. Young man, I can only kill them to avenge you after you die. The Black Dragon Elder, who had appeared behind the Golden Dragon Elder, sighed as well. The Gold Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder sighed, thinking that Duan Ling Tian was going to die when a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Their expressions froze immediately. Boom! 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 The two elders discovered that before their attacks landed on the two intermediate Lords of Gods, their attacks were crushed by the spatial storm that raged around Duan Ling Tian. It was a barrier that protected Duan Ling Tian. What a terrifying defense! The two elders were shocked by the spatial storm's defensive ability. Following that, they saw Duan Ling Tian's armor that had dimmed considerably. Is that all you got? An indifferent voice rang from the eye of the spatial storm. Following that, two sword rays imbued with the law of space shot out of Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine sword toward the two intermediate Lords of Gods. The duo, who were focused on killing Duan Ling Tian, did not have time to defend against Duan Ling Tian and was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Death warriors were usually devoid of emotions. Their only purpose was to complete the mission given to them by their masters. However, at this moment the two death warriors were shocked. How could a rudimentary Lord of Gods crush their attacks that had been launched with prominent divine artifacts? Moreover, they were not holding back their strength and had attacked with all their might. The duo had joined the Flying Dragon sect for a period of time now and had gained a certain understanding of the sect. They knew their strength had surpassed most of the inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, because they fought with disregard for their lives, they also had an advantage. This was what set them apart from ordinary people. If they joined forces, none of the inner elders would be a match for them at all. How could they not be shocked that Duan Ling Tian survived, completely unharmed? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian even managed to crush their attacks with his spatial storm. Even a white dragon elder would not be able to escape completely unharmed. The duo growled and steeled themselves as they faced the two incoming sword rays that seemed capable of destroying everything in their paths. At the same time, they did not forget to launch another attack at Duan Ling Tian, determined to kill him. At this time, the spatial storm around Duan Ling Tian had weakened greatly after blocking the duo's attacks. Even his armor was crushed and he was sent flying back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering from minor injuries. These injuries would be healed with just a few recovery divine pills. He had planned to let the attack injure him. After all, although he was confident the Golden Dragon Elder would not be able to see through his Mastery Dao, it was always better to play it safe. Swoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian staggered back, struggling to regain his footing after being sent flying. His face was pale as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's sword rays struck the two intermediate Lords of Gods. When they entered the duo's bodies, they multiplied before destroying their hearts and heavenly veins. At the same time, the soul energy in the sword rays began to devour their souls as well.
When the duo's bodies were about to fall due to the attacks on their souls, the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder's attacks finally struck them. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions sounded as the two intermediate lords of gods exploded into a blood mist that evaporated quickly due to the high temperature. Soon enough, silence returned. Duan Ling Tian panted heavily, determined to continue his act. Although he looked roughed up, the others looked at him in shock. Duan Ling Tian had only become a rudimentary lord of gods about a decade ago, but he not only managed to defend against the sudden attack of two intermediate lords of gods, but he even managed to kill them. None of them paid attention to the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder at this moment. In fact, in their opinion, the two elders' attacks only served to motivate the two intermediate lords of gods to attack harder. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. Is he really just a rudimentary lord of gods? There's no doubt about that. His divine energy is the same as ours. How can a rudimentary lord of gods be so powerful? Based on the situation earlier, even white dragon elders would not be able to get out of it easily. Inner elders would definitely die if they were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes earlier. The kings of gods realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's strength was after listening to the words of the other rudimentary lords of gods. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian easily recognized them through the identity tokens hanging at their waists. He quickly consumed a few recovery divine pills before he smiled weakly and said, "Greetings, elders." The two looked at Duan Ling Tian with complicated expressions on their faces. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to survive at all. He was stronger than they had imagined. Although he was injured, it was undoubtedly a miracle that he survived. Perhaps the strongest rudimentary lord of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could also survive this, but they doubt he or she would be able to handle the matter calmly like Duan Ling Tian did. Duan Ling Tian, that was amazing, the Black Dragon Elder said praisingly and gave him a thumbs up. He had a direct disciple who was a rudimentary lord of gods as well, but he was nowhere close to being comparable to Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! The Golden Dragon Elder raised his hand decisively, bringing Duan Ling Tian's identity token into his hand. Then, he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I apologize for failing my duties. Fortunately, you're all right. These 100,000 contribution points is my compensation to you." "Elder Yang, this isn't necessary," Duan Ling Tian quickly said. Duan Ling Tian recognized the Golden Dragon Elder. His name was Yang Feng. It was said that before joining the Flying Dragon sect, Yang Feng was a remarkable prodigy from a Lord rank force. His performance was outstanding after he joined the Flying Dragon sect, allowing him to quickly rise in ranks and become a prominent figure in the sect. He was known as the Flying Dragon sect's friendliest Golden Dragon Elder, and he was also very willing to teach the inner disciples who approached him for guidance. Hence, he was also very well liked in the sect. "Just accept it. I have no use for them now," Yang Feng said as he returned Duan Ling Tian's identity token after transferring the contribution points. Then, as though he just recalled something, he said, "The sect will give you a satisfactory explanation regarding today's incident." Following that, Yang Feng nodded slightly at Duan Ling Tian before he flashed away. Duan Ling Tian could barely catch Yang Feng's movements. After all, Yang Feng was a top advanced lord of gods. What a terrifying speed! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If his opponents were as strong as Yang Feng, he would die even if he used all his trump cards. His eyes shone with determination as he continued thinking to himself. He's going to be much stronger once he becomes an emperor of gods. My goal isn't just to become an emperor of gods or a supreme god. My goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, left after dealing with the matter. Seeing that Yang Feng had given Duan Ling Tian 100,000 contribution points as compensation, the Black Dragon Elder also compensated Duan Ling Tian with 50,000 contribution points. Although Yang Feng held more responsibility regarding this matter, he was not without fault as well. Hence, he felt compelled to compensate Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he knew that the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect highly valued Duan Ling Tian as well. The sect leader valued Duan Ling Tian more than he did the Green Dragon disciples. Who knew what the sect leader would think if he did not compensate Duan Ling Tian? Moreover, he could also leave a good impression on Duan Ling Tian by compensating him. In short, he stood to gain everything and had nothing to lose by compensating Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Wang Yizhan. If you need help in the future, don't hesitate to look for me, the Black Dragon Elder said with a wide smile as he handed Duan Ling Tian his soul pearl after transferring the contribution points to Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would not need to ask Wang Yizhan's help, he still accepted Wang Yizhan's kind gesture. After Wang Yizhan left, more and more people arrived after hearing about what happened. Dongfang Yan Yan and his wife Ouyang Shueli came as well. Both of them looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Little Tian, are you all right? I'm fine, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Ouyang Shueli furrowed her brows, and her voice turned cold as she said, Why are you here alone? Were you planning to enter the Imperial War realm alone? Where's Xue Haichuan? Ouyang Shueli's voice was noticeably colder when she mentioned Xue Haichuan. As soon as Ouyang Shueli's voice fell, sister-in-law, Xue Haichuan, who had just arrived, smiled wryly when he heard Ouyang Shueli's words. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said apologetically, Little Tian, I'm sorry about what happened. In fact, Xue Haichuan was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had left his cultivation ground. Nonetheless, he would not have been worried even if he had been aware. In his opinion, with Kuang Tianzhang serving as an example, he did not think anyone would dare to attack Duan Ling Tian in the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was now strong enough to hold his ground long enough against a White Dragon Elder until reinforcement arrived. Saying that, he felt it was impossible for any of the White Dragon Elders, including the two from the 10,000 Devils faction, to disregard their lives and kill Duan Ling Tian in the sect. Brother Haichuan, it's not your fault. I left without telling you after all, Duan Ling Tian said confidently with a smile. Moreover, I'm fine. Based on my strength, unless an advanced Lord of Gods makes a move, it's impossible for the others to kill me. Xue Haichun said, filled with praise, I heard about what happened. Not only did you successfully defend against them, but you even killed them. I heard they were stronger than most of our inner elders. Xue Haichuan had been shocked when he heard the news during his journey here. When they were in the Imperial War Realm, he knew Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to that of an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect when Duan Ling Tian killed the inner elder from Tai Yi sect on the Lord battlefield. However, defending and killing two intermediate Lords of Gods at the same time was a difficult feat if he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes. He was not certain he could escape completely unharmed. Duan Ling Tian was only injured from the duo's second attack. This indicated that Duan Ling Tian's strength not only surpassed most inner elders, but it was almost comparable to some White Dragon Elders. Dongfang Yan Yan said, Little Tian, I didn't expect you to become so strong so quickly. When you become an intermediate Lord of Gods, I don't think we'll be a match for you. Dongfang Yan Yan was confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary Lord of Gods. But once Duan Ling Tian became an intermediate Lord of Gods, it would be considered good as long as he did not lose too miserably. Your law of space has also improved tremendously after a decade, Dongfang Yan Nian said with a sigh. It's not bad, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. While Duan Ling Tian, Xue Haichuan, Dongfeng Yan Yan, and Ouyang Shueli continued to chat, the crowd around them began to grow as well. Even Ding Yan and Xikong Yu came to have a look. Since Ho Qingning was still in the Imperial War Realm, he was naturally absent. Duan Ling Tian, are you all right? Ding Yan asked. Duan Ling Tian saw the traces of concern in Xikong Yu's eyes. He sighed inwardly. It was clear that Xikong Yu still liked him. To Xikong Yu's disappointment, he pretended not to notice her feelings. He turned to Ding Yang and replied with a smile. I'm fine. Why are you here? I thought you were in the Imperial Realm. I'll enter after a period of time, Ding Yan said. Then he turned to greet Xue Haichuan and the others. Xue Haichuan and the others knew Ding Yang was a good friend of Duan Ling Tian, so they were friendly to him and did not treat him as an ordinary inner disciple. Meanwhile, the crowd whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. To think those from the Tai Yi sect confidently claimed that Duan Ling Tian isn't a match for Shimin Longxiang. What a joke!
Shimin Longxiang only managed to kill rudimentary lords of gods from our sect, but Duan Ling Tian has shown that he's able to kill intermediate lords of gods. I heard that the battle earlier had been recorded in a floating image pearl. It won't be long before we can watch it.
That's great. I was just thinking that it's a pity I didn't get to witness the earlier battle. I'll use my contribution points to exchange for the recording.
Who knew a rudimentary lord of gods below the age of 3,000 could be so strong? His strength has surpassed that of the inner elders and is comparable to the white dragon elders.
In fact, I think the weaker and newly promoted white dragon elders might not be able to defeat him at all.
At the same time, Sikongyu stared at the purple-clad young man in front of her in a daze after she overheard the hushed conversation in her surroundings. He's grown so much in just a blink of an eye. In the past, I thought he was only slightly better than I am. Now, it seems like it's impossible for me to catch up to him. Not only do I have a low innate talent and comprehension skills, but I have a poor personality as well. No wonder he has no interest in me. Sikongyu thought to herself. She sighed inwardly before she silently left. She looked lonely when she left, but no one noticed her since everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the liveliness near the entrance to the Imperial War Realm, the atmosphere was gloomy and tense in the main hall of the Flying Dragon sect.
Long Ching-chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, who was sitting on the main seat, wore an unsightly expression on his face as he looked at an old man who was a black dragon elder. He said, "You accepted them both on the same day, so you should know them better than anyone else."
The black dragon elder said solemnly, "Sect leader, they were very taciturn. I didn't pay attention to them since it's not a strange thing. However, now that I think about it, something's not right." Elder Yang said that the duo attacked with disregard for their lives. They were completely unafraid. Coupled with the fact that they made a move in the sect, I suspect they were death warriors. Someone must have hired them and got them to join the sect to kill Duan Ling Tian. The culprit must have a deep grudge against Duan Ling Tian. Even Elder Yang suspects they were death warriors. The Black Dragon Elder hit the nail on the head. At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stepped forward and said, "Sect leader, the duo didn't go to the Imperial War Realm immediately after joining the sect. In fact, they seemed rather reluctant to enter the Lord battlefield.
They were forced to enter in the end when the stipulated time was almost up. This contradicts what one of them said to Elder Dongfang Yannian.
When Elder Dongfang Yannian showed one of them around, he had said that he had a deep grudge against the Tai sect and wanted to kill people from the Tai sect. If that was the case, he wouldn't have waited until the last minute to enter the Lord battlefield.
All these further prove that they were death warriors.
The Flying Dragon sect, a dignified emperor rank force, was infiltrated by death soldiers? It was an insult to the sect."
The expression of Long Ching-chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned unsightly as soon as he heard the Black Dragon Elder's words. The culprit was blatantly challenging the dignity of the Flying Dragon sect.
Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, stepped forward and said, "I'm certain they were death warriors. I monitored them for a time. They were serious and reclusive. They hardly respond when spoken to. They did not flinch at all when faced with death. It was as though they didn't know fear. The cost to hire a death warrior who's an intermediate lord of gods is insanely high." One of the Black Dragon Elders said, "Who is Duan Ling Tian exactly?
Why would someone spend so much to hire death warriors just to kill him?" Another Black Dragon Elder said suspiciously.
"That's right. Moreover, they weren't ordinary death warriors. Even an ordinary advanced lord of gods might not have enough to hire 2 intermediate lords of gods who are death warriors," the first Black Dragon Elder said.
He paused before he said with a wry smile, "Honestly, even if I used all my savings, I could only hire 1 intermediate lord of gods."
Could the culprit be an emperor of gods? Someone speculated out loud. "Impossible," Long Ching-chong said. "Why would an emperor of gods need to hire death warriors to kill Duan Ling Tian? He could simply enter our sect to kill Duan Ling Tian. Our guarding formation wouldn't be able to stop an emperor of gods for long. Even if he didn't enter our sect and we refused to hand Duan Ling Tian over, he could force our hand by killing everyone who tried to leave the sect." Most of the elders agreed with Long Ching-chong's words. If the culprit isn't an emperor of gods, then he's likely an advanced lord of gods. Perhaps the culprit isn't just one person. It could be a lord rank force. We should investigate those who have grudges against Duanling Tian first. We have to investigate this matter seriously. News of this has spread throughout the sect, and it makes the younger disciples uneasy. They know if they were in Duanling Tian's shoes, they would surely die. They're questioning the sect. This is why we need to investigate this matter and show the disciples that the sect won't let this matter slide. All the high-ranking officials in the Flying Dragon sect were furious. This included Xue Mingji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. He acted as though he could not wait to get his hands on the culprit during the meeting. After the meeting ended, Xue Mingji remained calm as he returned to his cultivation ground. He even smiled at those who greeted him during his journey back. However, as soon as arrived at his cultivation ground and activated the noise-canceling formation, his expression turned unsightly immediately. Damn it! Those two intermediate lords of gods were trash. They can't even deal with a rudimentary lord of gods. To think I spent half of my life savings on them. Xue Mingshi looked like a madman at this time. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was ashen, and his body was trembling. It took him about 15 minutes before he calmed down. After that, he sent a message to his daughter. My dear daughter, come and see me alone. Don't bring Zhongcan. Father, I heard the plan failed? I'll come over at once. It did not take long for his daughter to arrive. Xue Mingshi sighed. It seems like you've heard about those two death warriors. Don't ever speak about this matter from today onward. Don't mention it to Zhongcan. The sect leader and the Golden Dragon elders are furious, and they're adamant about getting to the bottom of this matter despite the ongoing imperial war. You should know how important this matter is. Although I'm the vice-sect leader, they won't let me go if they find out that I'm the culprit. Death is the least of my concern since I've lived for tens of thousands of years. As a father, you're my only concern. Father, rest assured. I'll carry this secret to my grave, his daughter said. It's a relief to hear you say that, Xue Mingji said with a nod. Father, what are you going to do next? Will they investigate you? His daughter asked. Don't worry. I already have a plan. However, you have to mentally prepare yourself. I've decided to push the blame to the 10,000 Devils sect, Xue Mingshi said. The 10,000 Devils sect? That's right. The enmity between the 10,000 Devils sect and Duanling Tian is very deep. There was also that matter with Kuang Tianzheng. They have enough reasons to hire death warriors to kill Duanling Tian. It's not convincing to blame the two white dragon elders from the 10,000 Devils faction in the sect since they can't afford to hire death warriors of such caliber. The 10,000 Devils sect, on the other hand, is a wealthy lord rank force. They can easily afford to hire two death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods. Father, I don't care about the life or death of the 10,000 Devils sect, but Brother Zhongcan. Rest assured. I'll do my best to protect Zhongcan. Thank you, Father. At this time, Duanling Tian, accompanied by Ding Yan, went to see Long Qingchong. Greetings, sect leader, Ding Yan said with a bow. Long Qingchong nodded and said with a forced smile on his face, I last met you at revered Elder Sikong's cultivation ground. In such a short time, you've achieved so much. Ding Yan instinctively looked at Duanling Tian before he said wryly, Sect leader, you're overpraising me. Compared to Duanling Tian, I'm nothing. Ding Yan's uncle Sikong had a good relationship with Long Qingchong, and the duo would often play chess and chat. Hence, Ding Yan had met Long Qingchong a few times even before he went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Recently, Long Qingchong did not visit as frequently because he was busy. Long Qingchong shook his head and said in a light-hearted manner, You can't compare yourself to Duanling Tian. Even the prodigies from the previous generations, including myself, couldn't compare to him. A rudimentary lord of gods who's not even 3,000 years with strength comparable to a white dragon elder. This is unprecedented in the Flying Dragon sect. The corners of Long Qingchong's lips twitched nearing the end of his words. Duanling Tian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the normally serious Long Qingchong would have such a light-hearted side. When Long Qingchong turned to look at Duanling Tian, his expression turned solemn again as he asked, Duanling Tian, Do you have any helpful information regarding the 2 death warriors that were hired to kill you? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he asked, Sect leader, are you asking me if I have an idea of who might be behind this?
Long Qingchong nodded.
As a matter of fact, I do have someone in mind, Duan Ling Tian said without hesitation. Who is it? Long Qingchong's eyes glinted coldly as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Duan Ling Tian met Long Qingchong's gaze as he said, It's either the 10,000 Devils sect or Vice sect leader Shui. There was only one Vice sect leader with the surname Shui, in the Flying Dragon sect. Long Qingchong's eyes narrowed immediately. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, There are many people who want me dead. However, only the 10,000 Devils sect and Vice sect leader Shui have the capability to hire 2 death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods to kill me in the sect. Naturally, these are just my speculations. It'd be difficult for us to search for clues now that the death warriors are dead. Duan Ling Tian said truthfully. The 10,000 Devils sect and Shui Mingji were as easy to deal with as an ant to Long Qingzhong. With just a command, he could easily get rid of them. Apart from his narrowed eyes, his expression remained the same. He nodded and said, All right, I understand. After leaving Long Qingchong's cultivation ground, Ding Yan asked in confusion, That's it. The sect leader wanted to meet me just to ask that question. Since he has obtained the answer, we naturally have to leave. What's the matter? Were you thinking of staying and having dinner there as well? Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly. Of course not, Ding Yan said sheepishly. I just didn't expect everything to end so quickly. We left almost as soon as we arrived. At this moment, a thought appeared in Ding Yan's mind. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Who's more likely to be the culprit? Vice sect leader Shui or the 10,000 Devils sect?
I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He really did not know.
Duan Ling Tian's conflict with the 10,000 Devils sect began a long time ago. His conflict with Shui Mingji also stemmed from the 10,000 Devils sect. After all, Shui Mingji's son-in-law, Zhong Can, was from the 10,000 Devils sect. Shui Mingji only had one daughter, so he loved his daughter greatly. Previously, when Kuang Tianzhang attempted to kill Duan Ling Tian, everyone related to him except for Zhong Can was executed. It was only due to Zhong Can's identity as Shui Mingji's son-in-law that he managed to escape death. You don't know? Ding Yan was slightly surprised. Then he said, Just like you said to the sect leader, now that death warriors are gone, it'd be hard to look for clues. Unless the sect leader demands the 10,000 Devils sect and Shui Mingji to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath that they have nothing to do with it. However, after a moment, he frowned and said, Wait, you can only use the Devil Heart's blood oath to guarantee you'll keep your word in the future. It has no effect on what has happened in the past one. How frustrating, Ding Yan said, irritated.
Duan Ling Tian said, amused, frustrating?
Even I, the victim, don't feel frustrated. So don't feel frustrated. Come on, stop thinking about it. There's nothing we can do anyway. Just let the sect leader handle it.
Duan Ling Tian knew that whether the culprit was the 10,000 Devils sect or Shui Mingji, there was nothing he could do now. Perhaps with his current strength, he might be able to stir up trouble in the Lord-rank 10,000 Devils sect. However, due to his status as a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect and the 10,000 Devils faction in the sect, it would be troublesome for him to do so. The 2 White Dragon elders from the 10,000 Devils factions would not sit and do nothing if the 10,000 Devils sect was in trouble. Moreover, there were also other lords of gods in the 10,000 Devils sect. As for Shui Mingji, he was a little stronger than an ordinary Black Dragon elder. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Shui Mingji even if he went all out. Apart from that, due to experience, Shui Mingji's comprehension of the law might be even more profound than his. All in all, the gap between their strengths was too wide.
You're right, Ding Yan said with a nod. Then, he said reassuringly, Don't worry. Even if the sect leader doesn't seek justice for you, at the rate you're growing, it won't be long before you can seek revenge on your own. If you don't know who did it, then just deal with both Shui Mingji and the 10,000 Devils sect. Based on these words, it was clear Ding Yan was very confident about Duan Ling Tian's growth.
Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, he was briefly stunned. When he recovered his senses, he could not help but laugh. After Duanling Tian and Ding Yan left, Long Qingchong left his cultivation ground as well. When he arrived at a valley, he sent a message. Not long after, another person at the valley. It was none other than Xue Mingji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. When Xue Mingji saw Long Qingchong, he was panicking inwardly even though he remained calm outwardly. Could he have found out about it? No, that's impossible. In the entire sect, only my daughter and I know about it. It's unlikely that he knows anything, although Xue Mingji was also an advanced lord of gods. As Long Qingchong's junior brother, he deeply respected Long Qingchong. Moreover, Long Qingchong was the leader of his generation. When he was young, Long Qingchong had always been his goal. He had always hoped to catch up to Long Qingchong. Alas, reality was brutal. As time passed, Long Qingchong continued to surpass him by leaps and bounds, and he completely gave up on catching up to Long Qingchong, let alone surpassing Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong smiled and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Xue? Are you not going to invite me and let me stand here?" Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji hurriedly said, "I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in, please come in." Xue Mingji led Long Qingchong to his courtyard, and he did not sit down until Long Qingchong took a seat. His respect for Long Qingchong was deeply engraved in his bones. He asked, "Sect leader, what's the matter? Do you have any orders for me?" Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji quietly after he placed his right hand on the stone table and began to tap it with his finger. "Sect leader." Xue Mingji's panic grew even more in his heart when he saw Long Qingchong's behavior. Finally, Long Qingchong stopped tapping the table. His gaze was profound as he asked, "Junior brother Xue, I heard that you have a grudge against Duanling Tian?" Xue Mingji feigned a stunned expression on his face before he said, "Sect leader, I think you're mistaken. I've not met Duanling Tian, so how could I have a grudge against him?" "You've never met him? Are you sure? Have you never hid in the dark to observe him?" Long Qingchong asked knowingly. Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji's expression changed slightly. He knew what Long Qingchong meant. During the latent Dragon Grand contest, he hid in the crowd and threatened Duanling Tian through voice transmission, saying he would kill Linghu Renjie, the former clan leader of the Linghu clan, if Duanling Tian did not lower his ranking. Duanling Tian disregarded his threat, so he had sent a black dragon elder to kill Linghu Renjie in the Linghu clan. However, the elder died in the Linghu clan, killed by an emperor of gods from the Linghu clan. He only found out about this when the emperor of gods, Linghu Renfeng, looked for him in the Flying Dragon sect. Long Qingchong said, "You hid yourself among the crowd during the latent Dragon Grand contest. Not long after that, Sutong Yuan, a black dragon elder, visited you and left the sect. After that, he died outside of the sect. Moreover, the emperor of gods who broke our guarding formation came to look for you, right? Can you fill in the details for me?" Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji with a slight smile on his face. Xue Mingji's expressions changed drastically upon hearing Long Qingchong's words. He said tremblingly, Sect leader, you're aware of all that?" Xue Mingji did not expect Long Qingchong to know so much. Long Qingchong even knew the Emperor of Gods had come to the Flying Dragon sect because of him. This meant that Long Qingchong could sense Linghu Renfeng's whereabouts in the sect, and most importantly, it meant that Long Qingchong's strength was almost that of an Emperor of Gods. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a Lord of Gods to sense the whereabouts of an Emperor of Gods. "Tell me," Long Qingchong said again with a slight smile on his face. The smile on Long Qingchong's face terrified Xue Mingji even more. However, he dared not speak. Long Qingchong saw Xue Mingji keeping quiet, and his smile vanished immediately. He sighed and said, "Junior brother Xue, we've known each other for a very long time, so I won't harm you. I promise you'll be fine." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Before our masters fell out, your master once saved my life while I was outside. I can't repay him for saving my life, but I can return the favor to you." Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji's eyes widened. He was unaware of this. Then,
He suddenly recalled how easy it was for him to rise in ranks in the Flying Dragon sect as though there was an invisible force helping him. As it turned out, it was all due to Long Qingchong. When Xue Mingji saw the sincere expression on Long Qingchong's face, he said bitterly, "Senior brother Long, I went to the Latent Dragon Grand contest to threaten Duanling Tian because of my daughter. She didn't want Duanling Tian to rank in the top 10 and obtain the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. That's when I threatened to kill Linghu Renjie if Duanling Tian did not lower his rank. When Duanling Tian didn't do as I said, I sent Su Tong Yuan to the Linghu clan to kill Linghu Renjie after promising him some benefits. I didn't expect Su Tong Yuan to die there. He was killed by Linghu Renfeng, the sister of Linghu Renjie, the former clan leader of the Linghu clan. She's also the Emperor of Gods who came to our sect. I investigated her. She left the Profound Energy Land and went to the Divine Offering Land a long time ago. I didn't expect her to become an Emperor of Gods." Long Qingchong listened carefully as Xue Mingji spoke. From the beginning until the end, he looked calm as though he had already known these things. Later on, Xue Mingji spoke about Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and admitted that he had coerced Kuang Tianzheng into sacrificing his life to kill Duanling Tian in the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji and said calmly, "So it's really you. Based on my investigation, Kuang Tianzheng wasn't a person who was unafraid of death. I did wonder if he had been coerced, and I could think of who could coerce him was you." Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. "Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have seen through everything." Contrary to the bitter smile on his face, a hint of joy could be seen in Xue Mingji's eyes. Based on the current situation, it seemed like he was safe. Since Long Qingchong had promised not to harm him, it was fine even if Long Qingchong knew everything. He knew Long Qingchong was a man of his words, so he was not afraid of being honest. "So you were also the ones who hired those 2 death warriors after Kuang Tianzheng failed, right?" Long Qingchong asked. Xue Mingji nodded. "Yes, I asked a friend to help me hire 2 death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods at an astronomical price. They joined the sect under the pretext of participating in the Imperial War. For more than 10 years, they had been waiting for an opening. It was only today they found a chance to act. Unfortunately, they failed as well." Long Qingchong continued to ask calmly, "The cost of hiring those 2 is extremely high. I'm afraid you must have spent your savings over the years to hire them, right?" Xue Mingji nodded. The smile on his face turned even more bitter as he said, "Yes." Long Qingchong shook his head and said, "You said earlier that you don't really know Duanling Tian. Why are you so insistent on killing him? Even if he has a grudge with the 10,000 Devils sect and Kuang Tianzheng, there was no need for you to get involved." In Long Qingchong's opinion, with Xue Mingji's identity and status, there was no need for Xue Mingji to get involved. Xue Mingji said wryly, "Logically, you're right, senior brother. However, my daughter's feelings for Xianxia are very deep. She was afraid Xianxia might be implicated by Kuang Tianzheng and Duanling Tian's conflict. If I didn't help her, I was afraid she would threaten me with her life. I only have one daughter. What could I do? Moreover, Linghu Renfeng humiliated me when I sent Elder Su Tong Yuan to kill Linghu Renjie. Since I can vent my anger on an Emperor of Gods, I vented my anger on Duanling Tian. Moreover, conflict might arise between him and my son-in-law in the future. Considering everything, I thought it was better if he died. I grew even more determined to kill him when I saw how fast he was growing. With his talent and comprehension skills, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an Emperor of Gods. At that time, he definitely won't let me go once he finds out about me. That's about it to the story." Xue Mingji sighed after he finished speaking. Long Qingchong rose to his feet abruptly, and consequently, Xue Mingji rose to his feet in shock as well. Then, he said to Xue Mingji expressionlessly, "No matter what, you have to give Duanling Tian an explanation regarding this matter." Xue Mingji's eyes widened slightly as his heart sank. "What do you mean, senior brother?" 10,000 Devils sect. Long Qingchong only said these 3 words in response to Xue Mingji's question. Then, before he flew away, he said through voice transmission, "Keep an eye on your son-in-law. If he insists on making an enemy out of Duanling Tian, you should just sever ties with him. As for your daughter,
It's up to you to decide. If you insist on going down this road, I won't interfere. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duan Ling Tian, but I won't help you either. I owe Junior Uncle for saving my life, and I've repaid him today by letting you go. From now on, I don't owe him or you anything. Apart from that, let me remind you, if those top Emperor rank forces find out about today's incident, those with high status will be coming. With the strength Duan Ling Tian has displayed so far, he's more than worthy to attend the Seven Mansions feast. You know very well the importance of the Seven Mansions feasts to those top Emperor rank forces. After Long Qingchong left, Xue Mingji did not move. His expression changed as he muttered to himself, "The Seven Mansions feast that's held once every 10,000 years. Is it that time again?" It seems like it's inevitable for Duan Ling Tian to leave the Flying Dragon sect and join one of those top Emperor rank forces this time. If that happens, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. What's done is done. I can only salvage the situation now. If he wants my life, I can't do anything about it. I can't even leave the Flying Dragon sect to escape. It was impossible for Xue Mingji to leave the Flying Dragon sect because he had once sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath in front of his master that he would serve the Flying Dragon sect until the day he died. If he left the Flying Dragon sect, he would also die. Although Duan Ling Tian was surprised, he did not dwell on today's incident. After all, he was not afraid of the two intermediate lords of gods, and he was safe in the end. Moreover, this was not something he could avoid. The culprit had gone as far as to hire death warriors to infiltrate the Flying Dragon sect. Even if Xue Mingji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, attacked him in the sect, there was nothing he could do short of leaving the sect. Nonetheless, he did not think Xue Mingji, an advanced lord of gods, would risk his life and his status to kill him. After Duan Ling Tian and Ding Yan parted ways, Duan Ling Tian returned to Xue Haichuan's cultivation ground. On the bright side, the bottleneck seemed to have loosened slightly after my battle with those two intermediate lords of gods. I'm another step closer to becoming an intermediate lord of gods. After cultivating for a while, Duan Ling Tian realized he should ride on the momentum of the loosened bottleneck and enter the Lord battlefield to completely break past the bottleneck. After that, he would leave the Lord battlefield and continue to cultivate to break through. It sounded easy theoretically, but he knew it was going to take time. After becoming a Lord of Gods, cultivating would only get progressively harder. Even with the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources, he still needed time to break through. It's Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Imperial War Realm, a group of people gathered around him immediately, staring at him with shining eyes. An inner disciple asked curiously, "Senior Brother Duan, I heard you were ambushed by two intermediate lords of gods, but you killed them in the end. How did you do that when you're just a rudimentary lord of gods?" "It's amazing." Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and said, "My comprehension of the law is better than theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the sword Dao at the rudimentary stage. With that, the force of my attacks is greatly strengthened. Moreover, I also have rich combat experience. I didn't have an easy time in the Devata realms and fought a lot of battles." Duan Ling Tian was in a rather good mood when he thought about how the culprit must be feeling now after he killed those two intermediate lords of gods. The cost of hiring two intermediate lords of gods who were death warriors was very high after all. How could he not be in a good mood when he thought about how awful the person who wanted to kill him must be feeling? An outer elder sighed emotionally and said, "It's true. I'm lucky enough to be among the first few who saw the recording of the battle from a floating image pearl." Duan Ling Tian is unusually calm when faced with a crisis. I'm afraid even a white dragon elder would panic under such circumstances. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian is really strong as well. Those below white dragon elders aren't a match for him at all. He's the strongest rudimentary lord of gods of all times in the Flying Dragon sect. He's truly the most outstanding prodigy of our Flying Dragon sect. Faced with the praises from the people around him, Duan Ling Tian remained composed, completely unaffected by their words. After all, his current achievements were nothing, it was not his goal. After a while, Duan Ling Tian left and made his way to the entrance of the Lord battlefield. This was his purpose for coming to the Imperial War realm after all.
Duan Ling Tian's going to the Lord battlefield again? A person clicked his tongue and said, I wonder how many unlucky lords of gods from the Tai sect are going to die this time?
With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, I'm afraid no one, except for the underworld elders, is a match for him. That's right. Duan Ling Tian comprehends the law of space, so his speed isn't inferior to those who comprehend the law of wind. He managed to kill those 2 intermediate lords of gods despite having a lower cultivation base by relying on the law of space.
His comprehension of the law has surpassed most of the White Dragon elders in our sect. Apart from the underworld elders, all those from the Tai sect who encounter him on the Lord battlefield will surely die.
Is he going to dominate the Lord battlefield like how he dominated the King battlefield back then?
I don't think so. He's very strong. But he still has the underworld elders to contend with.
Duan Ling Tian is here?
Yes. I heard he entered the Lord battlefield again. Soon enough, the members of the Flying Dragon sect in Peace City learned from their friends that Duan Ling Tian had once again entered the Lord battlefield in the Imperial War realm. Unsurprisingly, their conversation was heard by those from the Tai sect. When they learned that Duan Ling Tian managed to kill 2 intermediate lords of gods who ambushed him in the Flying Dragon sect's estate recently, their expressions soured immediately.
Duan Ling Tian's battle with the 2 intermediate lords of gods was recorded in the floating image pearls and sold in Peace City. Hence, many people from the Tai sect exchanged for those floating image pearls to watch the battle as well.
Although they were standing on opposing sides, they could not help but marvel at Duan Ling Tian's strength after watching the recorded battle. Under those circumstances, I don't think the inner elders of our Tai sect would have been able to survive, right? Is Duan Ling Tian really just a rudimentary lord of gods?
Previously, I was certain that Duan Ling Tian was inferior to senior brother Ximen. However, now I feel that perhaps it's the other way around.
No wonder those from the Flying Dragon sect kept clamoring that Duan Ling Tian's invincible among those below White Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, based on the strength he had shown, even if he couldn't kill our underworld elders, I think our underworld elders won't be able to kill him either. His strength is comparable to an underworld elder, after all, especially those who had just been recently promoted. In the past, those from the Tai sect would say loudly that the Flying Dragon sect's Duan Ling Tian was inferior to their Tai sect's Ximen Long Xiang when they met members of the Flying Dragon sect in Peace City. Although Duan Ling Tian's achievements on the Lord battlefield surpassed those of Ximen Long Xiang, they assumed it was because Duan Ling Tian had the help of 2 White Dragon elders. In contrast, their sect's Ximen Long Xiang entered the Lord battlefield alone and single-handedly killed the Lords of Gods from the Flying Dragon sect without any help. Moreover, Ximen Long Xiang even managed to kill 2 Lords of Gods alone and at the same time.
At that time, even if they did not say it, those from the Flying Dragon sect thought Ximen Long Xiang was stronger than Duan Ling Tian as well.
However, after the incident with the Death Warriors, there was no doubting Duan Ling Tian's strength. With this, those from the Flying Dragon sect walked with their backs straight and their chins lifted. What qualifications did Ximen Long Xiang have to be compared to Duan Ling Tian?
At this time, a Flying Dragon sect disciple said mockingly to a Tai sect disciple, now that Duan Ling Tian has entered the Lord battlefield, does Ximen Long Xiang dare to look for him? The Tai sect disciple's face turned red from anger, but he could not refute the other party's words. After all, he was not certain if Ximen Long Xiang dared to do so. He was not even certain if Ximen Long Xiang would agree if Duan Ling Tian directly challenged him. The Tai sect disciples continued to gossip among themselves, still shocked.
Where did Duan Ling Tian from the Flying Dragon sect come from? He's a monster.
20 years ago, he was just a king of gods, and now?
20 years ago, he killed 100 kings of gods of our Tai sect, dominating the king battlefield. For that reason, our sect leader looked for the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect and came to an agreement to prohibit Duan Ling Tian and senior brother Ximen Long Xiang from entering the king battlefield. 20 years later, his strength is almost comparable to our sect's underworld elders. Is there anyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion who progresses as fast as he does? I honestly don't think there's anyone who made as much progress as he did in 20 years in the Eastern Ridge Mansion.
It's impossible for someone like him to stay in the Flying Dragon sect for long. The sect's not worthy of him.
I don't know about that. What I know is he's going to be the god of slaughter on the Lord battlefield soon. He's only a rudimentary lord of gods now, but he has such terrifying strength. Can you imagine what it'd be like once he becomes an intermediate lord of gods? At that time, who on the Lord battlefield would be a match for him?
At that time, I'm afraid even if our Tai sect's underworld elders join forces, they won't be able to defeat him.
Is he really going to dominate the Lord battlefield like he did the King battlefield?
Many members of the Tai sect thought that it likely would not be long before their sect leader had to go to the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect again in an attempt to ban Duan Tian from the Lord battlefield.
Previously, Long Qingchong only agreed to it because Shimin Longxiang was a big threat to the kings of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. However, on the Lord battlefield, Shimin Longxiang was not a huge threat at all. Moreover, there were also rumors that Shimin Longxiang was almost killed by an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect when he entered the Lord battlefield 2 years ago. Naturally, no one knew if it was true. After all, those words were from the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and Shimin Longxiang did not confirm nor deny the rumors. With Shimin Longxiang's aloof and taciturn personality, it was unlikely he would clarify the rumor. There was no way to know the truth unless someone close to Shimin Longxiang asked him about it.
At that time, instead of being demotivated, the Tai sect disciples were even more energetic when they heard about the rumors.
Back then, someone from the Tai sect had said to those from the Flying Dragon sect, "Senior brother Shimin is just a rudimentary lords of gods, but he was able to escape from the intermediate lord of gods who's an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. The inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect are really useless."
However, after Duan Tian's battle with the 2 intermediate lords of gods, the people from the Tai sect no longer dared to say such words. What could they say when Duan Tian had killed 2 intermediate lords of gods while Shimin Longxiang escaped, injured, from an intermediate lord of gods?
Apart from those who were too embarrassed to speak, there were naturally those from the Tai sect who were jealous and cursing Duan Tian. "Ha! Perhaps our underworld elder will kill Duan Tian on the Lord battlefield this time." At the Tai sect's estate,
Duan Tian's recorded battle had just finished playing from a floating image pearl at this moment.
A young man could be seen standing at the side with a calm expression on his face.
At this time, a dignified old man with a ruddy complexion said comfortingly, "Don't pressure yourself."
"Master, I'm going to leave the Tai sect and go to that place," the young man said. The old man sighed. "You should have gone there a long time ago. Back then, I disagreed with you staying in the sect. You can leave Yuner with me, and return for her once you gain a foothold there. Don't worry about me and Yuner. I'll look after her. When you grow stronger, I'll bring Yuner to look for you. There's really no reason for you to stay in the Tai sect any longer. Master, I won't say goodbye to Yuner. Please say goodbye to her on my behalf. I know you're strong, but I'm worried you'd be ambushed on the battlefield. Please look after yourself. If you're in danger, retreat." "This is what you taught me, Master," the young man said. He left without waiting for a reply.
"This kid, he's even trying to lecture his master," the old man muttered under his breath as he shook his head. Despite his earlier words, he felt reluctant when the young man left.
Among all of the old man's disciples, the young man was the most outstanding. Many years ago, a top emperor rank force outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion had invited his disciple to join them.
However, his disciple declined the invitation because his disciple could not bear to part with his sister and him.
Back then, he refused to leave no matter how much I tried to persuade him. I guess Duan Tian's appearance really pressured him, the old man said as he shook his head. I have to say that Duan Tian is really outstanding. Perhaps he and Longxiang will meet at the 7 Mansions feast in the future. I'm sure many top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion have already watched the recording of Duan Tian's battle.
I heard Long Qingchong had sent the floating image pearls that contained the recorded battle to various forces. Clearly, he's doing that in Duan Tian's best interest. If I didn't know better, I'd think Duan Tian is his illegitimate son.
The old man was Shimin Longxiang's master, one of the supreme elders of the Tai sect. In terms of seniority, Even Long Qingchong had to address him as senior uncle since Long Qingchong's master was from the same generation as the old man. The old man was also the former sect leader of the Tai sect. However, the current sect leader of the Tai sect was not his disciple. Instead, it was his junior brother's disciple.
Well, I should think about how I should break this news to Yuner. The only time she's been separated was when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. She'll be devastated when she finds out her brother has left.
The old man sighed inwardly before he flew away, leaving an afterimage behind that quickly disappeared with the wind. Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion outside, and he was naturally unaware that Shimin Longxiang, the prodigy from the Tai sect, who regarded him as a rival,
had left the Tai sect and the Eastern Ridge Mansion after watching a recording of him killing 2 intermediate lords of gods to join a force outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion.
This is my 3rd time on the Lord battlefield. Every time I'm here it feels different. I'm different. And the place is different as well. Duanling Tian wandered the Lord battlefield with a smile on his face.
The first time he came to the Lord battlefield he had been very cautious. He knew that he would certainly die if he encountered an underworld elder.
The second time, he came with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan. He was fearless, but he was also not very motivated.
The third time, he was alone again. However, unlike the first time, he was excited and fearless.
With my current strength, as long as I don't run into those extremely strong underworld elders, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat all my opponents as long as I go all out. Among the White Dragon Elders from the Flying Dragon sect and the Underworld Elders from the Tai sect, there were those who were extraordinarily strong. Their strength far surpassed that of the average White Dragon Elders and Underworld Elders.
They possessed the strength to defeat ordinary advanced Lords of Gods despite being intermediate Lords of Gods. Shui Haichuan and Dongfeng Yan were not among these extraordinarily strong intermediate Lords of Gods.
However, the number of these extraordinary White Dragon Elders and Underworld Elders were very small. There were perhaps 1 or 2 of them in each sect. Someone's there. Duanling Tian sensed movements and quickly teleported to the top of a dangerously tall peak. He stood at the edge and looked at the freshly dug cave on him before he smacked his hand against the entrance of the cave. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as stones and pebbles flew up. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave shouting, "We're from the same sect." From the same sect? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his hand. When the dust settled, and he saw the person in front of him, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. The other person was indeed from the same sect and could even be considered an acquaintance. Previously, when Duanling Tian first entered the Imperial War Realm, that person had scoffed at him. At that time, he could not understand the other person's hostility. It was only when he learned of the other person's identity that realization dawned on him. The other person was Lu Yin, one of the 2 White Dragon Elders from the Flying Dragon sect's 10,000 Devils faction. He was also the former sect leader of the Hidden Dog sect, a Lord rank sect.
Lu Yin had a grudge against Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan's brother, because Shui Haishan had killed Lu Yin's son in the past. Shui Haishan was later punished and imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect's Heavenly Stairs. Lu Yin, who was dissatisfied with the punishment, later left the Hidden Fog sect. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the person in front of him. Duanling Tian?
Lu Yin had extended his divine consciousness earlier and detected that the other party was from the Flying Dragon sect. However, he was unaware that the other party was Duanling Tian. Hence, he had quickly stated they were from the same sect when he ran out of the cave. Elder Lu Yin, Duanling Tian said with a nod. He had no conflict with Lu Yin even if Lu Yin belonged to the 10,000 Devils faction. He knew Lu Yin was only hostile toward him previously because of his closeness to the Shui brothers. Meanwhile, Lu Yin quickly scanned his surroundings as though he was trying to determine if Duanling Tian was alone. He knew that Duanling Tian was previously accompanied by Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan on the Lord battlefield. At that time, he thought he could finally kill Shui Haishan since Shui Haichuan had entered the Lord battlefield. Alas, he did not expect that Shui Haichuan had left Shui Haishan in Sikongye's cultivation ground.
Sikongye was a revered elder whom Long Qingchong personally invited to the Flying Dragon sect, although no one had seen him fight. They thought he had to be an extraordinary advanced lord of gods for Long Qing Chong to personally invite him to the sect and even made him a black dragon elder. In short, Si Kong Yi was not some Lu Yin could defeat. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Yin checking his surroundings, he said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Yin, there's no need to look around. I came alone this time." At the same time, Lu Yin also confirmed that no one was around except the both of them. Otherwise, he would have discovered them with his divine consciousness. As one of the stronger intermediate lords of gods, he was confident no one would be able to hide from his divine consciousness on the Lord battlefield. After Lu Yin confirmed no one was around, his attitude changed slightly. His eyes contained a hint of hostility as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, you're quite brave to come here alone." "Elder Lu Yin, aren't you the same?" Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile. "How is it the same? I'm an intermediate lord of gods, after all. If I'm not mistaken, you're a rudimentary lord of gods, right?" Lu Yin asked. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian attacked, he did not pay attention to it, so he could not guess Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. In the past, he would never have thought a rudimentary lord of gods would be able to become an intermediate lord of gods in just 20 years. However, the other party was Duan Ling Tian, so he was uncertain. After all, Duan Ling Tian took a shockingly short time to become a rudimentary lord of gods. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He allowed his divine energy to cover his body immediately. Upon sensing the divine energy of a rudimentary lord of gods, Lu Yin's vigilant expression disappeared, and his eyes brightened immediately. At the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "What's the matter? Elder Lu Yin, do you plan to kill me?" "I don't think we have any conflicts between us," Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed with some indecipherable emotion. Lu Yin smiled and said calmly, "It's true that we have no conflict between us. However, the 10,000 Devils faction has conflicts with you. After all, you killed Kuang Tianzheng, a member of our faction." After Lu Yin finished speaking, he no longer concealed his killing intent. "Elder Lu Yin, I didn't kill Kuang Tianzheng. He was executed by the sect," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. "No matter what, he died because of you?" Lu Yin said coldly. "Moreover, you also have a close relationship with Shui Hai Chuan and Shui Hai Shan, and those two are my enemies. My enemies' friends are also my enemies." As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yin pushed his hand out. The space began to twist and energy began to surge immediately. "There's no point in trying to escape. I comprehend the law of space as well." Lu Yin disrupted the space around Duan Ling Tian, preventing Duan Ling Tian from teleporting away. Although he was confident he would be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian even if Duan Ling Tian escaped, it was less troublesome if he just directly prevented Duan Ling Tian from leaving. "Killing me isn't a small crime, you know?" Duan Ling Tian said with a raised eyebrow. His calm, not even the slightest bit panicked. "If I kill you on the Lord battlefield and destroy all traces of you, who's going to find out?" Lu Yin sneered as his divine energy swept out, imbuing it with his law of space. Following that, a spatial storm raged around him. "Very well." Lu Yin was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance after learning of his intention. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Initially, I was rather conflicted. I didn't know if I should help Brother Hai Chuan and Brother Hai Shan get rid of you. After all, we have no conflict between us. However, your words and actions have solved my dilemma. You're right. If I kill you on the Lord battlefield and remove all traces, no one will know that I killed you." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Yin laughed as though he had heard a funny joke. He was unafraid. Then he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, your death is imminent, and yet you're still bragging. Do you really think you, a rudimentary lord of gods, can kill me, an intermediate lord of gods?" Lu Yin had been on the Lord battlefield over the past 2 months, so he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had killed 2 intermediate lords of gods. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to ridicule Duan Ling Tian. "I really want to see the means of a white dragon elder. I hope you won't let me down," Duan Ling Tian said as his purple robe began to flutter. Similarly, a spatial storm began to rage around him. The profundities in the spatial storm were clearly stronger than those of Lu Yin. "I didn't expect your comprehension to be so profound," Lu Yin said. As someone who also comprehended the law of space, he could tell that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law was quite profound even though Duan Lingtian had yet to make a move. Then, he said, "If you were an intermediate lord of gods, I might not be a match for you. Alas, you're just a rudimentary lord of gods." Swoosh! While Lu Yin disrupted the space around Duan Lingtian, he flew out swiftly, leaving lifelike afterimages in his wake. At some point, a double-ended tip weapon that looked like an awl had appeared in his hand. It resembled the famous weapon on Earth called Amei daggers. The difference was that instead of two, he only had one. It was about 1.5 foot long, so it was longer than Amei daggers as well. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He held the weapon horizontally, causing the void to ripple. Soon enough, accompanied by the sound of something whistling in the air, a saber ray shot out toward Duan Lingtian. The saber ray destroyed some of the peaks in its surroundings as it moved, causing loud explosions to reverberate in the air. It was as though the saber ray had cleaved the world into two. The destroyed peaks mended themselves quickly, but they were not exactly like before. Swoosh! At the same time, an idea appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He brandished his prominent divine sword and mobilized his mastery Dao and law of space to deflect Lu Yin's attack. When a huge pressure fell on him, he did not resist and let it push him back. To be precise, he had moved along with the energy while he quietly neutralized the attack. His strength now was not weaker than the strength he had exerted while fighting the two intermediate lords of gods previously. His strength was almost comparable to the White Dragon Elders. How's this possible? Why is he so strong? Although Duan Lingtian was seemingly pushed back, giving Lu Yin the advantage, Lu Yin was not happy at all. In fact, he was slightly shocked. He had been confident that his attack would severely injure Duan Lingtian even if it could not kill Duan Lingtian. To his dismay, Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Why is he so strong? Moreover, there's something strange about his law of space. They're stronger than what they should be at his level. Is there something hiding in the law of space? Duan Lingtian had masked his mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, using his law of space. The mastery Dao was powerful in itself. Coupled with the law of space, it was naturally stronger. Perhaps, if Lu Yin did not comprehend the law of space, he would not be shocked. However, he was very familiar and skilled with the law of space. Hence, he was able to quickly see that there was something amiss with Duan Lingtian's law of space. After a moment, Lu Yin shook his head and put the matter to rest. He thought he was overthinking things. After fighting for a few rounds, Lu Yin confirmed that Duan Lingtian's comprehension was superior to his. He's not from the realms of gods, so he doesn't have bloodline power. Is it his law of space's doppelganger? No, if it's the doppelganger, his power would still feel the same even if it was stronger. There's something different about his law of space. Lu Yin grew more and more confused. Nonetheless, he was not anxious. After all, up until now, Duan Lingtian had only been passively defending himself. In his eyes, this meant that Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. Moreover, he had yet to use his bloodline power. Lu Yin scoffed. Then, his eyes reddened as an oppressive aura rose from his body. Duan Lingtian, you're a rudimentary lord of gods, but your strength is comparable to an ordinary intermediate lord of gods. It's truly amazing. Unfortunately, if this is the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive more than 10 breaths. Then Lu Yin attacked again. His attacks were violent and frenzied, and their forces had increased as well, greatly pressuring Duan Lingtian. 10 breaths? Lu Yin, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me within 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly dealt with Lu Yin's attack. At the same time, a figure shot out of his body. It was his law of space's doppelganger. Following that, the doppelganger brandished a prominent divine sword and began to attack Lu Yin as well. Duan Lingtian's doppelganger had his divine energy, comprehension of the law of space, and also the Daos of heaven and earth he had comprehended. With 2 Duan Lingtians fighting, it did not take long for Lu Yin, who originally had the upper hand, to fall into a disadvantageous position. Just like that, the tides had turned. Impossible! Lu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. He continued to defend against Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger's eyes. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was trying to read Duan Lingtian's mind. When he still could not figure it out, he asked in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, your law of space isn't what it seems. Why is it so powerful after you imbued it into your divine energy?
Why don't you guess? Duan Lingtian said.
Lu Yun was so enraged by Duan Lingtian's reply that he almost spat out blood.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't leave my doppelganger in the lower realm. Even with the doppelganger, I'm only slightly better than Lu Yin, a white dragon elder. Moreover, we just began to fight. He's not used to dealing with two of me. Once he gets used to it, we should be on par with each other. Just as Duan Lingtian expected. After Lu Yin calmed down and got used to it, he began to close the advantage. Duan Lingtian continued to patiently parry Lu Yin's attacks. Although Lu Yin had calmed down, the longer he fought with Duan Lingtian, the more surprised and puzzled he became. Why is he so powerful? How is it that he can stand his ground against a white dragon elder like me with only the help of the doppelganger? Is he hiding a secret regarding his law of space? I can sense the level of comprehension, but the power of his law of space doesn't correspond with his level. It's a few times stronger than what it should be at his level. Not only that, but it feels off. As time passed, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. A trace of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. There was no doubt the purple-clad young man in front of him was even more terrifying than Shui Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. With another few hundred years, I'm afraid he'd be able to easily trample on me. At this moment, Lu Yin really regretted attacking Duan Lingtian. Like Duan Lingtian had said earlier, they did not have any conflicts between them. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he began to retreat. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, who was still attacking, Duan Lingtian, there won't be a winner in our fight even if we continue fighting. I was just testing your strength earlier. Don't take it so seriously. Like you said, I have no conflicts with you, so there's no reason for me to kill you. Your friendship with the Shui brothers has nothing to do with my conflict with them as well. At this point, Lu Yin had already decided to call it quits. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he thought it was best not to offend Duan Lingtian, so he tried to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if he could not kill Duan Lingtian today, he would surely die once Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Lu Yin, focus, Duan Lingtian said. He completely ignored Lu Yin's attempt to make peace and continued attacking in a storm-like manner. At this time, Lu Yin no longer viewed Duan Lingtian as weak. Now, he regarded Duan Lingtian as an equal. With this, he naturally did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian and quickly defended against the new wave of attacks. Seeing how persistent Duan Lingtian was, Lu Yin's expression turned unsightly. You're mad. Lu Yin really did not want to fight anymore. He could feel his divine energy had begun to deplete. Even with divine pills, the speed of recovery would not make out for the output. Duan Lingtian, a divine alchemist, had consumed several king-grade limit divine pills to restore his divine energy earlier. He kept consuming them like they were snacks. After a while, Lu Yin saw Duan Lingtian bring out another 2 king-grade limit divine pills and threw them into his mouth. With that, Duan Lingtian's divine energy rose again. At this time, a thought appeared in his mind. Is he trying to wait until I completely deplete my divine energy? With this thought in mind, Lu Yin completely lost all will to fight. He was about to teleport away when he discovered the space around him had been disrupted. Earlier, he had disrupted the space to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping. Hence, as soon as he stopped disrupting the space, Duan Lingtian knew he was planning to leave, so Duan Lingtian quickly disrupted space to stop him from leaving. Lu Yin was so anxious at this moment that he really felt like crying. He shouted, Duan Lingtian, we have no conflicts. Do you really want to fight to the death? Duan Lingtian continued to ignore Lu Yin. Duan Lingtian, if you refuse to stop, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lu Yin glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely, looking as though his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. Don't blame you for not showing mercy? How are you going to do that? Duan Lingtian asked. He found Lu Yin's words amusing. At the same time, he grew even more confident and courageous. With the help of his doppelganger and the divine pills to replenish his divine energy, Duanling Tian was able to suppress a white dragon elder like Lu Yin, after all.
Lu Yin's expression became even more unsightly when he saw how dismissive Duanling Tian was of his threats. He said in a dark voice, Duanling Tian, if you stop this now, I'll give you all the wealth I possess. In addition, after leaving this place, I'll go to the 10,000 Devils sect and deal with all your enemies there.
Faced with Lu Yin's words, Duanling Tian only smiled indifferently and said, Your things will belong to me once I kill you anyway. As for the 10,000 Devils sect, don't you think I can handle them on my own? After saying that, Duanling Tian's smile widened. No matter how Lu Yin tried to convince him, Duanling Tian's attacks only increased. Lu Yin continued to fall into a disadvantageous position. It was clear that his death was imminent at this point. His expression turned twisted as he cried out, Duanling Tian, you forced me to do this. Then, a lifelike projection of Lu Yin's little world suddenly appeared in the air. This is his little world? Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly. Similar to those in the Devata realms, the natives of the realms of gods could detonate their little worlds as well. The force of the explosion depended on one's enemy and one's cultivation bases. Needless to say, the explosion would not be able to kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base. However, these acts of detonating the little world were not a true explosion.
A true explosion was one when one could manifest one's little world before detonating it like Lu Yin did. Under normal circumstances, only someone at or above the stage of an emperor of gods was capable of true detonation of the little world. Hence, there was a saying about how emperors of gods or those who were stronger could not be humiliated in the realms of gods. If one cornered them, they could unleash the full force of the detonation of their little worlds. The force of the explosion could even kill those with a higher cultivation base, let alone those with a similar or lower cultivation base. Apart from those at or above the stage of an emperor of gods, only those who have mastered a secret technique are capable of a true detonation of the little world. I didn't expect Lu Yin to have mastered such a technique. Duanling Tian thought to himself, feeling a great sense of crisis. Duanling Tian tried to teleport away, but he soon discovered that Lu Yin had already disrupted the space around him again. Clearly, Lu Yin had been prepared for this. It's too late for you to escape now, Lu Yin said fiercely as his eyes shone with madness. Duanling Tian, this is what you asked for. I've already given you a chance earlier. In Lu Yin's opinion, Duanling Tian would definitely beg him not to detonate his little world out of fear. Unexpectedly, not only did Duanling Tian not beg him, but Duanling Tian even said indifferently, I'm done playing with you. As soon as his voice fell, Duanling Tian raised his hand and a colorful prominent divine sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was extremely terrifying, and as soon as it appeared, the prominent divine sword in Lu Yin's hand dimmed immediately. At the same time, a steady stream of vitality energy surged out of Duanling Tian's little word, shrouding his entire body. A slightly translucent tree with swaying branches that emitted a rich vitality energy appeared at his back as well. The divine tree of life? Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. This sword has a complete artifact soul? So these are the secrets you've been hiding.
While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duanling Tian made a move. He swung the sword in his hand and brought it down on Lu Yin's head with a force that seemed like it could destroy everything that stood in its path.
At this moment, Duanling Tian no longer concealed the level of his comprehension of the Mastery Dao and the Sword Dao. Previously, he revealed half of his comprehension of the Mastery Dao, which was only slightly stronger than the rudimentary stage. Hence, its strength was limited.
Now that he no longer concealed them, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Sword Dao?
Didn't he only comprehend it to the rudimentary stage?
Also, when did he comprehend the Mastery Dao? He's a monster. He actually comprehended the Mastery Dao as well. No wonder he was so powerful even though the force from his law of space wasn't that strong earlier. He had hidden his Mastery Dao within his law of space.
Damn it!
How could a brat who's not even 3,000 years old have such means? Nonetheless, he'll still have to die today. Being able to kill such a person, it won't be in vain even if my soul is destroyed. Lu Yin laughed maniacally. At the same time, the little world he manifested began to shake and show signs of collapse as a terrifying force swept out. The force was not any weaker than the full force of an advanced emperor of gods. Boom! 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 When the little world exploded, Lu Yin's body was destroyed without any suspense. However, his soul survived and shot away, watching everything from a distance. I want to watch as this outstanding prodigy dies in my hands. Lu Yin's voice was transmitted into Duanling Tian's voice, and he said, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Then Duanling Tian raised his sword and an equally terrifying force swept down from the sky like a tsunami. The two forces collided fiercely, and the terrifying shockwave swept toward Duanling Tian. Boom! Duanling Tian, who was still holding the seven orifices exquisite sword, was sent flying by the shockwave in just an instant. The remaining force from the explosion continued to sweep toward Duanling Tian like a ferocious beast that intended to devour him with one bite. Suddenly, swoosh, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared next to Duanling Tian. The woman, who was dressed in a colorful robe, looked at the incoming force indifferent as she raised her hand. In just a blink of an eye, the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then she transformed into a huge seven-colored sword ray protecting Duanling Tian. Following that, thousands of smaller seven-colored sword rays appeared, protecting Duanling Tian from the incoming force. The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duanling Tian swayed violently as the vitality energy shrouding Duanling Tian extended and shrouded the sword rays as well. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air as the force crashed against the thousands of seven-colored sword rays and the vitality energy. After the collision, the sword rays dimmed immediately, looking as though they would break at any time. Fortunately, with the supply of vitality energy, the sword rays managed to repair themselves until they were just as dazzling as before. Swoosh! When the shockwave dissipated and what was left was only a gust of strong wind, the divine tree of life behind Duanling Tian disappeared and the seven-colored sword rays returned to his body as well. No. Impossible. Lu Yin's soul, which should have been destroyed, stared at the scene in front of him in shock and disbelief. Elder Lu Yin, despite being an intermediate lord of gods, you managed to master the technique of a true detonation. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter, Duanling Tian said tonelessly as he looked at Lu Yin's soul in the distance with a smile on his face. He did not make a move to destroy Lu Yin's soul. Upon seeing the unharmed Duanling Tian, Lu Yin roared angrily, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Perhaps, due to the instability of his soul, his agitation caused his soul to shatter. After the destruction of Lu Yin's soul, Duanling Tian searched the place where Lu Yin's physical body was standing earlier and found Lu Yin's spatial ring and weapon. The shockwave did not destroy the spatial ring and the weapon. Although I gained a lot from the battle, the price is a bit high, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. He did not bother looking at the spatial ring and put it away for the time being. He was most concerned with Huang, the seven orifices exquisite sword, and the divine tree of life at this moment. Although Duanling Tian seemed majestic and invincible when faced with the shockwave from Lu Yin's true detonation, it was not as effortless as it seemed. Huang, are you okay? Duanling Tian asked gently. Master, I'm fine. I suffered some minor injuries, but I'll recover after a while. Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to use the seven orifices exquisite sword for a while. It's fine. Recuperate well, Duanling Tian said with a sigh before he examined the divine tree of life in his little world. The usually dazzling divine tree of life was slightly dim at this moment. Apart from that, it was also absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world to heal itself. I won't be able to rely on Huang, the seven orifices exquisite sword and the divine tree of life over the next period of time, Duanling Tian thought to himself. This was his first time using the divine tree of life since he came to the realm of gods. It was one of his trump cards. Before the world-cleansing divine water, one of the five divine elements, went to sleep, it had reminded him not to use the divine tree of life unless it was absolutely necessary. It had also told him that the divine tree of life would take a long time before it recovered after being used. However, Duanling Tian knew he had no choice but to use the divine tree of life earlier. He truly did not expect Lu Yin to have mastered the technique of the true detonation of his little world. After all, under normal circumstances, Only emperors of gods and supreme gods were capable of a true detonation. Someone with Lu Yin's cultivation base was not capable of such a feat. Although he had heard of secret techniques that enabled those below the stage of an emperor of gods to initiate a true detonation, he did not expect to meet someone who actually mastered the secret technique. The force of the explosion was truly too terrifying. Lu Yin was just an intermediate lord of gods, but the force of the explosion was no weaker than the full strength of an extraordinary advanced emperor of gods. I wonder if Lu Yin had records of that secret technique. Duan Tian wondered inwardly as he continued on his journey. At the same time, he claimed ownership of Lu Yin's spatial ring and looked at the things inside. Duan Tian destroyed all the soul pearls, which likely belonged to Lu Yin's friends and family, first before he looked at the things inside. After a while, he complained, "There are no secret techniques or anything valuable in here. How can a white dragon elder be so poor?" In fact, Lu Yin was not poor. He could be considered rich among the white dragon elders. However, in Duan Tian's eyes, he was truly poor. After all, even Lu Yin had never obtained hundreds of thousands of contribution points at once, unlike Duan Tian, who obtained more than 100,000 contribution points a few times now. As for the other items, Duan Tian found them useless as well. Duan Tian sighed helplessly when he recalled the divine pills that he had consumed like snacks during his battle with Lu Yin. At that time, the divine pills had made Lu Yin fall into despair. He had paid such a high price, but he did not obtain anything of value at all. He did not even obtain war points since they were from the same sect. After Lu Yin's death, his identity token disappeared since he was killed by a fellow sect member. Nonetheless, it would not rouse any suspicion since most people would only assume he had been killed by someone from the Tai sect. Unless Duan Tian admitted it himself, no one would suspect that Duan Tian had killed Lu Yin. Even if others suspected him, they would not be able to find any evidence to pin the crime on him. Moreover, with Duan Tian's current strength and status, even if it was known that he killed Lu Yin, there was a high chance that the Flying Dragon sect would turn a blind eye to his action. While Duan Tian continued to wander the Lord battlefield, a group of guests arrived at the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Duan Tian could be considered acquainted with one of them. He was none other than the old man called Qin Wuyang, an elder from the Pure Yang sect who came to the Flying Dragon sect with Yang Qianyi previously to recruit Duan Tian. At this time, Qin Wuyang was subserviently following behind a young man. The young man was handsome and upright. His gaze was so piercing that many people did not dare to meet his eyes. In contrast to his piercing gaze, he wore a bright smile on his face. The top half of his face made him look cold and fierce, while the bottom half of his face made him look cheeky and friendly. "Little Yang, you said you had a good impression of Duan Tian during your last visit, right?" The handsome young man asked Qin Wuyang. At this moment, Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, was leading the young man and Qin Wuyang to their accommodations that had been specially arranged by the Flying Dragon sect. His lips could not help but twitch when he heard the young man address Qin Wuyang as Little Yang. Qin Wuyang did not seem dissatisfied at all, being addressed in such a way. Instead, he said respectfully, "Yes, Junior Granduncle." "Junior Granduncle?" Yang Feng's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this title. Although he was not familiar with Qin Wuyang, based on Qin Wuyang's identity token at his waist, he knew that Qin Wuyang was a spirit void elder of the Pure Yang sect. The elders of the Pure Yang sect were divided into 7 classes: Ascension Elder, Nirvanic Elder, Transcendence Elder, Spirit Void Elder, Pristine Void Elder, Violet Void Elder, and Golden Void Elder. The weakest elders, which were Golden Void Elders, were at least rudimentary Lords of Gods. Needless to say, those below the stage of Lords of Gods were not qualified to become elders in the Pure Yang sect. The status of a Golden Void Elder in the Pure Yang sect was like that of an Outer Deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. However, Golden Void Elders' strength was like that of Outer Elders and Inner Deacons of the Flying Dragon sect. Violet Void Elder status was like that of Outer Elders and Inner Deacons in the Flying Dragon sect. Pristine Void Elder status was like that of Inner Elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Spirit Void Elder status was like that of White Dragon Elders. Transcendence Elders' status was like that of Black Dragon Elders. Nirvanic Elders' status was like that of Golden Dragon Elders.
The elders with the highest status in the Pure Yang sect were Ascension elders, and there was no such equivalent in the current Flying Dragon sect. Previously, elders with similar status to the Ascension elders were the Ancestral Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. Without exception, the Ancestral Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect in the past were all emperors of gods. Needless to say, the status of the elders in the Pure Yang sect and the Flying Dragon sect was just a comparison. Their strength was completely different. Yang Feng knew that Qin Wuyang had to be an advanced lord of gods at least, since Qin Wuyang was a spirit void elder. This meant Qin Wuyang was at least as strong as a Black Dragon Emperor. Strength-wise, I heard that Spirit Void Elders are comparable to the Black Dragon Elders of our sect. As for Transcendence Elders, their strength is like mine, a Golden Dragon Elder. As for Nirvanic Elders, they have to be Emperor of Gods. As for Ascension Elders, they have to be Intermediate Emperors of Gods at least. Yang Feng could not help but feel terrified by this thought. I don't recognize the identity token at the young man's waist because I haven't seen it before today. I recognized all the identity tokens of those with or below the positions of Spirit Void Elders, and I've never seen the identity tokens of Transcendence Elders, Nirvanic Elders, and Ascension Elders. This means that the young man is likely a Transcendence Elder or a Nirvanic Elder. Yang Feng could not help but inhale sharply when he thought about the Nirvanic Elders of the Pure Yang sect. After all, Nirvanic Elders were all rudimentary Emperor of Gods at least. Is he an Emperor of Gods? After a while, Yang Feng mustered up his courage and turned to the young man before he asked with a smile, "Elder, you are?" Then he quickly explained himself. "Don't take this wrongly. I'm ignorant and don't recognize your identity token. I'm only asking so I can make sure the Flying Dragon sect treats you correctly." Faced with Yang Feng's question, the young man only smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't hold a very important position in the Pure Yang sect. There's no need to make a fuss." Upon hearing this, Yang Feng sighed in relief, thinking that the other party must be a Transcendence Elder, which meant that the other party was an extraordinary advanced Lord of Gods like him. This meant that it was not a breach of etiquette for a Golden Dragon Elder like him to receive them. Then, before Yang Feng could speak again, the young man continued to say, "I'm just a Nirvanic Elder." Yang Feng's eyes widened immediately. His movement and expression froze as well. Nirvanic Elder? So he's an Emperor of Gods? When Yang Feng abruptly came to a stop, Qin Wuyang frowned slightly and asked, "Elder Yang Feng, what are you doing?" Yang Feng returned to his senses and said hastily, "I apologize for losing my composure." The young man reprimanded softly, "That's enough, little Yang. Don't scare him." "Yes, junior granduncle," Qin Wuyang said respectfully. "Elder, please follow me," Yang Feng said after he calmed down. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to inform Long Qingchong of this matter. A Nirvanic Elder of the Pure Yang sect? An Emperor of Gods came to visit because of Duan Ling Tian. Long Qingchong was shocked. Recently, there were a few top emperor forces who had visited because of Duan Ling Tian. However, the strongest among the people who came to the Flying Dragon sect were only advanced lords of gods whose strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect. It was only natural that Long Qingchong was shocked when he found out that an Emperor of Gods from the Pure Yang sect had come to the Flying Dragon sect. "I'll come over immediately," Long Qingchong replied to Yang Feng. Without wasting any time, Long Qingchong made his way to Yang Feng, preparing to welcome the Nirvanic Elder from the Pure Yang sect. Previously, he would only visit the others from the top Emperor rank forces after they settled down. However, how could he treat an Emperor of Gods the same way? In the Imperial War Realms Lord Battlefield. Swoosh! A figure split into several figures dove toward the lake from the sky at lightning speed, throwing several formation compasses to form an illusory formation. Before the surface of the lake regained its stillness, another two figures appeared in the sky above the lake. Based on the identity tokens pinned on the duo's chest, they were from the Flying Dragon sect. "That fellow from the Tai E sect dove into the lake," one of the Flying Dragon sect's elders said before he dove into the lake. His companion followed suit. "That cunning fellow set up an illusory formation as well. However, does he think he can get away?" The other Flying Dragon sect elder said through gritted teeth. The other elder sensed the surroundings and said helplessly with a wry smile,
Elder Huang. I'm afraid we've lost him. Not only did he set up an illusory formation, but he also used other means to ensure his escape. I didn't expect that he's not a native of the realm of gods. You're saying he used his doppelgangers? That's right. He's probably fled quite a distance away by now. If we split up and chase after him, even if we catch up and find his true body, I'm not sure we're a match for him on our own. After all, if one of us are stronger than him, he wouldn't have been able to escape from us at all.
Forget it then. It's our fault for being careless, the elder said. His expression eased after he thought through the situation.
At the same time, at the foot of a treacherous mountain a distance away from the lake,
a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly afterward, a few figures flew over from different directions and entered his body.
The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a medium build and a piercing gaze. At this moment, he looked quite roughed up. Those two inner elders from the Flying Dragon sect must be so angry right now that I, Huang Yun, managed to escape from them even though they were working together. Moreover, their strength is on par with mine. Huang Yun was an inner elder of the Tai sect who had been on the Lord battlefield for several years now. So far, he had ambushed and successfully killed a dozen rudimentary lords of gods and one intermediate lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect.
I should find a way to kill another intermediate lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. If I make a huge contribution during the Imperial War, perhaps the sect will protect me from the relatives and friends of those who died because of me.
I can't stay in the Imperial War realm forever, after all. I risked my life after entering the Lord battlefield because I had no hope and didn't want to burn my family and disciples. I should be able to redeem myself after making such huge contributions. Moreover, even if I didn't provoke Duan Ling Tian, he would still kill many of our members on the king battlefield. It's too bad that Duan Ling Tian is just a king of gods. Otherwise, I could look for him on the Lord battlefield and kill him. Huang Yu felt bitter when he recalled his conflict with Duan Ling Tian in Peace City that resulted in his current situation. Flames of resentment could be seen burning in his eyes as well. After a moment, he found a secluded place and consumed a divine pill to recover. About half a month later, Huang Yun finally recovered from his injuries. As he flew around, he muttered to himself, I hope I can kill a few more rudimentary lords of gods or one intermediate lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. With that, I should be able to redeem myself. After another 2 months passed, Huang Yun finally encountered 2 rudimentary lords of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. The duo from the Flying Dragon sect, who were unaware that Huang Yun was spying on them, were chatting at this moment. I didn't expect to run into Duan Ling Tian on the Lord battlefield. He seems to be cultivating. But what's the point of cultivating in here? Who knows? Maybe he's comprehending the law.
Duan Ling Tian? Huang Yun's eyes narrowed when he overheard the duo's conversation. He was shocked to learn that Duan Ling Tian had become a lord of gods.
However, his eyes glinted coldly when he recalled the duo saying that they had just run into Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating or comprehending the law. Duan Ling Tian, today must be my lucky day. I'll kill one of them first and leave the other alive for interrogation. Huang Yun used one of his doppelgangers to distract one of the duo while he rushed to kill the other one in just a few breaths.
An inner elder of the Tai sect, the surviving member from the Flying Dragon sect's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate and fled immediately. Unfortunately, he was still caught by Huang Yun. His face turned ashen as he fell into despair.
Huang Yun stared at the man and asked in a low voice, Did you meet Duan Ling Tian earlier?
The man knew he was going to die either way, so he ignored Huang Yun.
Huang Yun sneered before he said, If you tell me what I want to know, I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll slowly torture you before killing you. Of course, you can detonate your little world, but your soul will suffer. The pain and suffering are beyond your imaginations if you do that.
Unlike true detonations, most detonations of little worlds were not strong enough to kill. Moreover, one's soul would also suffer the backlash. For this reason, most people would not detonate their little worlds. Not only would it be futile, but it would also cause one to suffer. As Huang Yun spoke, he extended his divine consciousness to restrain the other man.
The man's expression changed when he sensed the strength of Huang Yun's divine consciousness. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, We met Duanling Tian in a stone forest a few days ago. He was sitting cross-legged at the peak of a mountain in the forest. When we passed by, he nodded at us before he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. I don't know if he's still there. At the same time, the rudimentary Lord of Gods from the Flying Dragon sect thought to himself, if this inner elder from the Tai sect is alone, he'll definitely die if he meets Duanling Tian. However, if he has an underworld elder with him, Duanling Tian might not survive. I can only take this risk. If Duanling Tian dies because of me, I'll make it up to him in my next life. The man and his companion had only entered the Lord battlefield about 2 months ago. Before entering the Lord battlefield, he had heard about Duanling Tian killing 2 intermediate Lords of Gods who were death warriors and was nearly as strong as a White Dragon Elder. When did Duanling Tian become a Lord of Gods? Huang Yun continued to ask. Although he did not think Duanling Tian, who had just become a Lord of Gods, was a threat to him, he was still cautious. A year ago, the man lied. Based on Huang Yun's question, he knew Huang Yun must have been on the Lord battlefield for years, since he was unaware of Duanling Tian's breakthrough. He decided to lie to lower Huang Yun's guard so Huang Yun would confront Duanling Tian alone. Huang Yun's smile widened upon hearing the man's reply. He dismissed Duanling Tian's monstrous achievements on the king battlefield immediately, thinking that Duanling Tian only had the upper hand because of his comprehension of the law. Moreover, he was an intermediate Lord of Gods. It would be as easy as strangling a chicken for him to kill a rudimentary Lord of Gods. Huang Yun thought to himself, even if Duanling Tian is comparable to Shimin Longxiang, he still won't be a match for me. After a while, Huang Yun asked, was he alone? Yes. I didn't see anyone else with him, the man replied with a nod. Even if Duanling Tian were not alone, he would have lied and said Duanling Tian was alone. After all, he was determined to drag Huang Yun down with him. Very good. Huang Yun laughed heartily. Then he swung his hand like a knife and said, I, Huang Yun, am a man of my word. Now die. A purple figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed could be seen at the top of a mountain in a stone forest. If I can use the Sword Dao and Mastery Dao together perfectly, will it raise my strength to another level? Should I fuse them into an attack? Suddenly, a spatial storm began to rage around him before sword rays flew back and forth. After that, Duanling Tian frowned as he muttered to himself, no, not like this. This doesn't work either. Duanling Tian had spent a lot of time trying to fuse his Mastery Dao and Sword Dao into a new attack. Alas, all his attempts had failed. Currently, he had grown rather tired and frustrated. At this moment, Duanling Tian was unaware that a man with a medium build was hovering high up in the sky and looking at him. It's really Duanling Tian. I can't believe he broke through in such a short time and became a Lord of Gods. Fortunately, he only became a Lord of Gods recently. Otherwise, I wouldn't be his match if a few hundred years had passed. The man was none other than Huang Yun, the inner elder from the Tai sect. Back at the start of the Imperial War, when Duanling Tian, who was still a king of gods, visited Peace City for the first time, Huang Yun had a dispute with him. For that reason, he had vowed not to leave the king battlefield until he killed 100 kings of gods from the Tai sect. Duanling Tian had made it clear to the others that the deaths of the 100 kings of gods were caused by Huang Yun. At that time, Huang Yun had been dismissive of Duanling Tian's words and even mocked Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian entered the king battlefield. He did not expect that Duanling Tian was truly capable of killing 100 kings of gods from the Tai sect. Needless to say, many people, including high-ranking officials, vented their anger on him when Duanling Tian killed the kings of gods from the Tai sect. Under such circumstances, Huang Yun fled to the Lord battlefield. He did not dare to leave, afraid of burdening his relatives and disciples. Most importantly, he dared not leave because his life would be in danger once he returned to the Tai sect. Initially, he had wandered around hopelessly and killed a few lords of gods whom he encountered. However, with more people he killed, the flames of hope and the will to live reignited in his heart. He thought that perhaps those from the Tai sect would forgive him if he contributed greatly during the Imperial War. Huang Yun was very cautious and did not attack immediately. It's best to be extra cautious. I don't know for sure if anyone's protecting Duanling Tian in the dark.
It's unlikely for white dragon elders to protect him, but it's not impossible for inner elders to do so.
Huang Yun did not let his hatred blind him and remained cautious. This was one of the reasons he managed to survive so long on the Lord battlefield. Due to his wariness, he even managed to escape from 2 inner elders from the Flying Dragon sect previously. He was also lucky he did not encounter any white dragon elders. Otherwise, he might have already died. Let's wait a little longer. If he leaves, I'll continue to follow him and observe him to make sure no one's secretly protecting him before I make a move. Huang Yun thought to himself, resisting the urge to rush out and kill Duanling Tian. He continued to hide, biding his time as he observed Duanling Tian. He was certain there were no white dragon elders protecting Duanling Tian. Otherwise, the white dragon elder would have already sensed his presence. Patience, patience. Huang Yun thought to himself over and over again. He was like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey and wary of traps set by hunters lurking in the dark. Duanling Tian naturally could not sense Huang Yun because he was just a rudimentary lord of gods. His overwhelming strength came from his law of space, mastery Dao, and sword Dao. Even his doppelgangers did not give him an advantage since it could be countered by his opponent's bloodline power. No matter how strong he was, his divine consciousness was that of a rudimentary lord of gods. As such, he could not detect the presence of an intermediate lord of gods. Nonetheless, he was confident he would be able to react in time if an intermediate lord of gods ambushed him. At this moment, Duanling Tian thought to himself, forget it. I should continue hunting for a few more lords of gods from the Tai sect before leaving the battlefield. At this stage, with the limit divine pills, I should be able to break past the bottleneck. After fighting and killing Lu Yin, a white dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect, Duanling Tian could feel the bottleneck loosening. After that, he encountered an inner elder from the Tai sect and exchanged 1,000 blows before killing the other party with his mastery Dao. At that time, the inner elder from the Tai sect had been confused by Duanling Tian's sudden increase in strength after exchanging 1,000 moves. The battle with the inner elder brought him another step closer to the breakthrough. Finally, Duanling Tian stopped trying to fuse his mastery Dao and sword Dao into an attack. He took a few limit divine pills to completely restore his divine energy. A few days later, Duanling Tian left the stone forest after his divine energy was completely replenished. He flew toward the exit in the Lord battlefield, hoping to run into a few more lords of gods from the Tai sect. Huang Yun, who was tailing Duanling Tian, wondered inwardly, is he planning to leave the Lord battlefield? Huang Yun naturally knew Duanling Tian was heading toward the exit to Flying Dragon City. Usually, the opposition would not go near the exits of their opponents due to how risky it was. I'll follow him for a few more days just to be sure before I make a move. Huang Yun patiently followed Duanling Tian. He did not stare at Duanling Tian for too long in fear of alerting Duanling Tian. 6 days later, Duanling Tian entered a barren desert. Nothing, no signs of life could be seen at all. After wandering the desert for a few hours, he suddenly came to a stop as though he had sensed something. Boom! Duanling Tian flashed away just as a thunderous explosion rang in the air. Following that, when he reappeared, he discovered a figure next to him. Swoosh! A dazzling saber swept toward Duanling Tian immediately. He could not teleport away in time, so he quickly retreated. As he flew back, he finally had a good look at the other party and exclaimed, slightly startled, "It's you! Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Huang Yun, who had shown himself after waiting for 10 days, said. He looked at Duanling Tian coldly, slightly surprised as well. After all, his surprise attack earlier would have killed an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods, but Duanling Tian was barely injured. I didn't expect to meet you here. Duanling Tian naturally remembered Huang Yun, who had left a deep impression on him. Huang Yun scoffed and said, I've been following you for tens of thousands of miles. Duanling Tian, today will be the day you die. Tens of thousands of miles? Duanling Tian sneered and said, You traveled tens of thousands of miles just to seek death? Do you think you can kill me? Huang Yun said disdainfully upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He wasted no time and began to attack again. In his opinion, There was no point in getting angry with a soon-to-be dead man. Duan Tian was quite surprised that he ran into the man who repeatedly provoked him in Peace City on the Lord battlefield. He was even more surprised that the man managed to find him. Regardless, he was naturally not afraid. He asked confidently, "Is that the extent of your strength?" For Duan Tian, who was capable of killing ordinary underworld elders, killing a mere inner elder was not difficult at all. He used his mastery Dao and brought out his prominent divine sword. A spatial storm appeared immediately, destroying Huang Yun's attack and hastily constructed defensive barrier. Then, Duan Tian easily severed one of Huang Yun's arms. Huang Yun was in a daze when he lost one of his arms. He would have died if Duan Tian continued to attack him. How's this possible? Aren't you just a rudimentary lord of gods? Why are you so strong? Huang Yun lost all his arrogance when he regained his senses. His face was ashen when he looked at Duan Tian, and despair shone in the depths of his eyes. He did not understand how a rudimentary Lord of God managed to destroy his attack and sever his arm with just a strike. Aren't you going to use your bloodline power? Try to use it, Duan Tian said mockingly. He was unaware that just like him, Huang Yun was from a Devata realm. Huang Yun's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Tian's words. He regretted not using his doppelganger to attack instead. After taking a deep breath, he began to attack again. Duan Tian was quite surprised that Huang Yun did not flee and chose to attack him instead despite knowing he was stronger. At this moment, in the midst of his attack, another figure appeared. One stayed to attack while the other fled at lightning speed. Doppelganger from a law? Interesting, Duan Tian said with a smile. Then, a figure shot out of his body before he left to pursue Huang Yun. He had left his doppelganger from the law of space behind. In just a few breaths, Duan Tian's doppelganger destroyed Huang Yun's doppelganger. At the same time, Duan Tian caught up to Huang Yun. After blocking Huang Yun's path, the doppelganger from the law of space flashed over and stood behind Huang Yun as well. Then he said, "No wonder you didn't use the bloodline power. As it turns out, you're from one of the Devata realms as well." Huang Yun's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. After a moment, his eyes were filled with hope as he pleaded, "Duan Tian, you know how difficult it is for people like us from the Devata realms to cultivate to this stage. Spare me. I promise not to get in your way ever again." "Is it difficult?" Duan Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. Then he removed the efficacy of the divine pill that hid his bone age. Upon sensing Duan Tian's true age with his divine consciousness, Huang Yun's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, You're only 700 years old?" It was no secret that Duan Tian, the prodigy from the Flying Dragon sect, was not even 3,000 years old. At that time, Huang Yun had been shocked and jealous when he learned of Duan Tian's achievements. After all, Duan Tian had come from a Devata realm like him. Now that he found out Duan Tian had only slightly over 700 years old, he felt as though his worldview had been overturned. Perhaps only a few direct descendants of supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods with unlimited cultivation resources could achieve what Duan Tian had achieved, let alone someone from the Devata realms. Duan Tian sighed. "All right, I'll be honest with you. It is rather difficult. I'm already 700 years old, but I'm just a lord of gods. At this rate, I wonder if I can become a supreme god by 1,000 years old." These were Duan Tian's heartfelt words. Based on cultivation speed now, he was 80% confident he would become an emperor of gods soon. Although the difficulty had increased after he became a lord of gods, he was quite confident he would become an emperor of gods before 1,000 years old. However, he was not completely sure he would become a supreme god by then. Duan Tian's words only served to annoy Huang Yun. After all, it sounded as though Duan Tian was bragging, and his expression darkened immediately. "In any case, it's not difficult for me to come this far by 700 years old," Duan Tian said with a smile. Huang Yun ignored these words and said confidently, "Duan Tian, state your conditions. What must I do for you to spare me? There's nothing of value in my spatial ring, and I'm only worth very war points. If you're willing to let me go, I'll tell you about a fortuitous encounter." Needless to say, This was just a lie to preserve his life. Huang Yun wanted to use human greed to save his life. In his opinion, for a young man who was only about 700 years old, the temptation of a fortuitous encounter was too great. Huang Yun thought to himself, Duanling Tian must have had many fortuitous encounters. They must be the main reason why he's so strong. Such a person will definitely be tempted by my words. Contrary to Huang Yun's expectations, Duanling Tian laughed and said, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Forget it. Let's not waste time. Before Huang Yun could respond, Duanling Tian waved his hand, easily killing Huang Yun. After collecting Huang Yun's belongings, Duanling Tian thought to himself, I'm quite lucky that I managed to kill another inner elder of the Tai sect. Next, I should focus on my cultivation. No matter how many divine pills, it'll still take time. Duanling Tian shook his head slightly before he made his way to the exit that led to Flying Dragon City. During his journey, he only encountered another member of the Flying Dragon sect. Based on the other party's identity token, the other party was an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. It's Duanling Tian. The eyes of the two elders guarding the entrance to the Lord Battlefield lit up when they saw Duanling Tian coming out. They sent a message to the White Dragon elders in charge because they had been told to inform their superiors as soon as Duanling Tian left the Lord Battlefield. It did not take long after Duanling Tian left the Lord Battlefield when a white dragon he was not familiar with approached him. The White Dragon elder was a muscular man with strong facial features. He smiled brightly as he said, Duanling Tian, your reputation precedes you. I'm Jiang Dong, a White Dragon elder. Elder Jiang. Duanling Tian greeted before he asked, May I know what brings you here? Jiang Dong replied with a smile, The sect leader wants to meet you immediately. If it's all right, after you exchange your war points, you should look for the sect leader immediately. Jiang Dong did not rush Duanling Tian. After all, they had been waiting for him for several months. It did not make a difference if they had to wait a little longer. Thank you for coming all the way here to inform me of this, Elder Jiang. Duanling Tian said with a nod and a smile. All right, I'll take my leave first now that I've relayed the message to you, Jiang Dong said before leaving. All right. After that, Duanling Tian made his way to Peace City. He drew everyone's attention as he made his way there. It's Duanling Tian. He's left the Lord Battlefield. Based on his current strength, it should be easy for him to kill inner elders from the Tai sect. Of course. I wonder how things went for him this trip. After all, the Lord Battlefield is vast. Even if he's really strong, he'll need luck to run into opponents. Duanling Tian did not pay attention to the people from the Flying Dragon sect following him. He was already accustomed to the fanfare. A crowd gathered as they watched Duanling Tian curiously as he brought out a rudimentary Lord of Gods and 2 intermediate Lords of Gods identity tokens.